Sui understood what Natasha Romanoff was really saying. After the Avengers split, their authority got cut down hard. Captain America disappeared with a group. The rest either signed on under the UN or retired. But everyone knew retirement didn't mean peace. It just meant the fights would come in a different form. Under the new rules, it was simple. Unless you were on an official mission, you could not appear in public as a superhero. No costume, no Black Widow, no headlines. That was why Natasha came here dressed like a normal woman. When she wasn't carrying out orders, she was technically free, but her identity still had to stay buried. If she slipped, it could cause panic, or worse, turn a quiet neighborhood into a crisis zone. It was freedom with chains. Sui nodded. I get it. Then he smiled, like he'd already read the part she wasn't saying out loud. But you've already got your own answer, he said. You didn't come here for advice. Natasha raised an eyebrow. You came to let it out, Sui continued. To complain a little, and to check how Wanda's doing. Natasha's expression froze for half a second. He was right. She'd been an agent too long to need someone guiding her life. She knew what she wanted, and she knew how to get it. But even someone like Natasha still needed a place to breathe. Sometimes women didn't want solutions. They wanted someone who understood what they weren't saying. And Sui, with the Phoenix Force reading the emotions she kept locked down, hit the target too cleanly. Natasha stared at him for a long moment, then slowly nodded. Your words are lethal, she said. No wonder Wanda clings to you. Sui coughed once. Let's talk business. Wanda's fine, he said. I sent her to Kamar Taj. She's learning properly, with systematic training from real sorcerers. He paused, then added, when she's done, I'll take her to get another artifact. After that, she'll be the strongest sorceress in the 9 realms. Natasha's eyes lit with curiosity. Strongest in the 9 realms. Then what about you? Sui only smiled. Natasha gave him a look like, okay, I get it. You're pretending to be modest again. In her mind, he was probably the strongest in the galaxy, or something equally ridiculous. She sighed, half envy, half amusement. Wanda really found a good partner. Kamar Taj. I've only seen it in SHILDS archives. Sorcerers are rare. I never thought she'd just walk into that world. Sui didn't correct her. If she knew who Wanda was learning from, she'd be even more shocked. But SHILD didn't have files on everything, especially not on the real monsters hiding behind the curtain. Sui tapped the milk tea she hadn't touched yet. You should worry about yourself, Agent Romanoff. Natasha looked at him. Me? How's the new Avengers setup? He asked. If you hate it, resign. He leaned back and said it like a joke, but not fully a joke. I'm short a housekeeper and a secretary. You're qualified for both. I can save money. Natasha blinked slowly. Sounds like a decent retirement plan. Then she tilted her head. But my salary is high. Sui waved it off. I'm not short of money. Natasha finally opened the milk tea, took a careful sniff first, then drank. She nodded with surprising seriousness. Good. Very delicious. Not drugged. Sui stared at her. Do I look like the type who needs to drug you? Natasha didn't answer. She just took another sip, bigger this time, like she decided the taste was worth the risk. And as she drank, the tension in her shoulders loosened. The new Avengers are actually more relaxed, she admitted. The UN doesn't want us doing secret missions. Too much exposure. Public missions are easy. Almost boring. She sighed. Sometimes it feels like we're going to get rusty. But the burden is lighter, she added. Less chaos. She took another satisfied sip. Still, this is nice. While she talked, her eyes wandered around the office properly for the first time. Then she noticed the small, green-haired girl in the corner, intensely focused on a game. Natasha's eyes widened. She looked back at Sui, suddenly acting shocked. Don't tell me you already have a daughter? So fast. Sui went blank for a second. He knew she was messing with him on purpose. If she asked directly, it would sound like interrogation. Old habits. But saying it like this made it playful, harmless, and still got the answer. Sui turned slightly and said, You've seen her before. Natasha frowned. I have. The person who appeared at your base that night, Sui said. I tossed her over back then. Natasha's eyes widened. That, Hela. Sui nodded. Hela heard her name and snapped her head around, baring tiny tiger teeth and raising her small fists like, "Say it again, and I'll hit you." Natasha stared at her, stunned. Then, softly, "She's cute." Sue introduced them. "This is Natasha Romanoff. Don't worry, she can't contact Odin even if she wanted to." Hela burst into laughter. Natasha rolled her eyes hard at Sue. "Couldn't you have said I'm trustworthy?" Sue shrugged. "You'll get used to it." Natasha stared at him like he was insane. "You're not human." And just like that, the mood turned easy. They talked from noon all the way to late afternoon, killing time like they had nowhere else to be. Around 4, Natasha stretched and stood up, ready to leave. Before she did, she smiled and said, "Want to see it again?" Sue smirked. "I've seen better." He didn't even finish the sentence. Natasha unzipped her jacket halfway, reached in, and pulled out a warm bank card. She held it out like she was paying for a service. "Swipe." Sue stared. "Seriously?" He took the card. It still had body heat. Natasha smiled, not zipping back up yet. "Still warm." "You're not a corpse," Sue said flatly. He swiped the card, transferred the payment, and handed it back. "There. Take it. And zip up." Natasha slipped the card back in, zipped up slowly, and the teasing goddess mask slid back on her face like armor. "Bye, Sue. See you next time." Sue walked her to the door. When it shut, Hela, still gaming, muttered without looking up, "That woman is bad." Sue blinked. "What? Bad woman?" Sue thought for a moment, then shrugged. "Bad women can be fun, too." Hela snorted. "Idiot." Sue didn't argue. He checked the time. 4:50. Almost off work. "All right," he said. "Stop playing for a second soon. 5 o'clock, we clock out." Hela grumbled, but didn't refuse. 5 o'clock. Sue muttered, punched the card. Ding. Reward obtained. Symbiote Battlesuit X1. Sue raised an eyebrow. Not Venom suit. A symbiote battlesuit. A pure version, not the watered-down kind with built-in weaknesses. He checked the description. A battlesuit made from an original symbiote source. Not afraid of high-frequency sound or flames. Could transform into any form. Must devour and evolve from zero by consuming high-level flesh and blood. Sue nodded. Nice. Then he smiled for a completely different reason. Transforms into any form. 10 minutes later, the elevator dinged. Sue. Gwen rushed out with her school bag, bright and energetic. I'm home. Sue opened his arms. She jumped into him. Hela pouted at the side. Beast. Students get special treatment. Gwen finally noticed her and crouched. Who are you? She pinched Hela's cheeks lightly. Hela looked ready to explode. Sue tried not to laugh. Guess. You've met her before. Gwen blinked. I have. Sue lifted one finger. Rooftop. Gwen froze. Then her eyes went wide. Wait, you're Hela. Why are you so small? Hela glared. Gwen laughed anyway and pinched her cheeks with both hands this time. So cute. I'm not cute. Hela snapped. I want people to fear me. Gwen giggled. Sure. Little princess. That was the worst thing she could have said. Hela stomped upstairs, furious. Gwen watched her go, still smiling, then turned back. We going out? We are, Sue said. But first you're wearing this. He handed her the symbiote suit. Gwen's eyes lit up. No way it can change shape? Try it. A few minutes later, Gwen stepped out in a sleek black suit. The mask snapped open and shut instantly. The colors shifted. The fit adjusted perfectly. She tested a few looks, grinning like a kid with a new toy. Sue nodded, satisfied. All right, he said. Let's go. To Mars. Gwen froze. Huh. Here's a cleaner, smoother rewrite with natural flow and clearer pacing. Keeping the scene intact, but fixing tone, grammar, and impact. At first, Gwen thought it was just a building. Maybe the Spherical Music Pavilion in London, or the Los Angeles Film Academy Museum. Both were famous for their dome-like designs. But this wasn't architecture. It was a planet. A perfect sphere, like the universe itself condensed into a single form. Crack. Gwen didn't even have time to speak. Sue made a soft sound, and space folded. In the next instant, the two of them vanished. When they reappeared, they were standing on scorched ground. Sue immediately checked Gwen's condition. If she felt even the slightest discomfort, he would rewind her body's time by a few minutes and pull her back instantly. But she was fine. Her symbiote battlesuit had completely sealed her body. At first, Gwen instinctively held her breath. Then she realized she didn't need to. She wasn't breathing, yet her heart was still beating steadily. Gwen looked around. The land was barren and charred, stretching endlessly in all directions. Desolate. And yet, she smiled. Then she laughed. She danced in place, unable to hold back her excitement. With just a light push from her toes, her body shot upward. Mars's gravity was only about 0.38 of Earth's. A toddler here could probably break Earth's high jump record. And Gwen? She flew several meters into the air without even trying. She landed, ran forward hard, then slowed and drifted back towards Sui. Finally, she grabbed his hand to steady herself. With her mask still on, she pointed excitedly at everything around them, gesturing nonstop. Seeing her like this, Sui smiled. He activated a special ability, a direct mental link. Gwen, we can talk like this now. Mind to mind. Sui, you mean it? We can really talk. Yes. Go ahead. Wow. She jumped again, wrapped her arms around his neck, and spun around him in midair. It's amazing. We're really on Mars. It's so light here. I can jump so far. Can we grow land here? Build trees? A garden? Wait. Why did we come here anyway? The questions poured out one after another. But in the end, she focused on the real one. Sui nodded. We're here to create. The creator? Gwen froze, eyes wide. Yes. Sui smiled. I want to spread life across this land like celestial fire and let it grow on its own. Whoa. She was so excited she could barely contain herself. This is too cool. Sui chuckled and gently tapped her cheek. Watch. He focused. Use Cybertron planetary template. Target, Mars. Ding. Usage successful. The ground beneath them trembled. Metallic veins began pushing up from beneath the surface. Some formed small ridges. Others rose slowly, growing until they resembled towering mountains of metal. All of it happened silently. Gwen hugged Sui tightly, staring in awe. So cool, so cool. But this was only the first step. Then came the second. Planet engines. With a casual wave of his hand, 1,000 planet engines appeared across Mars in an instant. Each one stood like a 10,000-meter pillar, nozzles pointed skyward, vast as mountains. Gwen stared, mouth open. What are those? Planet engines, Sui said simply. Special nuclear fusion engines. Used for transformation. Transformation into what? She paused, imagination running wild. How big would the transformed form even be? Before she could finish imagining, the third step began. Activate the fire source. Sui's Phoenix Force surged. He opened a dimensional gate, retrieved the fire source, and pressed it in. At the same moment, his hand appeared on all 1,000 planet engines at once. Activation complete. He withdrew his arm, and the gate vanished. The method was simple. Mirror projection. What mattered was the result. The planet engines began to change. Mars trembled like it was caught in an endless earthquake. The surface shook. The mountains quivered. The entire planet felt like it was swaying. Gwen nearly lost her footing. Sui grabbed her and lifted them both into the air, rising to 13,000 meters. From there, they watched. 1,000 planet engines began transforming simultaneously. Not ordinary transformations. Each one expanded to nearly 11,000 meters. Track-like feet unfolded. Massive mechanical arms formed. Heads emerged, dominated by clusters of enormous eyes. When the transformation ended, all 1,000 mechanical titans bowed. Mars trembled again. There was no sound in the vacuum, but Sui felt it. Their voices. He gathered them into a single energy display. The message contained only 3 words. The Creator. Sui turned to Gwen. Well, she couldn't speak. 1,000 mountain-sized mechanical gods kneeling at once. Some were so far away, only their heads were visible. Others were on the far side of the planet, unseen but felt. The sheer scale made her feel small beyond measure. She hugged Sue-E tightly. When they moved together, my mind just went blank. I couldn't think at all. Sue-E smiled softly. Then watch what comes next. He issued his commands. One by one. Clear. Absolute. They obeyed. And Mars began to change. Not by his hand, but by theirs. Civilization unfolding in real time. Gwen watched, completely absorbed, like witnessing the birth of a world. Finally, Sue-E glanced at the time. 10 at night. We should go back. Okay, Gwen said reluctantly. With a snap of his fingers, space folded again. They returned to the top floor of the upstate building in New York. Gwen dismissed her battle suit. It vanished instantly. Sue-E blinked. Where did it go? She leaned close and whispered, smiling. A t-shirt. Sue-E paused. I thought it turned into something else. She laughed. The door opened. You're finally back. A small voice shouted. Then came rapid footsteps. Little Hella ran toward them. I was about to start. Her foot slipped. She slid straight across the floor and slammed face first into the ground. Boom! She jumped up instantly, rubbing her head. I want your cooking. Hurry up. She turned and stormed off. 2 seconds later, laughter exploded behind her. She froze, then screamed. Stop laughing. This is humiliating.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
11 p.m. A family of 3 not. 1 man and 2 women. That's fine too. Anyway, Sue-E sat at the table with Gwen and Little Hella and had dinner. Little Hella was eating with a whimper, as if to vent anger on the rice. Gwen and Sue-E chatted while eating, very happy. But chatting. Sue-E noticed that the rice had dropped beside Hella's bowl. Hella, you wash the dishes at night, and if you make a mess, you are the trouble. For a moment, Hella's body paused. Then the action of eating became honest. Gwen watched Hella like this with a smile on his lips. I really cried to death. Hella is really doing her best to make people laugh. Sue-E looked at Gwen and suddenly thought of when he left that day. So he asked, Gwen, how did you go back that day? If you didn't run away from home, then you shouldn't have been beaten. As soon as Sue-E mentioned this matter, Gwen suddenly remembered and said happily, Sue, it was really dangerous when I went home that day. George is waiting for me to go back at the door. Fortunately, I didn't open the window. At that time, he was about to chirp my ear. I'll tell him what you told me right away. Then it will be fine. He really didn't blame me and told me to pay attention to safety and study hard. That's fine. It was the same as Sue-Ye's judgment. Because of his fame, George is at ease. But that's not all. Gwen sold another trick. But most importantly, he canceled my curfew. As long as I'm not out with other people, he allows me to move about freely, and also said that as long as I can be admitted to a good university. He also allowed me to move out. Turns out Gwen was really excited about this. But also right. With the curfew lifted, Gwen is already much freer. Plus living outside after being admitted to a good university. That's more freedom. Congratulations, Gwen. Sue-E smiled and picked up the wine glass and clinked glasses with Gwen. I also want. Little Hella also picked up her glass and touched it. After clinking glasses, they took a sip of wine. Gwen looked at Little Hella a little drunk and laughed. Every time I see you drinking, I feel a little guilty. You're too young, he. But Hella brushed Gwen aside and said disdainfully, Little girl, you weren't born when I was drinking, huh? Sue-E smiled and looked at her too. It was so much fun. Sure enough, the small Hella is better than the big Hella. Little Hella is fun. Big Hella is fun. The 3 chatted and chatted. Gwen looked around and suddenly asked curiously, 613. Where's Wanda? Wanda went to Kamartaj to learn magic. Sue-E lowered his head and ate the food. It will take a while for her to come back. Gwen's eyes lit up when he heard it. When did you leave? This morning. Ah. Sue-E just finished speaking. I heard Gwen showing off her rice. When he looked up, he was really showing off. What's wrong with you? Sue-E was stunned. As a result, Gwen did not speak. Pretend to be mysterious. Sue-E continued to eat his own strangely. After a while, Gwen finished her meal. Then he took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Finally stand up. Go straight to the bathroom. Bath. Oh. All of a sudden, Suyi's expression became wonderful. Oh, I see. If you want to say this, then I have to eat faster. So under the gaze of little Hella, Suyi also started to flaunt his fans. He finished the meal as fast as he could. Then don't wipe your mouth. Looking at Hella, he said, "You can wash later. The time is whatever you want." Finished. While unbuttoning his shirt, Suyi walked towards the crashing place. Beast. Hella pursed her lips while blushing. After a while, why did you come in? Hella is outside. What happened to the bedroom? It's okay. We teleport over there. But the bathroom is not soundproof. It's okay. I can block it. Sobi. For the next few days, it's Suyi and Gwen day and night, no. Both of them spend it with Hella on a daily basis. No way. Gwen is going to school. Suyi wants to catch fish. The two can rest only on weekends. But it just so happened that the time of the two of them was stuck together. Be busy together. To rest and rest together. This is very good. And Wanda studied spells in Kamartaj. But even if Suyi had time, he didn't take the time to look at Wanda. Because he knows that once Wanda enters the state, then it is good to go to Wanda for a short time to see by yourself. But looking at it for a long time will affect Wanda's reentry status. So Suyi wrote to Wanda to read. For example, Wanda, how are you doing recently? Are you happy? Do you know any friends or? And Wanda will also actively reply to Suyi's letter. The two seem to be back in ancient times. An ancient one magician very much agrees with Yi's approach. Because every letter from him will refill Wanda's energy and it will not affect the status of Wang Fan. This allows Wanda to learn faster and faster. Ancient One also clearly felt it. And then the rest. It was Suyi who opened a shop to catch fish every day. Sometimes he can receive guests. Sometimes he doesn't get it either. But still that sentence. Nothing to worry about. The main job is to find something to do, and the side job is to do it when there is nothing to do. So the attitude towards life is bad. Just have a good time. Bang, bang. Enter, at this time, with the door pushed open. In Suyi's office came another guest who just came not long ago. Natasha Romanoff. She looks cool in a leather jacket today. Hair tied with decorations. Looks like a rocker. But before she came in, expressions are normal. But after coming in, it got worse inside. I see guests. Suyi stretched out his hand to signal Natasha Romanoff to sit down and asked Hella to bring her a bottle of milk tea. Natasha Romanoff took over the milk tea, and it was tons of tons. With a final sigh, now Suyi didn't even have to guess. He shook his head and said, "There's some bad news inside the Avengers Alliance, right?" Natasha Romanoff nodded disappointedly. She is the first batch of patriarchs of the Avengers Alliance. Now I see that the Avengers Alliance has become what it is now, plus what is happening now. So it's normal for Natasha Romanoff to be depressed. That being the case, tell me. Suyi nodded and stretched out his hand to indicate that Natasha Romanoff could speak. And Natasha Romanoff is no nonsense. Come up and talk about the key points. Tony found out what Captain America and the Winter Soldier were up to yesterday. Together, they uncovered a conspiracy within the United Nations. Then they went together, met together, fought again, and finally broke up. I don't know what happened and why they cracked. The Avengers right now, that's the real split. Natasha Romanoff is very depressed right now. But Suyi can understand. It used to be called civil war and division. But everyone's feelings are fine. It's just that there are two schools of thought on the issue. And that just needs to get the problem out, and everyone will be reconciled, and the civil war will end. Simply put, that is, the previous civil war did not violate their respective bottom lines. But now it's different. Tony breaks with Captain America. The two souls split. That would really be a violation of the bottom line. That is the true sense of division. There is no more chance. Unless there is a catastrophe that the Earth will be destroyed, it is possible to reunite. But what is the need? So in summary, it is Avengers Alliance gone. The real separation of consciousness is the separation of spirit. That's why Natasha Romanoff lost. Suyi pondered for a while and asked, "Did Tony tell you why?" Natasha Romanoff shook her head. "No. All right, no wonder. None of the veterans of the Avengers Alliance knew the reason for the split. Cannot be low, but Tony didn't say it. It's just that I don't want to hurt Captain America in front of others. Because this is a private matter between the two of them. No need for outsiders to judge. So what to say? Sui can really understand. But it's hard to say. Sui thought for a while, organized his words, and said, Natasha Romanoff, you should understand that neither Tony nor Captain America gave you a reason, which means that this matter is not a business matter, but a private matter between them. Since it is not a business matter, but a private matter, it means that the bottom line issue has been violated, but the principal issue has not been violated. When the crisis comes, they will definitely take action at the same time and come forward. This is the principle. And the rupture, well, that's already happened. It's like a passion that passes overnight, and the next day you want to pretend it didn't happen, and it's definitely impossible. Natasha Romanoff agreed very much when she heard the previous words. She nodded in agreement with Suyi's words. The bottom line is the bottom line, and principles are principles. These are two things again. We may not be friends, but we will both do good deeds and save the world. That's what I mean. So what happened is irreversible. Then don't try to save it. But Suyi's last sentence made Natasha Romanoff stunned. Suyi's sudden change of style made her unable to react. Then she couldn't help laughing when she understood. Oh, really? Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at Sui. But after flipping, she also became much better and said to Sui with a long breath, Sue, you are really a friend of women. No woman I've ever met will get better after talking to you. And so does Wanda, and so do I. Why? How can you say that? Facing the frame up, Sui immediately denied. Haven't Tony and Steven changed for the better? And Bruce Banner. Banner. Hearing Banner's name, Natasha Romanoff also reacted. Yes, and it doesn't know where to go now. There's no need to worry about it. Sui smiled. When encountering difficulties, Hulk will come out and kill them all. 2. That's all. Today's special guest, Ms. Natasha Romanoff's problem was also solved by Sui. This time, it was mainly heart disease. The real split of the Avengers Alliance. And Natasha Romanoff was sad for reasons she didn't know. As if she was useless. But in fact, this problem is not big or small. And it's an irreparable problem. And there is no need to toss. Having said that, suck. Natasha Romanoff took a sip of her milk tea. Not knowing what to think of, he looked at Sui and smiled slightly. Question mark. Sui frowned. I guess that this bad woman was going to burn things with one hand. As expected, Natasha Romanoff is holding the zipper on the collar of her leather jacket. Then he looked at Sui and asked quietly, Do you guess that it is the same as yesterday? Cut. Vulgar. If Sui guessed, wouldn't that prove that he is an ISP? So Sui turned his head and thought about it. He coughed twice and said, I made Gwen dress like you last night. For a moment, Natasha Romanoff's expression froze. Sui's consciousness is, even if you wear it now and burn it again, I can also make Gwen wear the same clothes as you and come to the canyon with me all night. And what good is it that you dress well? I can't taste it again, but I can taste Gwen's. If there's meat on my lips, I don't want to eat it. I will go to the meat. I don't know if I can eat it or not. So Sui's subtext is, don't fix those useless drops. This also made Natasha Romanoff unable to hold back. A wolf without meat is already difficult to deal with. Why should a wolf with meat be cheated? Natasha Romanoff suddenly lost momentum. She could only slowly pull away the leather jacket, revealing a large piece of snow. Then he took out his bank card and slapped it on the table. Lastly, unzipped the zipper, waiting for Sui to swipe his card. Cough, cough. Sui took one Run's bank card, then swipe it on the credit card machine. Finally, after operation, Sui said with a little regret, Fisk, why isn't it broken at this time? After speaking, Sui glanced at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff suddenly smiled. She stood up straight, then leaned closer and asked in doubt, Is it not broken? Let me help you take a look. So the two looked at the credit card machine that was not broken. It's just that Natasha Romanoff's zipper still isn't zipping. Sui's eyes now seemed to be dazzled by a flashlight. No, it's like being illuminated by a white fill light. Then the two came to a conclusion after a while. Ahem, it's not bad. Natasha Romanoff took the card. then put the car back in. He smiled in various ways. Wilhelm Shakespeare said, "There will be 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 readers." Do you think he's right? I think what he said is right. Sui agreed very much. It means that even if two people wear the same clothes, but the essence is not the same. Natasha Romanoff wanted to tell Sue E what she meant. Sue E didn't understand at first, but now he understands. You're right. Very right. After seeing that Sue E agrees with this point of view, Natasha Romanoff nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and waved to Sue E. Then I'm leaving goodbye. I finally got the chance to take a vacation, and I had to go outside. Sue E stood up and said goodbye. Goodbye. Pay attention to safety. But he knew another meaning of Natasha Romanoff. I have time today. We can hang out together later. But Sue E wants to play with Gwen in the afternoon. So I didn't answer this sentence. After sending off Natasha Romanoff, it's 4:30 p.m. today. Sue E stretched himself, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows behind you and look out to sea. Little Hella is still playing games. She is very interested in gore and hack-and-slash games. It's basically exhilarating. As long as it's fun to kill, she can even spend a whole day there changing ways to kill without getting tired. But at this time, she still took time to look at Sue E and asked, "Strange, why doesn't that old Odin come down and take a look? His destroyer armor is gone." Sue E stretched and smiled. "You still want him to come down? Forget it now." Little Hella immediately shook her head like a rattle. "I haven't played enough games yet. Let's wait until I have played enough games." Sue E looked at the appearance of Little Hella. Broken. What should I do if I have developed an internet addiction lowly? The time came to 5 p.m. Sue E went out on time to check in. However, he didn't look at the check-in rewards during this time, because he feels that good things will come out only when they are gathered together. Tighter. At this time, a text message came from Sue Yi's cell phone. He picked it up and took a look. "Wanda, the magician holy place in New York was attacked. I am here now. Do you want to come, Sue?" When Sue E took a look, he understood that the original meaning was not the literal meaning. Know when you're talking to a woman. What you see, it's not necessarily what the other party wants to express. She said she can drink ice water, which means no aunt. She said that she didn't have to go home at night. She brought a charger, and the dormitory was closed, so she brought her ID card and so on, meaning that she could sprint. She said something broke at home and asked you to fix it. Regardless of what is broken, it should be treated as a sewer repair. So what Wanda means is that the attack is not a big problem. The key is that the two can meet each other. Understand? So Sue E replied her. Sue E, Shu, close your eyes. See this message. Wanda, near the holy place, closed her eyes. And in the northern building, before snapping his fingers, Sue E asked Hella to go home and play games by himself, and gave her a mobile phone to send a message if something happened. Then snap your fingers. Snap. Next moment, Sue Yi's figure silently appeared on Wanda's right, and Sue E stretched out his hand and tapped Wanda's left shoulder. Who? Wanda was startled and immediately looked to the left. Sue E made another nasal sound. Wanda looked back immediately. Sue. As soon as Wanda saw Sue E, immediately dragged a long tone excitedly, then hugged Sue E fiercely. That violent impact almost forced the multi-universe level Sue E back a few steps. And Sue E also hugged Wanda. He stroked her hair and asked, "How can you dribble someone, Wanda?" Snap. In response, Wanda patted Sue E behind him. You're dead. You just know. Sue E smiled lightly and patted Wanda's head. Then what happened now? Mention business. Wanda came out from Sue Yi's arms and said, I'm not sure as well, but I heard that a renegade magician attacked the holy place. Looks like it's going to grab something or destroy something. A lot of people came by the portal, and I followed to see. Hear this. Sui knew what happened. That is, Kaiselius attacked the holy place. Its purpose is to bring down Dormammu of the dark dimension. Then he, too, would have the right to eternal life. It's ridiculous. Boom! The words just fell. The sound of explosions came from outside the holy place. Immediately afterwards, a group of magicians rushed over. Then they started babbling. Definitely. The golden light whip and hand blade look really handsome in the eyes of normal people. But in Suyi's eyes, this is actually the case. The children gathered to fight. Immediately afterwards, the beating outside is getting harder and harder. Wanda also asked a little worried, should I help them? How to say? Wanda thought she was here to learn magic no matter what. Then it should be protected or protected. Just the little things I can do. Sui also had no objection to this. Anyway, he didn't have to make a move. It's him working again. Tighter. But at this moment, his cell phone rang again. Sui took it out and took a look. Hella, pervert, your little Spider-Man is here to find you. What is here? Does she want to fight? So Sui looked at Wanda and said, wait a minute. Gwen came to look for me. I asked her if she would come. She doesn't seem to have beaten Magician yet. Snap. After speaking, Sui snapped his fingers. Then back to the North Mansion. Here. Gwen waved hello when she saw Sui coming back. Gwen, there's a fight at Wanda. Are you going to beat someone up? Sui asked directly. A group of black magicians attacked the holy place where Wanda is, and a battle is being sent there. Magician. Gwen immediately became interested after hearing this. I haven't beaten a magician yet. Definitely want to. So the two hit it off. Sui also thought so. Gwen doesn't seem to have beaten the magician. Then both women took it. Sui looked at Hella and asked, are you going? Hella's ears were already pricked up. Hearing Sui finally call himself, Hella stood up from his stall in a hurry. Although I've killed quite a few magicians, death will never tire of me. Words are good, but he's not tall, and he speaks like a dick. Then let's go. Next moment, Gwen instantly dons the symbiote battle suit. Snap! Sui snapped his fingers again. The three returned to Wanda's side. Wanda looked at Gwen's new look a little surprised. Did you change your style today? Definitely. Gwen looked around. Hella looks out of the holy place. They all heard the sound of fighting outside. Is it outside? Yes, but wait a moment. Sui said. Huh. Gwen was puzzled. Sui stretched out his hand to dig into the void. A dark long sword was slowly taken out from it. It is the Black Death sword. Hella's eyes widened. Sui handed the purified sword to Gwen and said, here you are. This sword is called Black Death sword. It can kill gods. Wow, Gwen exclaimed. She took the long sword Sui gave him. Then he waved it in his hand. Under the swing of the long sword, an afterimage like ink was left in the air. Gwen waved the long sword happily. It feels so smooth, like I was born to use it. Hear this sentence. Sui looked at the symbiote battle suit she was wearing. It seems that this is the reason for the compatibility. Put it simply, son meets dad. After Sui gave Gwen the long sword. For a moment, there were two strange eyes staring at him. One is from Wanda. One is from Hella. Let's talk about Wanda first. Cough, cough. Sui coughed twice and explained, you have to know after you finish learning the spell, and now you have to keep it secret. I heard Sui say that. Wanda immediately beamed. I'm just curious about Gwen's equipment. And Hella on the other side. That's even easier. You do not deserve. As soon as the words came out, little Hella immediately put on a face. She is too uncomfortable. It's fine if you don't want it. He also watched Sui give it to others helplessly. How can it be repaired? Do you have to be Suyi's woman to enjoy happiness? Ah, wait, it seems to be bright. Thinking of this, Hella sighed. The gods are unfair. The words just fell. The set door was blasted open. The magician who was going to support was sent flying back. Then several magicians with black foreheads broke in. This is not to blame for the weakness of those magicians who went to support. Black magicians are generally powers obtained through sacrifices, so it's normal to be a little better than them. Also for the sake of plot, and the black magicians who broke and looked at Sue-E, especially the 3 picture frames behind Sue-E. This is the gateway to other holy places. Strictly speaking, not just New York Holy Place, London Holy Place, and Hong Kong Holy Place were also attacked. Moreover, Sue-E also noticed that Stephen, who was supposed to appear, did not come. Didn't he come? Or did you go to another holy place? Leave it alone. Get out of the way. At this time, the black magicians didn't have too much nonsense and were ready to rush over. Wanda, Gwen, and little Hella turned their heads to look at Sue-E at the same time. This is what it means to wait for an order. But Sue-E nodded and waved his hand lightly, free from spells. Then the moment he agreed, Gwen swung his long sword horizontally and rushed out directly using the rabbit charm. Pushed. For a moment, a magician was directly beheaded by Gwen, and the blood in his whole body flowed into Gwen, who stopped behind him. Precisely. It's Gwen's symbiote battle suit. See here. Sue-E nodded in satisfaction. Gwen's combat performance like this has already been shown that she has been piled up to the subparent level by Sue-E. Maybe it's just a key ability missing from Li Tion's parent. And level Godfather is not impossible to kill in front of Gwen, as long as it is cut by the Black Death sword in Gwen's hand. Even if the level Godfather is not dead, he'll be injured, especially the crispy skin magician like Ancient One. Damn it. And the other black magicians were scared to pee after seeing Gwen's fighting power. What the hell? For a moment, I didn't even see my teammates, and they disappeared. Fuck, we have no way out. Quick, a black magician shouted. Then he pinched his hands together and used the black magic. But the next moment, puss, a night sky sword was inserted directly into his heart in an instant. Forehead, the black magician looked down at the night sky sword on his chest. He wanted to reach for it, maybe pull it out, but his body has lost its strength. Finally, he fell to the ground with a plop. The other black magicians saw teammates die again. They do it for their lives. Start using dark spells straight away. The great ruler of the dark dimension, He hasn't finished reciting the mantra yet. Wanda reached out with one hand and pinched him up in the air. The scarlet energy completely enveloped him. Noisy tongue. Plop. Next moment, Wanda clenched her palms. This black magician directly exploded into blood mist. Then Wanda withdrew her hand, turned her head to react, and explained to Sue-E. I don't know why, but I hate it when he casts those spells. Sue-E nodded. Normal. He wants to use the power of the dark dimension, Dormammu. And you originally have an ancient ability, so you are in a hostile relationship. Wanda knew this for the first time. Hostile relationship? Oh no. Strictly speaking, some other relationship. Sue-E wanted to give an example, but it was hard to give an example. It probably means peers, but it is a peer with vicious competition. So you will naturally dislike people who use this ability. If I used this ability back then, we might not be where we are today. You're talking nonsense again. Wanda was taken aback by the last sentence. She rushed. He went to Sue-E and covered his mouth. 0. Ask for flowers. Deal with emotional matters. Wanda didn't want to see any surprises at all. Can't even think about it. Oh. And Hella on the other side saw this picture. She didn't have to laugh too much. Instead, he sighed sadly. Then he took his anger out on the dark magicians. Give me death. Night sky sword. Night sky sword. Night sky sword. Little Hella ran away in a fit of anger. But her killing speed was not as fast as Gwen's. After about a few minutes, Gwen returned to Sue-Yi's side. At the same time, her symbiote battlesuit is also recovered at the same time. Sue, what about this sword? Do you want to make a sword case? Gwen held the Black Death sword and didn't know how to take it back. It's very simple. Sue-Yi turned around and taught her. Just stab the Black Death sword on your symbiosis battlesuit. The two are the same and can coexist. Gwen was taken aback. Can it still be like this? She tried it right away. I thrust the Black Death sword into my body, never thinking whether Sue-Yi would lie to her. Then the Black Death sword came into contact with the symbiote battlesuit. Then they melted together like water with a splash. Really? Gwen said in surprise. Then it's so convenient to carry it with you. Hella watched enviously from the sidelines. If only I had. She's really sour now. How weak she was when she saw Hela. That is, a little more flexibility and a better physique. But now, at least sub-parent. No weaker than mature Hela. And there is also the Black Death Sword. This sword can kill even Odin. If it was given to Hela, Hela can't wait to kill Odin quickly. Things work out. He looked back at the battle situation. Well, the Dark Magician is deadball. A few of the Holy Place magicians died, and many. Survived. They supported each other as far as they could go. Then came to Sue, E, and the others to salute. Thank you very much for your help. Sue, E nodded, then waved his hand to signal them to go for treatment. Go and rest. Here, Sue Yi's words. All the magicians left after saluting again. Wait until the magicians have left. Wanda looked around. What do we need to do now? You're on point, Wanda, because I don't know either. At this time, Gwen looked at the other holy place portals behind Suit E and said suddenly, aren't other holy places also attacked? Let's go and have a look. Hear this advice. Both Hela and Wanda looked at Sue E at the same time. And Sue Yi's words. He thought about it. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Go abroad for a walk. It seems to be okay. Then let's go. Sue E waved his hand. He walked into the holy place in London with his 3 daughters alone. Stop them. Kill. For eternal life. Come on. The 4 of them came to the holy place in London. It turned out that the fight here was impossible. Why? Are there many magicians in London? Sui glanced around. It turns out that there are also many dark magicians. And the magician who was in charge of guarding the holy place heard someone teleporting from behind. He immediately turned around happily. Back up. As a result, he turned around and found out. It seems that none of the people who came here were magicians from the holy place. And the group of people who happened in the dark also thought that New York's teammates cleared the level and came to help. Why? Then they turned their heads to look. I also found that the person who came was wrong. There were 4 people, 1 male and 3 females, none of whom looked like magicians. Who is that? But it doesn't matter who it is. First of all, Sue E and the others don't seem to be bad people. So in the normal magician, an Englishman in a long robe and trench coat asked first, are you here to help us? TSK. How should I put it? Sue E just wanted to explain. But Hela helped Sue E explain in advance. We're here to play. Hearing Hela's words, Sue E smiled. Also, Wanda and Gwen also laughed when they heard this. But this is not funny to others. Play. They're working hard here. Then you come a play? And those dark magicians saw that everyone was so blinded. The leader immediately waved his spell and shouted, attack quickly. Make peace with the great magician Caecilius. The leader shouted. The crowd immediately began to attack. And the holy place magician also reacted and organized defense immediately. Hang on. Chase them away. Holy place will definitely send people to support. That's all. The 2 sides fought again in front of Sue E and the others. See here. Sue E glanced around and found no one he knew. Sue E, the leading magician in London, didn't know him either. So he waved his hand and said, get rid of all. It's time to change places. I don't know anyone here, so I have nothing to chat with. After Sue E gave the order. Base. Next moment, Gwen transformed instantly, drew out the Black Death sword, and rushed forward. Hela also shoots with Night Sky sword, and Wanda clasped both hands, directly holding a small number of people and lifting them up. Simply put, there was no resistance on the other side. After a while, the crisis here in London is solved, and the holy place magician here is already dumbfounded. Some even rubbed their eyes, not believing what they saw. So many dark magicians, dead in minutes. It's like cutting melons and vegetables. Is there such a big difference between people? A royal sister, a girl, and a lowly. Cleaned up people in the blink of an eye? But Sue, he just waved his hand and said after seeing the end, let's go. Ancient One should be in the last holy place. The three girls nodded. Follow Sue-E and prepare to leave, etc. And the magician who was in charge of managing London Holy Place stopped Sue-E. Then he took everyone to salute and thanked him. Thank you very much for your help. Very nice and polite. Sue-E nodded, waved his hand, and left with the three girls without saying anything. The screen changed. The four of them came to the Hong Kong holy place again by teleporting the mural. Sue-E thought that there would be many people here. But unexpectedly, there are the fewest people here. And the sky in the whole world is still very dark. Feeling something strange happened. Sue-E looked up to the top of his head. Good guy. The holy place of Hong Kong has been destroyed. The roof is gone. Only the frescoes barely survived. And there's an eye that is as big as the whole world is watching the earth and the sky. The eye is not said to be real, rather a huge amount of eye footage. It's as if the sky has been painted with such an eye. It has big eyeballs, and the eyes are full of darkness, and it is still staring at the earth ferociously in 2, 3, 3. It looks like it's going to swallow the earth. Dormammu, Wanda said suddenly. Sue-E looked at Wanda in surprise. Do you know Dormammu? Yeah. Wanda nodded. When the Ancient One magician and I chatted, we talked about many things, including Dormammu. She said that the holy place of the earth is mainly to resist the invasion of Dormammu. And those dark magicians are using the power of Dormammu to bring the dark dimension down. I just heard about it before, but I really saw it today, to tell you the truth. So, is Sue-E. Dormammu he just knew, but I've not seen it with my own eyes. And now I see it. But the weirder thing is, in Sue-E's impression, Dormammu never had a chance to come out. And in the end, it was knocked back by Steven with the time gem. So there was never a chance to come out. And both Steven and Ancient One should have appeared in the New York War. Sue-E remembered it very clearly, because that war was called Battle of the Holy Land in New York. But how did it change to Hong Kong now? Sue-E suddenly realized now. Could it be that the sacred timeline has changed? What did that Conqueror guy do? Can't even control the timeline? Oh, it's also possible that Sue-E did it himself, although he didn't care about it after he came to Marvel. I don't know much about the male superhero, but there are a lot of female superheroes who are affected. But the sacred timeline has a constricting effect. That is, even if the process has changed, the ending will still return to normal in some way. But look at the big eyes in the sky now. Is this time for a comeback? Isn't this a mess? This is a real evil god, Sue. This is Hela pulling Sue-E's sleeve and saying, "It is worse than me. Let fall to Midgard and it will be over. When the time comes, all men and lives will become food for the spirit of Dormammu." Gwen said unexpectedly after hearing this. So cruel. And Sue-E nodded. He knows all this. He was just a matter of hesitation, divine timeline. Now back to reality. Sue-E looked at the darkness and big eyes all over the sky and knew that the situation in Hong Kong must be bad. Come on, let's go see what's going on. So Sue-E took the three girls to see the situation first. The four left the holy place. Then go straight to the source of the dark dimension rift. I didn't find out until Sue-E came nearby. Kaecilius, Steven, Wong, Ancient One are all here. At the moment, Kaecilius and the dark marks on the heads of Ancient One are so conspicuous. And Steven knelt on the ground in pain. He held his head in his hands, as if he was struggling with something. Wong's words. He seemed to have passed out on one side. And at the moment, Ancient One is going back and forth with Kaecilius. When Sue-E came, Kaecilius is flying in the air. Long dark tentacles are protruding from his body, then attack the Ancient One madly. And Ancient One is to prop up the shield. She not only has to protect Steven's safety, but also resist the attack of Kaecilius. Steven, don't be fooled by Dormammu. Get sober and run. It turns out that Steven has been infected by Dormammu. Dormammu's will has attacked Steven's will in the spiritual world. Then it reaches the point of possessing. And one side, Kaecilius growled, "It's useless, his mana is only at my childhood level. As long as I occupy its body, Midgard is just the first step. I want Asgard of God King Odin to embrace the dark dimension. At that time, The entire 9 realms will be mine. Caecilius, at the moment, is bonkers. The dark tentacles in his body also twitched. But Sue E in the distance already understood after looking at it. This Caecilius is not the original Caecilius. Instead, Dormammu is fully possessed. Dormammu didn't know what method was used. He has already projected a part of himself, that is, the big eye, onto the entire Hong Kong. In this way, all magicians who have used dark magic will be invaded by Dormammu's dark dimension. And what invaded was the most precious spiritual world of spells. That is the mind. Ancient One would have been able to beat Dormammu possession. But as soon as this big eye appeared, Ancient One himself has been weakened by an unknown number of levels of ability. Then there's the need to protect the future of Kamartaj. That is Stephen. So Ancient One can only be reduced to being overwhelmed by Dormammu's possession. This is impossible. She is just a level godfather. Now it has been linked with so many layers of negative buffs. And Dormammu is fully possessed this time. How can I say that the strength is close to level godfather, right? At least it must be above the subparent. So it's normal that Ancient One can't beat now. Dormammu, possession, erosion, descent, these things that never happened before are happening before Su Yi's eyes. At this time, Ancient One, who was defending, spotted Su Yi in the distance. She immediately closed her eyes and opened them again. Next moment, a spirit body flew out from Ancient One and came to Su Yi's side. Then suddenly became very calm, but said with a slight frown, "These things were not expected to happen in the time gem. The timeline is messed up. Look, this is the real Ancient One. Although that Ancient One was not acted, but the real Ancient One has long been sure and prepared." Yeah. Su Yi nodded in agreement that the timeline was messed up. Then he asked again, "What are you going to do now? Do you want to continue dying? Does Stephen have the consciousness to become a Sorcerer Supreme?" These 2 questions silenced Ancient One for a while. The previous Ancient One was afraid of problems with the timeline. As a result, if there's a real problem now, it will be really difficult. If the decision is wrong, the previous ones will be in vain. But one thing Ancient One is sure of. As long as I die, Stephen has the will to become a Sorcerer Supreme. As soon as this statement came out, Gwen, Wanda, and Hela all looked at Ancient One unexpectedly. Use your own death to achieve others. How many people have been able to do this? An Ancient One is pretty sure. And Ancient One's current achievements are already very high. But now Ancient One is willing to do so. It's really admirable. But Su Yi knew what to do after Ancient One died. After you die, you can only cultivate in the state of the Holy Spirit. Are you really ready to embark on this abstract path? This abstraction is not an abstraction of internet hot words, but a way. For example, among the 5 gods of Marvel, except for Galactus, the other 4 gods are all in an abstract state, because they don't have a body and they weren't human before. So abstraction is more like a way of spiritual cultivation, rather than the meaning of abstract equals outrageous in the hot words on the internet. But Ancient One nodded calmly. Yes, obviously she had already thought about it. Death is not scary to her. The earth will be destroyed, and it is terrible to have no future. At this moment, Caecilius in the distance is already berserk. Stephen's spiritual erosion could not succeed for a long time. He couldn't break Ancient One's light shield defensive spell for a short time. So Caecilius was in a hurry. Gwen took a look, took out the Black Death sword and asked, "Sue, do you need me to go?" Su Yi looked at it and shook his head. Not for now. And apparently Caecilius' business was no big deal. Ancient One and Su Yi looked at the big eyes in the sky at the same time. Then start discussing the issue of Dormammu. What are you going to do with this thing? Ancient One looked at the sky with big eyes and was also very embarrassed. This invasion of Dormammu is very serious. The dark dimension is already eroding the earth. Stephen's ability may not be able to repel it. If only Dormammu hadn't come. Then Stephen can have unlimited trial and error opportunities with Time Gem. But Dormammu came. Stephen has no chance. Definitely. No level Godfather power-driven Time Gem is complete. Stephen, the big eyeball on the top, couldn't be forced away. But if Ancient One comes to play, Stephen couldn't grow up again. Really, tearful zero. Ancient One will put this strange taste of experience in Stephen's mouth. So Ancient One thought for a while. She said to Sue seriously, I'll let Stephen try and fight Dormammu off. But if he fails, he still hopes that the Godfather can help Stephen fight back. Sue nodded. Also, then talk here. Things are probably over. Sue and Ancient One stopped talking at the same time. Instead, he silently watched Caecilius and Ancient One entangled. And at the same time, Stephen was protected. This is actually a final farewell. And Ancient One was silent for a while. Suddenly said something. Actually, the timeline is messed up, and I am very worried about the future of the Earth. Sue nodded, expressing his understanding. In fact, when he came, he knew what Ancient One was insisting on. Otherwise, you don't need to come by yourself. Ancient One died a long time ago for Stephen to see. Why wait for yourself to come? Call. Sue, he shook his head helplessly. He was still worried about the Earth when he was dying. Ancient One's Sorcerer Supreme job is done to the fullest. And how could he not understand what she said? Sue, he put his hands in his pockets and looked back at his own Wanda, Gwen, and the little Hela who was not counted as his for the time being. Then said lightly, The Earth is also my home. As soon as this statement came out, the Ancient One magician was finally relieved. She didn't laugh out loud, but she laughed happily. Wanda and Gwen couldn't help being happy when they saw that such a serious person from Ancient One was so happy. That's all. Ancient One looked around for the last time, then turned to Sue and nodded. I have to go now. Sue nodded and didn't say any more. The matter has come to this point. It is useless to say more. Everything is in the heart. Ancient One nodded, then looked back at Gwen, Wanda, and Hela. One last look at Wanda. She said nothing. It was the first time she used her eyes for a woman's point of view to signal Wanda to keep close to Su Yi's side in the future. Wanda nodded seriously. Then take a long breath and close your eyes. Next moment, her spirit body disappeared in front of the four people and returned to her own body, and in the duel in the distance. Among the two people who were originally entangled, Ancient One suddenly broke out. Ancient One waved his hands. Then click on the stone pillar beside you. The surrounding space immediately distorted, and she also started a decisive battle with Caecilius. At the same time, she was still yelling to tell Stephen to wake up quickly. Fortunately, the temporary outbreak of Ancient One suppressed Caecilius. The spiritual erosion of the dark dimension has temporarily stopped. Stephen immediately began to resist. He saw the present from a distance. He could only sigh. A play within a play. Wanda and Gwen on the side were deeply touched. They hugged Su Yi's arms. It turns out that there are such legendary stories in this world. Little Hela sipped her tender mouth aside. What happened today also shocked her, because she knew whether Stephen had a half-time relationship with Ancient One, and the relationship came later. But that's all. Ancient One is willing to do this for Stephen. This made Hela's 0.2 concept of life trembled. It turns out that there are such people in this world. At this time, Ancient One has already played several rounds with Modu, and Stephen's state is about to come back. But at the end, Ancient One beat Caecilius hard with all its might. At this moment, Caecilius was taken aback. He looked at the fatal wound on his chest, and then at the fatal wound on Ancient One. This is the method of changing lives. And Stephen will wake up soon. There is no need for Ancient One to do this. At the moment, Dormammu, possessed by Caecilius, suddenly reacted. Ancient One, you are begging to die. Ancient One smiled. The original Caecilius did not understand what the Ancient One did. Caecilius was taken aback until Ancient One died. But now Caecilius is Dormammu in control. So Dormammu saw what the Ancient One was thinking. Ancient One is needless to say now, because with her down, Stephen, who just opened his eyes, has already seen this picture. Ancient One magician. Stephen stood up abruptly. He looked down at his neck, and the eye of Agamotto was already hanging in front of him, and the Ancient One has fallen. Caecilius, who was seriously injured, trembled slightly as he stood up, facing the fall of the Ancient One. Caecilius pointed to Ancient One and continued talking. She's begging for, you die for me. Caecilius was not finished yet. Stephen waved his light blade and rushed up while wearing it. And Caecilius, who has been seriously injured, is still the opponent of Stephen, who has learned a lot. So he went down after a few rounds. After taking care of Caecilius, Stephen rushed to Ancient One immediately. Ancient One Magician. An Ancient One at the moment hasn't closed its eyes yet. She gestured to the eye of Agamotto on Stephen's chest with her eyes, and then pointed to the big eye of Dormammu in the sky with her last strength. In the end, the hand fell powerlessly. Ancient One is gone. It was Sue-E and the others who watch her go. After Ancient One's hand dropped, her spirit body flew out. Then he saluted Sue-E for the last time. This bow is not low. After Ancient One finally finished this matter, he temporarily, astrally projected away. She just lost her meat voice. Then, after the projection of the spirit body, you need to find a place to stabilize it, so that it will be in this form in the future. You have only been a human for 100 years, but maybe you'll be a spirit body for thousands of years. Otherwise, after gradually forgetting what it was like to be, it is very likely that it will gradually become an abstract shape. And after Ancient One left, Stephen, who was silent, stood up slowly. He reached out to hold the eye of Agamotto in front of him, then look up to the eye of Dormammu in the sky, representing the coming dark dimension. At the moment, Dormammu's body has received the message. Its huge eyeballs rolled. Then look at Stephen on the ground. Such big eyeballs stared at him. If most people just feel the pressure, they will have a nervous breakdown. But Stephen can withstand the pressure, and took eye of Agamotto down. Finally, mobilize the mana. Use the time gem from Eye of Agamotto to fight the Eye of Dormammu at the top of the sky. After Stephen urged, a beam of green light erupts in Eye of Agamotto, then heads straight to the Eye of Dormammu in the sky. And Dormammu in the sky also urges the last Dark Dimension force to shoot down Chaos Beam of Light. That's all. The two beams of light collided. There was a violent energy shock. The entire sky over Hong Kong seemed to start shaking like a tsunami. Good guy. Sue-E in the distance became interested when he saw this. Eyes open, Gwen hugged Sue-Yi's arm and asked, which of them will win? Wanda felt it and said, I feel like they're about the same energy intensity. At this point, Dormammu is the level single universe above the Dark Dimension, but it never really came, so its energy laser has not reached that high. At best, it is a level Godfather, and the Time Gem and Eye of Agamotto is also level single universe. But now 01 is using it with Stephen, so the energy for it to happen is not that high either. It is estimated that it is also level Godfather. All that is now is that the energy of the two level single universes has been downgraded to the level Godfather is bombarding. But fortunately, they are all level Godfathers. Otherwise, the level single universe's bombardment of the Earth will be gone in one fell swoop. You must know that in level single universe fights, it is normal to pick up the Earth and call your face. So who wins this one? Sue-E thought about it. See who can last longer. Wait until Dormammu exhausts his descending energy, or Stephen can't hold on and collapses. To put it simply, it depends on whether Stephen lasts or Dormammu lasts. Whoever lasts longer will win. And Stephen was happy when he won. But Hela always likes to think the worst. So she suddenly asked nervously, and what if Dormammu wins? This problem. Sue-E cast a glance at Hela. Dormammu won't win. Huh? Hela was taken aback. Why? Because if Dormammu is about to win, I will secretly bless Stephen and let him fly Dormammu, so that Stephen will win. Hela was dumbfounded after hearing this. You cheated. Ha! Sue-E couldn't help laughing. He took his hands out a pair of grapefruits, squeezed Hela's face before stuffing them back in. Please find out. We are here to support the situation, not to reason. You think we're speaking for justice? Wanda and Gwen both laughed when they heard this. They're here to help. Do you know how to call the small one and the big one? And Sue-E is their father. Do you know what Godfather is? Little Hela curled her lips when she heard it. It really is. That's all. with the energy in the sky to bombard. Gradually, sure enough, Stephen was going to lose. Dormammu has opened the Advent Rift. The spirits of those magicians who use dark spells are probably absorbed by it. And how can Stephen, who has just risen, be able to fight it? So at the moment in the sky, the eye of Dormammu can't speak though, but there was sarcasm in its eyes. It seems to be talking about Stephen's overreach. I'm also looking forward to the new world after my arrival. Crack! But Sui in the distance snapped his fingers when he saw this. Stephen suddenly felt endless energy pouring out of his body. It seems that it can't be used up no matter how you use it. Ah! Stephen gritted his teeth and desperately urged Eye of Agamotto. Immediately, a beam of even more huge amounts of energy shot towards the eye of Dormammu. See this energy. Dormammu's eyes widened. This blow is an attack close to the level single universe. How does it connect? Take the eye. But at this moment, a rainbow of light suddenly fell from the dark sky. It came down from a higher position than the eye of Dormammu. Bifrost, Hela shouted suddenly. She's too familiar with this. She can dream with Bifrost in her dreams. And Bifrost 1 opened. It means that Asgard has opened the channel to come here. Who's here? Gwen asked curiously. There is no need for Sui to answer this point, because the sun is shining. A fat old man with a gun of eternity flew out of it. That old man. Hela immediately cursed through gritted teeth. But after scolding, he hid behind Sui. As a result, she found that Sui's left and right sides were occupied by Wanda and Gwen. So she hid behind Sui and hugged his leg. Sui could only call him a good guy. 3 of the 5 limbs were hugged. Sui could only remind Hela, don't make trouble. And Odin came out of Asgard. Just saw Dormammu and Stephen fighting each other. For Dormammu, Odin knows it. The relationship between the two is chaotic. It's the kind where the relationship is bad, but neither side dares to fight, because there is no benefit to be gained. So Odin asked it directly. Dormammu, where is Hela? Odin said so. Dormammu in the sky narrowed his eyes. It looked at the Bifrost tunnel behind Odin. Look at the level single universe bombardment that he can't resist. So Dormammu rolled his eyes and became ruthless. I was afraid to do anything to Odin before because it doesn't have any dark dimension powers in Asgard. And Dormammu is nothing without the power of the dark dimension. But it's different now. Odin is down. Also opened the rainbow channel. So, Dormammu instantly exhausted all dark dimension power in Midgard. Then reverse the reality channel. Let your own energy bombardment and Stephen's energy bombardment turn towards Odin at the same time. Odin's eyes froze instantly. Everyone else is stupid. Destroyer. Face the threat of death. Odin yelled for Destroyer armor, because only the Destroyer armor could help him block this attack. But Sui, who heard this sentence, looked at his warehouse. Your armor is with me, you call chicken feathers. Use? And the 2 bombardments on the other side arrived in an instant. In little Hela's shocked eyes, Odin roared. He was directly blasted back into the rainbow channel by these 2 attacks. And the energy of these 2 attacks didn't stop until the blast was over. So far, Dormammu has used up all the dark dimension power accumulated in Midgard for so many years. It was designed to reverse the attack. Belonging is to use up all the property. As a result, his own dark dimension projection could not sustain and gradually began to collapse. But at the last breath, Dormammu gave Stephen a hard look with big eyes. Then I was looking for something on this land of Hong Kong. After the last time came and got nothing. The eye of Dormammu disappeared with a look of reluctance. At the same time, the rainbow channel on the other side disappeared due to the collapse. At last, the sky at Hong Kong Holy Place is gradually returning to normal. The darkness disappears. The rainbow also disappears. Everything becomes normal. Only the dilapidated Holy Place represents that a great war took place here. Plop! And Stephen was so tired that he collapsed on the ground. After a while, some Holy Place magicians who were still alive come. Then he hurried to help Stephen up. So here we go. The war is over? Sui thought about it, and it was really over. The battle for the Holy Land in New York becomes the battle for the Holy Land in Hong Kong. And it's not just the battle position that has changed. And the battle time has been advanced a lot, because Stephen doesn't have that magic cloak yet. It was definitely ahead of time. But you think about it now. The sacred timeline still played a closing role. Because of the ending of this matter, that is, Dormammu was forced to retreat, and Stephen woke up and became Sorcerer Supreme. And now Dormammu is being pushed back. Stephen will also become Sorcerer Supreme without accident. Those are now just times and places changed. The ending hasn't changed. Interesting. Sui smiled. This feeling of observing the timeline from the perspective of a bystander is really good. He's almost a bit of a cosmic observer. And Hela hugged Suyi's leg. Then the voice came out from under the crotch and asked. Then the old man was sent back just like that. Gwen and Wanda nodded at the same time. Yes. Hela suddenly jumped up happily from below and asked, Then is he dead or not? Sui glanced at her. You are too filial, Hela. It may not be instant. Sui touched his chin and said, When Dormammu uses all his strength to reverse the attack, it will also weaken the remaining power of the attack in disguise. If those two attacks landed on Odin within seconds, he wouldn't be blasted back. Hearing this, Hela regretted immediately. That's a pity. It's so filial. It belongs to Yes to make a big filial piety. Sui shook his head. Now that the incident is over, there is nothing to do. So Sui was ready to leave. Let's go, but Wanda said regretfully. Sui, I almost learned the teleportation spell. And Ancient One Magician left me a letter, and she asked me to open it after it left. So I have to go back. Hear this sentence. It's okay. Sui expressed his understanding. He hugged Wanda. You'll learn quickly. Yeah. Wanda also agreed to express her affirmation. So to the end, Wanda still has to go back to Kamar Taj to study for a while. And Sui took Gwen and little Hela home first. Snap! Sui snapped his fingers. Next moment, the two appeared in the room of the northern building. Oh, little Hela jumped happily and said happily while running to play the game console. Great! Odin is going to die. Watch Hela bouncing around. Gwen suddenly thought of something, looked at Sui and said, We haven't seen the Martian Cybertron for a long time. Let's go and see. I want to know how they have developed. Yes. After Gwen's reminder. It was only then that Sui, who was so happy to miss Shu, remembered this matter. Then let's go. Slap. Sui made a sound. He and Gwen went to Mars to take a look first. But Hela in the room saw Sui leave. She plopped to the French window, then looked at the location of Bifrost Asgard. Hela frowned and thought about it. In the end, I ran back to play the game. The other side, after coming to Mars that I haven't seen for several days. Wow! As soon as Gwen arrived here, she exclaimed. Sui also raised his eyebrows and looked at the ground interestingly. It's only been 790 for the past few days. The surface of Mars has been transformed in half. Moreover, the shape-shifting King Kongs have already reserved 50% of what Sui said. They divide the whole Mars into a grid system. Then the grid with mines below is divided into transformation area, or you can call it construction area, technology area, manufacturing area. Those grids with no mines underground are classified as natural areas. That's all. The entire surface of Mars is already densely packed with various buildings. But most are production buildings. In some places, Sui even saw traces of green. Gwen also pointed and asked happily after seeing it. Is that a plant? Sui doesn't know yet, but he can give orders. Seniors, report all regional building model data. Received creator. Sui opened the energy panel. In an instant, the purposes and explanations of the various areas created by the veterans were all uploaded. Weapons of war. Prepared for the exploitation of resources on other planets to be resisted. If anyone blocks them, they will be smashed. Metals smelting, in order to make metal minerals. Get better results. Mining equipment. in order to obtain higher efficiency in mining veins. Natural ecology, for 50% of the instructions issued by the creator, is currently in the atmospheric stage of ecological simulation. Wow! Gwen looked at the individual module areas on the panel. It can be said that each elder has his own different ideas. Some people think about what to do when they encounter more enemies or people who resist. Some want to mine veins more efficiently. In short, each elder is similar to a branch. And you can also see what kind of character this veteran is from module. Just like the one who engages in ecology. That veteran must be more laid back and likes to fish. Let's go take a look at this ecology. Snap! The two of them teleported to the ecological module. As expected, the shape-shifting King Kong here turned out to be very different from the other elders. The elders smelted by others sprayed lava all over their bodies. Or the original weapons of war are all body weapons. And it does. The whole body is full of flowers and plants. There's even a forest growing on that big one-eyed head. Yes, one piece. Ha ha. Gwen laughed out loud when he saw the elder. Why is it so special? Don't tell me. Sui glanced around. Among the 1,000 shape-shifting King Kong, it is estimated that it is the most distinctive. And this shape-shifting King Kong veteran found out that Sui had come. It quickly moved its huge body slightly and said respectfully, "Greetings to the creator. Considering their 10,000-meter bodies, it takes a lot of time to put on a body. And there are flowers and plants in the ecological area around. It moves and a storm hits. It's better not to move." So Sui stretched out his hand to signal it not to move. Then say it again. Introduce your ecological module. The shape-shifting King Kong was initially taken aback. Then he said excitedly, "Not very honored. For shape-shifting King Kong patriarchs, I can be watched by the creator from a personal perspective. What a great honor." While excited, it starts introducing right away. The development of ecology requires environment and temperature. The normal temperature of cyberspace is around -60 degrees, which is not suitable for ecological survival. So I first used a closed ecology to conduct simulation experiments. Then step by step to transform the Cybertron's atmospheric environment, temperature, humidity, soil, and other ecological factors, accompanied by the explanation of the elder. Sui nodded slowly. Gwen also listened with great interest. Although she couldn't understand some things the elder said, she could understand many things. And they both noticed. The patriarch is producing a lot of robots. The management of the ecological park is done by these small robots. Otherwise, it will definitely not be able to do fine work if it is so big. Wait until the elder has finished speaking. Sui nodded and continued to ask, "Then what are you going to do in the first step outside the closed ecological circle?" Facing Sui's question, Yuan immediately replied, "To create an atmospheric environment transmitter, first change the atmospheric environment and increase the temperature of Botan Star." Good. Hearing that there's a complete plan, it seems that it is not fishing. Sui nodded in satisfaction. "Do you have a name?" "Name?" The elder was taken aback for a moment, then bowed his head in ecstasy. "No, please give me a gift from the creator." Sui nodded. "Then you will be called Druid from now on, after being rewarded with a name." The old man was very emotional. The woods above trembled. Sui waved his hand, and finally the CPU was a veteran named Druid. "Do well, I'm very optimistic about you, and I look forward to seeing that the next time I come, there will be a green place on the planet Cybertron, no matter how small it is." After speaking, Sui snapped his fingers and took Gwen to another place. Then the two continued to read the introduction of all modules. "Which one do you want to see?" "This." Gwen pointed to the war module. Snap! After a snap of the fingers, the two continued to change places to interview these elders. After a few hours, the two of them looked at almost all the elders who were interested. At the same time, Sui also bestowed titles on veterans who did well. For example, names like Fortress, Furnace, Armory, etc. That's right, Sui didn't take those guest ministers who were hanging on the sky either. Mainly those names might look okay. In reality, it would be embarrassing to say a word. After the interview, snap! Sui he snapped his fingers again. The two returned home. After entering the door, Gwen said suddenly, "I figured it out. Learn all about biology and mechanics in college." Oh, Sue, he could roughly guess the reason, but he still asked, "Why?" Gwen hugged Sue. "Because you showed me the sea of stars and stars. I am very interested in the combination of life and machinery in shape-shifting King Kong. I want to see if I can do something similar." As expected, it's almost the same as what Sue thought. It started with the slaying of the lizard man by the sky fire that night. Gwen should love these things. And after learning about shape-shifting King Kong, apparently she liked it better. Sue patted her on the back and said directly and affirmatively, "I support you. Just concentrate on doing it." Gwen was instantly overjoyed. She does not need to consider the employment situation or career prospects to learn these things. She is only for the world in her heart. That's why we can be selfless. Next, Sue is going to make dinner. But what makes him weird is, why doesn't Hella bark today? Hella. Sue walked to the living room, found the console on the carpet with comforters, but just no Hella. Huh. Gwen also became curious. Where's Hella? Going out to play? Should. Sue shook his head, then release ability to find it directly. Next moment, he knew Hella was in a room with French windows. He went to open the door. It turns out that little Hella is sleeping on the bed. Wait until Sue closes the door and comes out. Gwen suddenly said in surprise, "I haven't seen Hella sleep in so many days." "I haven't seen it either." Sue spread his hands. Maybe she wants to sleep today, but saw Hella asleep. There was a trace of fire in Gwen's eyes. "Sue, you still have dinner tonight." Sue thought about it. "Eat it. It's boring if you don't eat it." So Sue made dinner anyway. As for Hella, no more. Let her go to sleep. Not to mention starving. Even 100 meals will not kill you. The two went to the table. Gwen produced the wine. The two chatted while eating and drinking. Then we talked about fighting during the day. Gwen squeezed her fist and said, "This symbiont battle suit is so strong. I feel that I've been getting stronger and more powerful." Ahem. Sue was not interested in this. So he brought up the point. "Gwen, your symbiote battlesuit can change a lot of things. Do you want to try other things?" "Other?" Gwen was puzzled. Cough, cough. Sue took out his mobile phone and searched for a few people. Then showed Gwen what they're wearing. There are many characters here. For example, Hunting Angel Witch 2B, Tifa cough, cough, cough. VR. When Gwen saw it, her drunken face immediately turned redder. These female characters all have one characteristic. That is the leather jacket. But it is different from the serious leather jacket. These body-hugging, full-body leather jackets are either dotted or patterned, or less fabric or something. Gwen blushed, but it's all over. After half a sound, Gwen hesitated for a while and said in a low voice after buying and eating, "I can only try one kind this time." Sue What else to say? Sue picked and chose, and directly chose the usage for Gwen. "Then try this." Gwen didn't even look at it, and replied with a mosquito sound, Tifa is good. As the saying goes, the 3D area cannot be without Tifa, just like the West cannot be without Jerusalem. At the moment, what a sacred timeline. What Conqueror Kong? What 5 gods? Give me all the way. This is the #1 factor that makes Sue like the earth. All others stand aside. At the moment, Sue hurriedly picked up the meal, and Gwen went to wash up after eating. But Sue, who had finished eating, immediately held his hand. "Elbow house. I need to take a bath. That was halftime. Now it's the first half. You are bad." The next day, with the alarm clock ringing, Gwen was going to school. So when she got up, she kissed Sue on the cheek and was about to leave. Sue opened his eyes. Looking at Gwen's graceful figure, she smiled with satisfaction. And Gwen fled the scene immediately after seeing Sue smile. She was afraid that if she didn't leave, she would be caught doing morning exercises. Definitely, it's not a question of morning workouts either. Well, one, really. It's because you're going to be late for school after morning exercise, and that's not okay. We are about to take the final exam. Are you coming to the graduation ceremony? I will definitely go. So Gwen went to school happily. After Gwen left, Sue put his hands behind his head and lay refreshed. I was so happy last night. Gwen even showed Tifa's shyness. It's the feeling of blushing and biting your fingers. Who knows? And Sue is like buying Berserker Gators. Do you understand its attack speed plus 35% buff? At that time, Sue still thought it was impossible. So I bought Ginsu's Rage Blade. Let alone the data. You just need to know that the faster this thing is, the faster the attack speed a person A will be. After resting like this for a while, Sue also got up and went to take a hot shower. But when he came back, he found something was wrong. Where's little Hella? It's the second day. There is still no little Hella in the living room. Has she quit her internet addiction? Impossible. Sue walked towards the bedroom where Hella fell asleep yesterday. He pushed open the door. It was found that little Hella was still sleeping. Question mark. Sue frowned. He sensed something was wrong. Hella is the goddess of death. Even little Hella doesn't need to sleep like this now. Sleep is a form of recovery, but it will not increase the upper limit of divine power. And Hella sleeps like this. She originally followed Sue nearby. So originally there is no problem. Then it is very likely that there is a problem with divine power now. Where does Hella's power come from? Sue thought about it. Looks like Asgard. Yes, it is Asgard. Hella has said countless times to take back Asgard and kill Odin. But she never said she would destroy Asgard. Because Hella's divine power comes from Asgard. As long as Asgard is around, then Hella doesn't have to do anything. Divine power will slowly recover. The supernatural Hella would not be so lethargic. So, something went wrong? Sue walked to Hella's side. He didn't choose to wake up Hella, because it's useless to wake up Hella in this state. Sue directly put his hand on Hella's head to feel it. Phoenix Force works a little bit. Sue knew what the problem was. It's really exhausting. So something happened to Asgard. Ragnarok? It's really possible. In order for Hella to wake up first, Sue injected a little energy into Hella's body. As expected, the next moment, little Hella opened his eyes. And her first words were, "Something's wrong with Asgard, kook." Sure enough, perfect predictions. Sue didn't say much. He was wearing a bathrobe, sitting by the bed, and gestured with his hand. Tell me what you think. Hella felt his divine power first. And the discovery of divine power is still relatively abundant. She was relieved to be able to go without sleep for a few days. Then he told Sue from the beginning. When you left yesterday, I suddenly felt a palpitation. Then when I was halfway through the game, I felt that the supplement of divine power was rapidly disappearing, and after a while, I lost my divine power. Time is too fast. I don't even know what happened. I feel very sleepy, and then I came here to sleep until now. After listening to Hella's narration, Sue was also sure that there was something wrong with Asgard. If nothing unexpected happens. That's when Ragnarok came. Sue wanted to ask Hella what she thinks now. After all, the home is gone. Should be. Yup. At this time, Hella jumped up on the bed remorsefully and said, "Yesterday I was so sleepy that I fell asleep. So my teammate was cheated by me." Sue 0.0? You still think you're cheating on your teammates? Sue said with a look of disbelief. Your family is gone. This home is not a fake home, but real home, let alone home. Your father may be gone too. But Hella's remorse turned out to be real. We fought side by side, killed a lot of orcs and Zerg, and finally almost conquered the galaxy. She must think I'm a fool. Well, Sue listened to what Hella said. She should be playing Warhammer 40K. But that's not the point. Your family really doesn't care? Are you not curious? Sue asked. How can I not care? That is the source of my divine. Power. Hella groaned, but immediately became depressed and said, but it's all like this, and the divine power will definitely not come back. Besides, with my current state, I don't know how long it will take to accumulate the power to go to Asgard once. What can I do, right? Hela's current upper limit of divine power has been reduced to the lowest level. She's not like Thor, who has energy in her body. Hela's divine power comes from the goddess of death, who is in charge of Asgard's death. And now Asgard is gone. Her divine power body is also gone. So it's like Hela hasn't changed anything, but the level has been reset to 0. Need to re-level, and her current level can't take the portal yet. You have to be high enough. It's miserable. Suit bit his head helplessly, got up, and said while walking out, "You put on your shoes. I'll change your clothes. Congress will take you to Asgard." After speaking, Suit went back to the bedroom to change clothes, and the little Hela on the bed was stunned. After half a sound, she sniffled, lowered her head, and wiped her eyes. "Then go out and change your shoes right away." After a while, Suit changed his clothes, and when he came out, he was already looking at Hela waiting for him in the most beautiful dress he bought for her. To tell you the truth, Suit bought her a lot of clothes that day, but small skirts, big skirts, and Lolita accounted for more than 80%. Among them, Lolita is the most expensive, but it's also the best Wong's to watch. Little Hela was reluctant to wear it at first. She yelled in the street, "You beast! Hela, will not please you." Then Jin was finally willing to wear it. Not bad, very sincere. Seeing this, Suit smiled and nodded in satisfaction. "Isn't that right?" Little Hela curled her mouth. "I think it looks good again. I didn't send it for you to see." "It's okay." Suit said nothing. "Anyway, I can see it. This is equivalent to whether you care whether she loves you or not. You can do it every day for a reason. Some people are not worthy of your love, understand? After both are ready." Suit snapped his fingers. Snap! Next moment, the two traveled through the 9 realms and appeared in Asgard. As soon as the result came here, Sui and Hela saw a ruin at the same time. Yes, it is a real ruin. There is not a single building, all broken stones with different file sizes. And the Asgard that originally floated here is gone, turned into the ruins here now. The whole space is full of ruins. Only remnants of the original magnificent golden palace can be seen in the ruins. The once beautiful Bifrost is now only visible in fragments. 7. Nothing. No. Hela couldn't bear to look directly. She turned her head and hugged Su tightly, and buried her face in Su Yi's abdominal muscles. Although Hela has already guessed this ending, when it really appears in front of your eyes, most people will be overwhelmed. It's like when your loved one dies. You probably won't cry when you hear the news, but it's hard not to cry when you see items that hold memories, unless you really have no feelings. And how many years has Hela fought on this land? Now, there is nothing. Even the fallen leaves no longer exist. Gradually, Su felt tears coming from his stomach. He reached out his hand helplessly, stroking little Hela's green hair. "So you can cry too." 11 p.m. A family of 3, not 1 man and 2 women. That's fine too. Anyway, Su sat at the table with Gwen and little Hela and had dinner. Little Hela was eating with a whimper, as if to vent anger on the rice. Gwen and Su chatted while eating, very happy. But chatting, Su noticed that the rice had dropped beside Hela's bowl. "Hela, you wash the dishes at night, and if you make a mess, you are the trouble." For a moment, Hela's body paused. Then the action of eating became honest. Gwen watched Hela like this with a smile on his lips. "I really cried to death. Hela is really doing her best to make people laugh." Su looked at Gwen and suddenly thought of when he left that day. So he asked, "Gwen, how did you go back that day? If you didn't run away from home, then you shouldn't have been beaten." As soon as Su mentioned this matter, Gwen suddenly remembered and said happily, "Su, it was really dangerous when I went home that day. George is waiting for me to go back at the door. Fortunately, I didn't open the window. At that time, he was about to chirp my ear. I'll tell him what you told me right away. Then it will be fine. He really didn't blame me and told me to pay attention to safety and study hard. That's fine." It was the same as Su Yi's judgment. Because of his fame, George is at ease. But that's not all. Gwen sold another trick. But most importantly, he canceled my curfew. As long as I'm not out with other people, he allows me to move about freely. and also said that as long as I can be admitted to a good university. He also allowed me to move out. Turns out Gwen was really excited about this. But also right. With the curfew lifted, Gwen is already much freer. Plus living outside after being admitted to a good university. That's more freedom. Congratulations, Gwen. Sue-E smiled and picked up the wine glass and clinked glasses with Gwen. I also want. Little Hella also picked up her glass and touched it. After clinking glasses, they took a sip of wine. Gwen looked at little Hella a little drunk and laughed. Every time I see you drinking, I feel a little guilty. You're too young, he. But Hella brushed Gwen aside and said disdainfully, Little girl, you weren't born when I was drinking, hum. Sue-E smiled and looked at her too. It was so much fun. Sure enough, the small Hella is better than the big Hella. Little Hella is fun. Big Hella Ba is fun. The three chatted and chatted. Gwen looked around and suddenly asked curiously, 613. Where's Wanda? Wanda went to Kamartaj to learn magic. Sue-E lowered his head and ate the food. It will take a while for her to come back. Gwen's eyes lit up when he heard it. When did you leave? This morning. Ah. Sue-E just finished speaking. I heard Gwen showing off her rice. When he looked up, he was really showing off. What's wrong with you? Sue-E was stunned. As a result, Gwen did not speak. Pretend to be mysterious. Sue-E continued to eat his own strangely. After a while, Gwen finished her meal. Then he took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Finally stand up. Go straight to the bathroom. Bath. Oh. All of a sudden, Sue-E's expression became wonderful. Oh, I see. If you want to say this, then I have to eat faster. So under the gaze of little Hella, Sue-E also started to flaunt his fans. He finished the meal as fast as he could. Then don't wipe your mouth. Looking at Hella, he said, You can wash later. The time is whatever you want. Finished. While unbuttoning his shirt, Sue-E walked towards the crashing place. Beast. Hella pursed her lips while blushing. After a while, why did you come in? Hella is outside. What happened to the bedroom? It's okay. We teleport over there. But the bathroom is not soundproof. It's okay. I can block it. So big. For the next few days, it's Sue-E and Gwen day and night, no. Both of them spend it with Hella on a daily basis. No way. Gwen is going to school. Sue-E wants to catch fish. The two can rest only on weekends. But it just so happened that the time of the two of them was stuck together. Be busy together. To rest and rest together. This is very good. And Wanda studied spells in Kamartaj. But even if Sue-E had time, he didn't take the time to look at Wanda. Because he knows that once Wanda enters the state, then it is good to go to Wanda for a short time to see by yourself. But looking at it for a long time will affect Wanda's reentry status. So Sue-E wrote to Wanda to read. For example, Wanda, how are you doing recently? Are you happy? Do you know any friends or? And Wanda will also actively reply to Sue-Ye's letter. The two seem to be back in ancient times. An ancient one magician very much agrees with Sue-Ye's approach. Because every letter from him will refill Wanda's energy and it will not affect the status of Wong Fan. This allows Wanda to learn faster and faster. Ancient One also clearly felt it. And then the rest. It was Sue-E who opened a shop to catch fish every day. Sometimes he can receive guests. Sometimes he doesn't get it either. But still that sentence. Nothing to worry about. The main job is to find something to do, and the side job is to do it when there is nothing to do. So the attitude towards life is bad. Just have a good time. Bang, bang. Enter. At this time, with the door pushed open. In Sue-Ye's office came another guest who just came not long ago. Natasha Romanoff. She looks cool in a leather jacket today. Hair tied with decorations. Looks like a rocker. But before she came in, expressions are normal. But after coming in, it got worse inside. I see guests. Sue-E stretched out his hand to signal Natasha Romanoff to sit down and asked Hella to bring her a bottle of milk tea. Natasha Romanoff took over the milk tea, and it was tons of tons. With a final sigh, now Sue-E didn't even have to guess. He shook his head and said, There's some bad news inside the Avengers Alliance, right? Natasha Romanoff nodded disappointedly. She is the first batch of patriarchs of the Avengers Alliance. Now I see that the Avengers Alliance has become what it is now, plus what is happening now. So it's normal for Natasha Romanoff to be depressed. That being the case, tell me. Sue nodded and stretched out his hand to indicate that Natasha Romanoff could speak. And Natasha Romanoff is no nonsense. Come up and talk about the key points. Tony found out what Captain America and the Winter Soldier were up to yesterday. Together, they uncovered a conspiracy within the United Nations. Then they went together, met together, fought again, and finally broke up. I don't know what happened and why they cracked. The Avengers right now, that's the real split. Natasha Romanoff is very depressed right now. But Sue, you can understand. It used to be called civil war and division. But everyone's feelings are fine. It's just that there are two schools of thought on the issue. And that just needs to get the problem out, and everyone will be reconciled, and the civil war will end. Simply put, that is, the previous civil war did not violate their respective bottom lines. But now it's different. Tony breaks with Captain America. The two souls split. That would really be a violation of the bottom line. That is the true sense of division. There is no more chance. Unless there is a catastrophe that the Earth will be destroyed, it is possible to reunite. But what is the need? So in summary, it is Avengers Alliance gone. The real separation of consciousness is the separation of spirit. That's why Natasha Romanoff lost. Sue pondered. 11 p.m. A family of 3 not. 1 man and 2 women. That's fine too. Anyway, Sue sat at the table with Gwen and little Hella and had dinner. Little Hella was eating with a whimper, as if to vent anger on the rice. Gwen and Sue chatted while eating, very happy. But chatting. Sue noticed that the rice had dropped beside Hella's bowl. Hella, you wash the dishes at night, and if you make a mess, you are the trouble. For a moment, Hella's body paused. Then the action of eating became honest. Gwen watched Hella like this with a smile on his lips. I really cried to death. Hella is really doing her best to make people laugh. Sue looked at Gwen and suddenly thought of when he left that day. So he asked, Gwen, how did you go back that day? If you didn't run away from home, then you shouldn't have been beaten. As soon as Sue mentioned this matter, Gwen suddenly remembered and said happily, Sue, it was really dangerous when I went home that day. George is waiting for me to go back at the door. Fortunately, I didn't open the window. At that time, he was about to chirp my ear. I'll tell him what you told me right away. Then it will be fine. He really didn't blame me and told me to pay attention to safety and study hard. That's fine. It was the same as Sue Yi's judgment. Because of his fame, George is at ease. But that's not all. Gwen sold another trick. But most importantly, he canceled my curfew. As long as I'm not out with other people, he allows me to move about freely, and also said that as long as I can be admitted to a good university. He also allowed me to move out. Turns out Gwen was really excited about this. But also right. With the curfew lifted, Gwen is already much freer. Plus living outside after being admitted to a good university. That's more freedom. Congratulations, Gwen. Sue smiled and picked up the wine glass and clinked glasses with Gwen. I also want. Little Hella also picked up her glass and touched it. After clinking glasses, they took a sip of wine. Gwen looked at little Hella a little drunk and laughed. Every time I see you drinking, I feel a little guilty. You're too young, But Hella brushed Gwen aside and said disdainfully, Little girl, you weren't born when I was drinking, huh? Sue smiled and looked at her too. It was so much fun. Sure enough, the small Hella is better than the big Hella. Little Hella is fun. Big Hella is fun. The 3 chatted and chatted. Gwen looked around and suddenly asked curiously, 613. Where's Wanda? Wanda went to Kamartaj to learn magic. Sue lowered his head and ate the food. It will take a while for her to come back. Gwen's eyes lit up when he heard it. When did you leave? This morning. Ah. Sue just finished speaking. I heard Gwen showing off her rice. When he looked up, he was really showing off. What's wrong with you? Sue was stunned. As a result, Gwen did not speak. Pretend to be mysterious. Sue continued to eat his own strangely. After a while, Gwen finished her meal. Then he took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Finally stand up. Go straight to the bathroom. Bath. Oh. All of a sudden, Suyi's expression became wonderful. Oh, I see. If you want to say this, then I have to eat faster. So under the gaze of little Hella, Suyi also started to flaunt his fans. He finished the meal as fast as he could. Then don't wipe your mouth. Looking at Hella, he said, "You can wash later. The time is whatever you want." Finished. While unbuttoning his shirt, Suyi walked towards the crashing place. Beast. Hella pursed her lips while blushing. After a while, why did you come in? Hella is outside. What happened to the bedroom? It's okay. We teleport over there. But the bathroom is not soundproof. It's okay. I can block it. Sobi. For the next few days, it's Suyi and Gwen day and night, no. Both of them spend it with Hella on a daily basis. No way. Gwen is going to school. Suyi wants to catch fish. The two can rest only on weekends. But it just so happened that the time of the two of them was stuck together. Be busy together. To rest and rest together. This is very good. And Wanda studied spells in Kamartaj. But even if Suyi had time, he didn't take the time to look at Wanda. Because he knows that once Wanda enters the state, then it is good to go to Wanda for a short time to see by yourself. But looking at it for a long time will affect Wanda's reentry status. So Suyi wrote to Wanda to read. For example, Wanda, how are you doing recently? Are you happy? Do you know any friends or? And Wanda will also actively reply to Suyi's letter. The two seem to be back in ancient times. An ancient one magician very much agrees with Yi's approach. Because every letter from him will refill Wanda's energy and it will not affect the status of Wang Fan. This allows Wanda to learn faster and faster. Ancient One also clearly felt it. And then the rest. It was Suyi who opened a shop to catch fish every day. Sometimes he can receive guests. Sometimes he doesn't get it either. But still that sentence. Nothing to worry about. The main job is to find something to do, and the side job is to do it when there is nothing to do. So the attitude towards life is bad. Just have a good time. Bang, bang. Enter, at this time, with the door pushed open. In Suyi's office came another guest who just came not long ago. Natasha Romanoff. She looks cool in a leather jacket today. Hair tied with decorations. Looks like a rocker. But before she came in, expressions are normal. But after coming in, it got worse inside. I see guests. Suyi stretched out his hand to signal Natasha Romanoff to sit down and asked Hella to bring her a bottle of milk tea. Natasha Romanoff took over the milk tea, and it was tons of tons. With a final sigh. Now Suyi didn't even have to guess. He shook his head and said, "There's some bad news inside the Avengers Alliance, right?" Natasha Romanoff nodded disappointedly. She is the first batch of patriarchs of the Avengers Alliance. Now I see that the Avengers Alliance has become what it is now, plus what is happening now. So it's normal for Natasha Romanoff to be depressed. That being the case, tell me. Suyi nodded and stretched out his hand to indicate that Natasha Romanoff could speak. And Natasha Romanoff is no nonsense. Come up and talk about the key points. Tony found out what Captain America and the Winter Soldier were up to yesterday. Together, they uncovered a conspiracy within the United Nations. Then they went together, met together, fought again, and finally broke up. I don't know what happened and why they cracked. The Avengers right now, that's the real split. Natasha Romanoff is very depressed right now. But Suyi can understand. It used to be called civil war and division. But everyone's feelings are fine. It's just that there are two schools of thought on the issue. And that just needs to get the problem out, and everyone will be reconciled, and the civil war will end. Simply put, that is, the previous civil war did not violate their respective bottom lines. But now it's different. Tony breaks with Captain America. The two souls split. That would really be a violation of the bottom line. That is the true sense of division. There is no more chance. Unless there is a catastrophe that the Earth will be destroyed, it is possible to reunite. But what is the need? So in summary, it is Avengers Alliance gone. The real separation of consciousness is the separation of spirit. That's why Natasha Romanoff lost. Suyi pondered. To answer, Suyi shrugged and said, "It's okay if you can't answer now. But this is something you have to face sooner or later, and I'm reminding you now so that you can get used to it sooner." Tony nodded, covering his face with one hand. Thanks, but you're stressing me out right now. Isn't that good? Where there is pressure, there is motivation. Sue handed Tony a side of milk tea. Drink some milk tea and be happy. Tony took the milk tea, then drank tons of tons. He drank the milk tea in one gulp. Finally stood up and waved his hands. No, I have to go. Your question makes me breathless now. Sue smiled. Let's go. Tony came and walked fast. Sue stretched himself. Then take out an envelope and a pen from the side and start writing. Since Wanda hasn't come back yet, then the letter is still written normally. Definitely, Sue is actually looking forward to Wanda's return. Because of that, I haven't tried Wanda's tiger charm yet. Cough, cough, cough. A bad day goes by quickly. After Sue wrote the letter and sent it to Wanda. It's almost afternoon when he touches the fish a little bit. During this time, Hela finally woke up. As a result, she put on her clothes and ran away excitedly with bare feet, came down and asked, "Does your one have divine power?" Sue was stunned when he heard the words of tiger and wolf. How could the heather-flavored one be magical? Are you crazy? Sue reached out and touched Hela's forehead, and Hela slapped Sue's hand away. Then he said excitedly, "After I took a nap, the divine power in my body suddenly increased a lot. I feel that there's a phoenix force that's yours." Sue scratched his head when he heard this. Then he stretched out his hand and made a should gesture. All right. Even if there is, can you stop shouting? It sounds very proud of you." Hela shouted like this. If outsiders heard about Sue, he would die. This is definitely going to kill the society. But this is divine power. Hela was still too excited. She jumped up and down happily, like a little lowly jumping on a rubber band. Then if I do it once a day, the recovery speed of divine power can be increased by up to 10 times. Twice a day, that's 20 times. If 10 a day. Stop. The more Sue heard it, the worse it became. He quickly covered Hela's mouth. It's not a bad idea. Let's not say whether I can do it or not, but I feel that you will die first. Return 10. Gwen can't make it all night and day in practice. Let's not talk about Wanda's useless material. She's about to die. Sue was horrified by Hela's words. How do you say such things with such a young body? Sue's sense of guilt has just subsided. In the end, your words were corrected again. Wanda is so weak. As soon as Hela heard that Wanda had only 3 times, she immediately went to talk. Then she is really weak, but Gwen is quite powerful. By the way, is there a reason why Gwen's strength has improved so quickly? Sue, well, here another question from Hela. Sue's head grew dizzy. Where did you get so many wonderful ideas? Is it? Hela asked eagerly. I don't know. Sue stroked his forehead. Then I'll figure it out by myself in the future. Hela curled her lips and rolled her eyes. Or I can talk to Gwen. 11. My mother-in-law. Sue's head is really big now. How do you ask him to answer this kind of question? Is what Hela said true? It looks like it's real. Because Hela is excited. What will Gwen do when he finds out? Work hard too? Although this is considered a good thing, Sue still feels that the speed of the car is too fast. He just got in a Hyundai. It's as if Hela wants to bring the speed of the car to the space age a little bit. It was so fast that Sue didn't even know if he could hold it. But whatever. Hela was completely dependent on Sue's body. It's only afternoon. Sue returned to his seat and didn't sit for a while. Hela asked, "Shall we go up for a drink?" Could Sue know what she was drinking for? Little Hela, my work spirit is extremely sacred, and I get off work at 5 o'clock when I get off work. Little Hela thought for a while. But you will belong to Gwen after get off work. That night, you still belong to Gwen at night. That can't be right now. Really? Sue turned his head and looked at the lowly face who was playing the game console and turned around. He was really scared. This little lowly is too scary. What are you talking about? Obviously, such a small face is not as big as his. As a result, what was said made people dare not accept it. How do I get this? Sue, okay, right here? Or reply, no, let's talk about it later? The first one was too ridiculous. The second one was too embarrassing. That's still not coming back. But he was afraid of being questioned by Hela. Sue thought for a while and added a sentence. Wait until you have time. Remember, it's not fear. This is called fighting another day. The rest of the afternoon was free. Sui played games with Hella. What are you playing? Sui asked. Fighting game. Okay, who are you cheating on? Sui asked. I'm playing Terminator. Hella raised the handle. I'm going to beat you. Okay, then I'll play Spider-Gwen. Sui searched. Hella tilted her head. Is there such a role? No. Then I'll play Scarlet Witch. Sui searched again. Is there? Hella still couldn't find it. Forget it. Then I'll play the Goddess of Death. Sui continued to search. Question mark. Heard the Goddess of Death. Hella finally reacted and kicked Sui with her tender little feet. Okay, I won't play these anymore. Sui randomly chose my Shiranui. There's nothing in the game. I'll just play it for real when the time comes. Finish this sentence. It was Hella's little feet that responded to him. That's all. The whole afternoon. It was Sui and Hella who sat on the carpet and played games. The two first played a fighting game. After fighting each other back and forth, find another game to play. Sui originally found some simulation and management games to play, but Hella doesn't like any of them. So to the back. Sui accompanied Hella to play hack and slash games, like Warhammer 40K, World War Z, 7 Days to Kill, and so on. Hella likes this kind of monster fighting game very much, and it is best to play melee games. So in these games, Hella currently likes playing zombie games the most. It doesn't matter if it's shot with a gun, because when facing the tide of corpses, Hella can always scream excitedly while beating, and there is such a lively loli by your side to play games with you. Anyway, Sui is a happy horse. Reluctant to leave belongs to yes. T+5:00. Sui clocked out to get off work on time. He thought open and added at the same time. Look at all the previous check-in rewards. Ding. Check-in successfully. Obtain. Slave Girl Hill Way Game X1. Acquired. Lihuojin Studio Anime Encyclopedia X1. Get. Shui Miao Cosplay Full Set Photo X1. Acquired. Manhunt Banquet Full Version X1. Obtain. Taigo Mephisto Appearance Essence of Demon. Marvel Version X1. Obtain. Aladdin Magic Lamp X1. Obtain. Saber Altria's Fat Times X1. One chooses to see all the previous ones. The result is straight out of a bunch. Sui took Hella back to the room first. Then look at them one by one. What are these? Sui looked at the first three first. The first one is games, which I don't have time to play now. The second is anime. As soon as Sui opened it, he saw that there was a USB flash drive inside, which probably contained the contents of Section G. The third is a book. Sui opened it. Good guy. The cosplay girl is posing in various poses. For Eaton. The fifth is not bad. It is an ability, and there are brackets that will be discussed later. The sixth is a bit interesting. Let's talk about it at the end. Then Sui looked at the seventh one. Blue and white. That's enough. Don't read it. That's enough. Now look back at number 5. It's the one with the long name. Taigo Mephisto Appearance Devil's Essence. Marvel version. This is a terrifying Taigu of ice, and everyone who drinks it will go crazy. But once the control is successful, you can freely control the ice, attack, and defend. It can be manipulated freely. Its speed and power are astonishing, and its hidden technique, Kapatmo, can even freeze the universe. After reading the introduction, Sui had a strange expression on his face. He could see that this Marvel version meant an enhanced version, and it can slowly evolve with my ability, because it turns out that Moko Patmo can only freeze the time and space in one place, but now it can freeze the universe. Sui looked at Taiga's appearance. Sure enough, still that pot of blood. At the same time, the blood exudes the spiritual pollution of extreme killing. Ordinary people can go crazy when they get close to this thing. Don't talk about drinking it. Sui nodded and put it away. Keep it for now, and we'll see when the time comes. He doesn't need this thing. He has Phoenix Force. This kind of Taigu is just a toy in front of him. A toy that can be donated to others at will. Definitely, it is definitely not random. Next is the 6th. Sui took out Aladdin's magic lamp. Hella is playing games on the side. Seeing Sui take out a teapot, she asked curiously, Is there a drink in it? No. Sue, he shook his head. There's a spirit body inside that says it can grant 3 wishes. He looked at the magic lamp like a teapot. According to legend, opening it will grant 3 wishes. Countless people love it anyway. Some people even get stuck with bugs. At the time of the last wish, ask for 3 more wishes. But Sue is different. Wave. Sue turned on Aladdin's magic lamp and placed it on the table. Hella also came over curiously to have a look. After a while, a blue human smoke flew out. It wears a hat, is blue all over, and has a full smell of acin. When it comes out, the magic lamp said to Sue, 3 wishes. Sue nodded and agreed. You say it. Magic lamp. Watching the magic lamp blinded, Sue tilted his head. Don't you want 3 wishes? The magic lamp opened its mouth, and it took a long time to Pluto to answer. I am helping you realize a wish. Oh, Sue suddenly realized. 0. Ask for flowers. Can all be done? The magic lamp nodded. It can be achieved. Then help me upgrade Wanda, Gwen, and Hella to level single universe. Count it as 3 wishes, or give me a cosmic heart. Count it as 3 wishes. Sue finished speaking. Hella was moved. The magic lamp was dumbfounded. What is level single universe? What is the heart of the universe? What is this and what? Looking at the appearance of the magic lamp, Sue knew that it could not be changed. Definitely, he never thought that the magic lamp could change. Sue waved his hand and asked, So what can you achieve? Talk about your skills. The magic lamp finally became confident. I can give you a lot of money, more money than you can spend. Or whoever you like, take me to meet her, and I can make her like you too. Definitely you may also want something, such as a car, a house, luxury goods. I can help you achieve these. The magic lamp just finished speaking. Hella on the side said with contempt, Can this also be called a wish? Hear this sentence. Sue couldn't help laughing. The magic lamp was dumbfounded again. It looks at Hella. Hella spread her hands and said, Isn't this a matter of 1 sentence? When I used to be in Asgard, I said these things in the morning, and I got them by noon. The magic lamp was shocked. It wants to ask where you are. On the other hand, Sue almost laughed so hard that his stomach hurts. The magic lamp meets him and Hella. That was bad luck. Seeing Sue smiling, Hella couldn't help laughing after she finished speaking. Sue looked at the expressionless expression of the magic lamp. Okay, you go back first. I'll call you when I think about it. 0. He waved off the magic lamp and threw it back into the space. Just asked. He probably also knew the ability of the magic lamp. Elementary level material manufacturing, elementary level mind control, elementary level material reorganization. Is there anything else besides these? Sue thought about it. Gone. All abilities of the magic lamp are included in these 3 abilities, and it is the lowest ability. But don't tell me. These abilities must at least be available above the subparent. So it still has a little gold content, but not much. It's useless to Sue. After seeing the magic lamp being put away, Hella went back to play games. But she looked at playtime. 5:30. This point, Gwen hasn't come yet. Hella was a little surprised. By this point, Gwen was out of school early. If she wants to come, she will come at the card almost every time. Is Gwen not coming? Thinking of this, Hella suddenly ran to Sue Yi's side and asked in high spirits, If she doesn't come, let me come at night. Sue Yi's mouth twitched. It's really hard to bear little Hella's face to say such words. It's so top. The trouser legs are all pushed up. Sue Yi stood up and adjusted the ballistic. Go and go. You don't care if Gwen comes or not. Little Hella pouted, just staring at Sue Yi's trousers. The scene remained deadlocked like this. Sue Yi's gun became more and more difficult to suppress. Pata. But at this moment, the door finally opened. Sue, I organized a pair of bank robbers just now, so I came late. Gwen jumped in while talking about the reason for being late. Call. Sue let out a long breath. Then he crossed his legs and waited for Gwen to come over. After Gwen came in, she threw herself on Sue Yi and talked about what happened today. Sue, the people who robbed the bank today are very strange. Strange. Sue Yi wondered, where is it strange? Their weapons are different. Gwen took out her pink phone and then called up the photo to Sue. Look. Sue took the phone and watched it with Gwen. Hella also ran over and climbed on Sue Yi's head to join in the fun. In the photo, the weapons held by those people have never appeared on the Earth. And what these guns shoot out is not bullets. It's high-density energy. These bullets can even penetrate molten steel directly in the video shot by Gwen. And the bank's bulletproof glass can't hold these energy bullets. Then these weapons can be identified as new weapons. And it's a high-tech weapon. These weapons seem to do a lot of damage, and they don't have much recoil. Gwen asked suspiciously, could it be an alien weapon? Hella looked at it and said, it's a bit like the interstellar weapon I played in the game. But Sue looked at the weapon carefully and smiled. Didn't you find out? What? Gwen and Hella asked simultaneously. Sue took out his mobile phone and searched for pictures of weapons left after the defeat of the Chitauri civilization. Then put it next to the weapon Gwen saw for comparison. Look at the two. The main body and the core are exactly the same. Gwen. Facing Gwen's surprise, Hella said excitedly, "They're alien weapons. Sue, let's get some and come back to play." "What are you doing?" "Get a few." On the issue of getting a few hands back, Sue discussed with Hella. In the end, it was agreed that as many as there are, just as many as possible. Because no matter how many there are, if you miss one, it means that the terrorists have more weapons. So as many as you have, you should follow along. Sue also analyzed it for Gwen. Since this weapon belongs to the Chitauri civilization, it means where these people found the things left by the Chitauri civilization. They must be hidden, but the scale is not large, and it is very likely that they were modified without permission. Gwen also agrees with Sue Yi's opinion. She felt the same way. If the scale is large, it will not be used now, and it may be discovered before it is used. But only now. It means that a small group is involved in this matter. I'll go after school tomorrow night to see if I can find their hiding place. Gwen clapped her hands to decide. If I find it, I'll call you, Sue. And then you bring Hella over here. Sue nodded and made an okay gesture. No problem. So the matter was settled. One decided to go scouting after school. One decided to order something after get off work. The two worked together to eliminate harm for the people. But only when I'm free. Look, this is the superhero out of interest. As a superhero, it's easy and fun only as a side job. Being a public star is stressful. This is not acceptable. Next, the gun was also pressed down. But Sue didn't want to cook today. Because of cooking, occasionally doing it is also a hobby. Doing it often is a chore. So Sue asked directly, let's go out to eat tonight and go shopping by the way. No problem. Gwen was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Hella asked Gwen to raise her hand. They also raised their hands. +1. Well, go out and eat 693. The three of them changed their clothes and put on their shoes, then went downstairs to the underground garage. When he came to Tianhua, Hella looked at the two people in Tianhua and fell into thinking. 2 seats, how can 3 people sit? It's very simple. Sue walked into the main driver and said, 2 choices. The first one you strap on the back of the car to tow, or sit on the roof of the car. Second, you sit on Gwen's lap. Gwen is girlish. Hella is lowly shaped. So Gwen plus Hella can be co-pilots together. But Wanda plus anyone won't do. She can only be the co-pilot by herself. After the 3 got into the car, Sue stepped on the gas pedal. The sky fire went out with a whimper. Old rules. Drive along the seaside road first. It's 6:15 in the afternoon. The sun in the sky was still setting. Sue drove a Ferrari, took his 2 younger sisters, and happily went for a drive by the seaside. Open the windows. Sue stretched out his hand, his fingers relaxed, but his hands held the wind. Hella asked suspiciously after seeing it. What are you doing? Sue smiled while wearing sunglasses. At the current speed, you put your hand out to hold the wind, and the file size is just C. As soon as this statement came out, Hella and Gwen were taken aback at the same time. Gwen asked curiously, really? Just try it and you'll know. So Gwen and Hella stretched out one small hand and put them up and down at the same time. And Sue controlled the speed of the car, probably around 50 or so. As expected, after trying for a while, Gwen took her hand back and pressed it in front of her to feel it. Then he looked at Sue-E in surprise. Really? Hey, look. Sue-E raised his eyebrows and continued driving, and Hella pressed in front of her. Okay, sorry. So, she turned and pressed Gwen. Then nod. It really is. Wait for the car to drive through the seaside road. Sue-E then drove the car to a nearby restaurant. What kind of meal do you want to eat? Sue-E asked the two of them. Chinese food, Western food, Italian food, Japanese food, Indian food are all fine. But I suggest the third and fifth alternatives, because the third taste is almost the same. The fifth one looks heavy, and Gwen and Wanda thought about it. Do you want to try Japanese food? We don't seem to have eaten much. What about Hella? She doesn't care. Just eat it. Okay, let's go. After making a decision, Sue-E went to find a Japanese restaurant with a good atmosphere. At home, Sue-E definitely doesn't know how to cook Japanese food, but he can go out and eat. Take it easy. Finally, Sue-E found a luxurious Japanese restaurant in the building. Because Japanese restaurants all adhere to the reason of the best service, Sue-E looked for a good one, which happened to have fewer people to try. Park your car. The three entered the building. Take the elevator to that whole floor. Ding. Then an elevator. The waiter at the door bent down to the minimum to welcome them. Then someone guided the three of them all the way into the restaurant. Finally, the one chef came to ask what you want to eat tonight. Whether it is tempura or any seafood, it can be made. And will also recommend projects that you are familiar with. Sue-E didn't order. He directly asked Gwen and Hella to have more girls. Then he just eats it. After a while, Gwen and Hella finish ordering. Gwen whispered in Sue-Ye's ear. People here are so humble and actually feel a little uncomfortable. Hella thought about it and agreed. If this is the case, it is the most humble subordinate who committed a great crime in the 9 realms. After listening to the words of the two women, Sue-E shook the cup in his hand and smiled. That's their culture, with a clear distinction between top and bottom. Servility, you may not like it, but you can't help but scold. Ha. Gwen nodded, but immediately reacted. Oh, I was wrong. Sue-E changed it a bit. You can ignore it. After a while, the chef began to bring the meals little by little. It is said here to concentrate on savoring each dish. So you still have to wait for you to finish eating before continuing to serve. Definitely. The portion size per serving is also very small. Sue-E tasted it, and the taste was not bad. After all, the restaurant is quite luxurious, and it is impossible to build a big house for you. And Gwen and Hella have never eaten, so it's okay for them to eat. After all, you can still taste it if you haven't eaten it. That's all. After eating the dishes bit by bit, Sue-E settled the bill. He took the two women and left under a row of people, bowing respectfully. How to say? Gwen thought for a while. Out of 10 points, 6 points for passing, I will give it. Hella sat on Gwen's lap, said directly and mercilessly. 1 point. Immediately, Gwen and Sue-E were curious. Why 1 point? Hella replied blankly. Because this is not Sue's dinner. Woo! Gwen booed and whined when she heard it, then pinched Hella's little face and said, Hella can talk so well. Sue-E glanced at her unexpectedly. The eldest princess of Asgard is no longer arrogant, and Hella didn't object, just hummed, and looked out the window. Sue-E smiled and continued driving. There's no rush to go back. Let's just start wandering around in New York. I agree. Gwen immediately agreed. Anyway, as long as they follow Sue-E nearby, she is willing to do anything, not to mention Hella. Her current thoughts are either clinging to Sue-E or playing games. Internet addiction plus cough. It's 8 p.m. Ferraris are driven on the road. The lights of the city at night make the city very busy. If your eyes have astigmatism. From here, it looks like thousands of mosaic lights are flickering. Hella lay prone by the window looking out at the city. It looks a lot different than Asgard here. Gwen asked curiously after hearing this. And what is night in Asgard like? Hella thought about it first, then answered. There are glowing magic street lamps on the road, and the temple is also shining with gold. But if you look outside Asgard, only Bifrost leads to darkness. Gwen could probably think of landscapes. Asgard is like the duckweed of the 9 realms. It's dark all around, but it's solid. It's also a bit like the fireflies in the 9 realms. At this time, Gwen suddenly tensed up, then looked to the corner of the city. Plus, just a laser beam suddenly shot into the sky from inside the city, then enter the atmosphere and disappear. Plus, then another laser shot through the side of a building, then shoot out from the other side of the building. Something went wrong. Gwen immediately reacted. Sui looked over there. I saw a man in bird clothes flying back and forth between the buildings. Hella looked up at the lasers in the sky, suddenly reacted and asked expectantly, "Is this the laser weapon?" "It should be." Sui nodded. "Then let's grab a few." Hella shouted happily. Sui smiled. "That's fine, just look at it." So Sui turned the steering wheel. At the same time, Phoenix Force surged. Next moment, the Ferrari that was driving suddenly disappeared and turned into a phantom. Then it appeared near the place they were looking at just now. Follow the Ferrari down an alley. As soon as the three got out of the car, they found that the scene had been controlled by the police. The cordon has been drawn. Police officers are at the ready. Sui took a look from afar and got a general understanding of the situation. Gwen looked at it and said to Hella, who was too short to see, "The biggest bank in New York was robbed. But they only robbed money. Rice and yuan were scattered everywhere. At the moment, money was still scattered on the heads of everyone. But the ground is full of money. When everyone found out that they were all large dollar bills, hurry up and grab it. It's all money. Hurry up and pick up the money. After grabbing it, run away. It's all money. Take it, everyone." Instantly zero. It was the little blacks who first started picking up money on the ground and in the sky. "Look out, it's the blackies, not the sunspots." These little blacks were the first to act when they saw the money. Then came the noobs who came to their senses. They frantically picked up the money on the ground. Then the little blacks were not satisfied with picking up money, so they began to grab money from people around them, because they found that picking up money 10 times is not as good as grabbing money once. And their operation was discovered. There are more people robbing money. So the scene turned from spectators to riots. And where's the most money on the scene? That is definitely the money spilled at the bank gate. So some people began to look at the cordon surrounded by police officers. It's over. The police officers looked at this look. Immediately someone started calling. "Call for help. Call for help. Back up. If you don't back up, I'll empty the magazine. Call more police over here." As expected, when riots happen, basically, the initial stage is out of control. It starts with the first person kicking the policeman's shield. The crowd started rushing towards the bank door. And this is a fight between Xiao Bai and Xiao He. If you ask the police officer to shoot, he must have chosen to run away first. How can I fight for a few thousand meters of gold a month? Carry directly. So the crowd beat the police officers away. Start picking up money on the ground right in front of nearby police officers, and in the face of the riots of hundreds of thousands of people. Now, these dozens of police officers can only take care of those who rob money, but I can't control those who pick up money. As for Sui, at the start of the riots, Sui brought Gwen and Hella to the roof to watch the show. "You go on, I'll watch the show. It's soulless." Hella looked at the crowd on the ground for a while, shook her head, and said, "The people of Asgard will never riot for this money." Gwen pursed her lips. After a while, she also sighed, obviously very disappointed with these ordinary people. She's been Spider-Gwen for so long. The number of people who were rescued ranged from hundreds to hundreds. But seeing this kind of picture really made Gwen feel a little worthless. Will there be someone in this group of people that she saves? Not impossible. Sui felt Gwen's inner thoughts. So he patted Gwen on the shoulder and said, "You do good deeds only for your own heart and ability not to be wasted. You don't do things for who or what group. So don't think so." Sui's words gave Gwen a hard time. After she realized it, she nodded and turned to hug Sui. "Well, I was thinking too much." Hella was still standing on the edge of the roof, looking down. After watching it like watching a play for a long time, she suddenly asked Sui, "But who spread the money? Why did he spread the money?" "I don't know who spread the money. People have already left, and there's a high probability that it is the figure flying on the roof with 2 wings when they saw in the distance. But why you want to throw money is more interesting. Escape to create chaos?" Gwen speculated. "For the benefit of society?" Hella guessed. Sue, he thought about it. I think it's to pretend to be 13. For point 8. As soon as Sue Yee's answer came out, Gwen and Hella were taken aback. Why? Because he could have escaped quickly, but he insisted on running when the onlookers arrived. Sue, he looked at the money on the ground and knew it. His equipment can't take much money. Even if the crotch is full, it can only be tens of thousands of yuan at most, so why rob the bank? Sue Yee's words inspire Gwen. She also reacted. So he's doing this to prove that he's a supervillain, to make everyone remember him, to make himself famous? Sue Yee raised his eyebrows and nodded. That's it. Gwen scorned that. And Hella frowned and thought for a while, then let out a poo. But still a little praise. A bit of personality. Next, with the arrival of the supporting police officers, the riot gradually ended. Definitely, this is also the reason why all the money on the ground has been picked up. Those who picked up the money all ran away when they saw the police support. And once the crowd cannot gather, this riot will dissipate in a short while. Then those who run slowly or react slowly will be caught as scapegoats. In the end, the sentence was 200 years and 300 years. See things over. Sue, he waved his hand. Let's go. Go back. This person should be one of the gang you met this afternoon. Gwen, take a good look tomorrow. Yeah. Gwen nodded seriously. It seems that the villain's provocation made Gwen very unhappy. Someone is going to be unlucky. And Hella's eyes lit up when she heard that she was going back. She immediately ran to Sue Yee's side and waited for the teleportation. In fact, it doesn't matter if she doesn't come. Crack! After a snap of the fingers, Ferrari automatically returned to the underground garage to wait. The three of Sue Yee returned to the door and slipped their shoes into the house. Little Hella ran into the room, shouting happily, "Take a bath! Take a bath!" In fact, Sue Yee didn't know what little Hella was up to, because there is no part for her at all. And who does this as soon as they get home? It's only 8:30 in the evening. How can we say that the event has to wait until 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening? So I heard that the event does not bring myself. Hella can only play games in anger. On the way, he was still grumbling, "I don't care. You still don't take me to play." Hear this sentence. Sui can only lament that Asgard is indeed fierce in a certain way. Hela was able to be an old maid for thousands of years because she had no interest in this aspect before and only cared about fighting and killing. Oh, right. He suddenly realized. Asgard is Norse mythology. And what about Norse mythology? Norse mythology books that don't remove sex are taller than people. And Norse mythology without sex is only a notebook thick. That's why he reacted. It was normal for Hela to know so much. On the contrary, I am ashamed. Plus 13. I have to say that E was lucky. Otherwise, go to Asgard to pick a girl. It's nearly impossible to pick someone who's still unmanned. It seems that E himself has to work hard to study. And after Gwen saw little Hela running to play games. So she thought for a while and said, let's go see Cybertron again. E thought for a moment. That's fine. Snap your fingers. The two came to Mars in an instant. As a result, the picture in front of me was shocking. Whereas Mars still in its original scorched yellow appearance. Now the entire surface of Mars has changed. It's like chess in the West. After the surface of Mars has been weathered before, it is still a module. And now it's a modular city. The white areas are natural ecological areas. The black area is the mechanical area. These two regions make up the chess map of Mars. Definitely, these black and white cannot all be independent. But after the ore veins are connected together, the whole area is the mechanical area. But there is a patch with no veins at all. Then this area is all a natural ecological area. And the natural ecological zone is no longer the previous simulation warehouse. Instead, there are already green plants. But it was also too fast. Wow! Gwen let out a long surprise. The two watched the rapid development of Mars. This is almost impossible for 0-1 humans to do. How could it take 10 days and half a month to initially transform Mars? This is simply not something humans can do. And when he looked down, it can be found that except for the veterans of 1,000 shape-shifting King Kong, there is also a smaller shape-shifting King Kong with 3 digits in action. That is to say, those with more than 3 digits are already choosing to create a new shape-shifting King Kong. And the natural ecological area under the feet is also taken care of by special robots. The whole of Mars radiates a path of rapid evolution. Gwen was very interested in the whole activity now. She first pointed to the ecological area below and said, "Let's go and see, Sue." Sue, he had exactly this intention. He found out after taking Gwen down. The temperature here has risen. Mars used to be around -60 degrees, and now Mars is almost at 0 degrees. Gwen walks in the nature area again. She looked at the plants and said, "Sue, some of these are very similar to those on Earth, and some are completely different." Sue, he nodded. After all, these are considered alien plants, and it's normal to be different. But Gwen looked around to see, but why are there no animals? The current temperature should be enough for some animals to survive. Sue, he felt the surrounding environment. The temperature is okay and the humidity is sufficient. The words of plants must be enough for herbivores to eat. But why not do it? It is because of the gravity and oxygen of Mars. Still can't make it? Sue, he doesn't know yet. Let's go and see the others. The two looked around again. Then I found that the equipment of the veterans was being upgraded. Some mining veterans have much better body equipment than the original ones. And some elders don't like mining. So some are already fully armed and don't know what to do. As for civil war, it is impossible. Sue, you didn't even need to mention this matter, because shape-shifting King Kong is absolutely loyal to him. The two walked around, all the way to the other side of Mars. Then the two found out there is actually a building with huge amounts of here. The content of the building is very simple. 1,000 pillars are evenly placed here. Sue, he opened the panel to see what it was. Senate House. That is the decision of the shape-shifting King Kong will affect the voting decision of the entire Cybertron Star event. And at the moment also happens to have a decision being voted on. A shape-shifting King Kong Yun Lao said here. The creator let us realize 50% of the natural ecological planet transformation. The Druid Patriarch proposed adding animal elements to the natural biome. Yes, the Elder's pillar goes green. The opposition's Elder pole lights up the red light. Since this is a task related to the Creator, no abstention is allowed. The Elder's words connected all the Elders. So no matter where the Patriarch is, vote when everyone can hear it. And after the Elder finished speaking, the 1,000 pillars below also immediately began to light up. After about a minute, every pillar is lit. Gwen rolled her eyes. 500 by 500. So Gwen looked at Sue E again. Sue, he said it before. He will make the final decision on any resolution if there is a tie. Sue E saw such a result. So he brought Gwen to appear in front of the Elder. The Creator, seeing Sue E coming, Mr. Yuan immediately saluted respectfully. Sue E nodded. Then he asked all the Elders directly, attach their reasons for voting. After a few minutes, Sue E immediately received the reasons from the Elders. Among them, 500 green lights. That is, the reason of the party who agreed is basically to implement the plan of the Creator. A few are given justifiable benefits for having animals. The reason for the 500 red is more comprehensive. For example, the development of animals will waste time and land, and the development of the planet Cybertron does not need animals, and green plants are enough. For example, the gravity of the planet Cybertron is insufficient, and the animals may grow very large, which will affect the development of the planet Cybertron. That's about it anyway. Sue, he showed the reason to Gwen, then asked Gwen directly, what do you think? After Gwen read their explanations, she also thought about it seriously. It's not that animals must be animals just because they are cute. Gwen raised her head slightly in thought. At the same time, he snapped his fingers and thought about it. If the animal is too big, it will indeed come out and trouble the mechanical area. But it feels too deserted without animals. Gwen thought for a while and could only suggest, then can we get some animals that are only for viewing? For example, only docile and beautiful herbivores, and then control several areas. Anyway, there will be no people living on this planet. Sue thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Yes, this doesn't require an ecological chain, just good-looking and well-managed animals. Gwen immediately stretched out his hand when he heard it. Sui also stretched out his hand to clap. Crack! The two hit it off. Sui also gave orders. This proposal is passed. But animals just need to be beautiful and well-managed. There is no need for a complete ecological chain. Let shape-shifting King Kong artificially control the amount. After Sui gave the order, all the veterans of shape-shifting King Kong said in unison, "Yes, Creator." Then it's over. Sui continued to take Gwen around the planet Cybertron. Then he snapped his fingers and went back to the North Building. The two just changed their shoes and entered the house. Sui picked up Gwen, then head to the bathroom. I have been pressing the gun for so long today. The fire has to be spread out. Gwen was dumbfounded at first. Then he turned around and hugged Sui and said, "I, Spider-Gwen, must surrender you today." "Okay, I used the body of Superman." "Yeah, you cheated." "Don't worry, I still have toys that never stop." "You, look at my tiger charm." "Sorry, I, Sui, play 1-2 online today." In the living room, Hela is sitting on the sofa playing games. Although Sui blocked his voice, Hela definitely knew what was going on inside. Seeing that Sui is only playing with Gwen for the time being, Hela raised her fist angrily and waved it in the air. "Then put your hands on your angry face." But she thought about it again. Hela saw the sofa from there, and then saw Sui's master bedroom from the sofa. So little Hela thought about it. Finally, her eyes lit up. Hela simulated the picture in her mind. At that time, she stretched out her hand. Her divine powers surged, and after a while of darkness, Hela seemed to have entered the shadows and disappeared. Then Sui's master bedroom opened automatically, then closed. Yes, wait until late at night to do this. At the same time, inside the shrine of Kamartaj, Stephen is sitting cross-legged on a futon and meditating, and there is Eye of Agamotto hanging in front of him. It seems that the death of Ancient One affected him a lot. Also let Stephen take Eye of Agamotto directly for 24-hour guarding. Branches. At this time, the door of the temple was pushed open. The one who walked in was the Round King magician. He came to Stephen's side. 3 days have come. Next moment, Stephen opened his eyes and stood up tremblingly. It turned out that his legs were already stiff. Stephen sat here for 3 days, and Wong looked at Stephen and asked curiously, "What did the Ancient One magician say to you at the end?" Stephen looked at the Eye of Agamotto in front of him, then looked at Wong and said, "Keep it safe at all costs." Wong thought for a while. "Ancient One magician passed you the position of Sorcerer Supreme?" "No, she's too late." Stephen said He admitted it bluntly, but immediately added, "But I will take her responsibility seriously." Wong thought for a moment. He actually doesn't have that much utilitarianism for the position of Sorcerer Supreme, although this position is the position that every magician yearns for. But what the king recognized was the orthodox position, so he still reminded, "The Ancient One magician passed you the position of Sorcerer Supreme without public announcement. So you'd better say that the Ancient One magician passed it to you at the end. Only in this way can you have better magician leadership." Stephen heard such an answer. He immediately pretended to be puzzled and asked the king, "Does no one know that I forced Dormammu back at the end?" "No, definitely not." Wong Lima shook his head. "All magicians know about this, and it is still spreading. But what I mean is that there will be malicious magicians who spy on your current location and use this reason as a breakthrough." Hear this sentence. Oh, Stephen's expression suddenly became enlightened. Definitely, at least half of this sudden realization is fake. He was just exaggerating humorously. Then what should I do? Stephen looked at Wong suddenly. While the Ancient One magician was still there, the king is the steward of the holy place of Kamartaj, a librarian to be precise. And it's also the guard who guards the library, or the assistant of Ancient One magician, because basically the king does all these jobs. So what Stephen means is, Wong is eligible to become a Sorcerer Supreme. And Stephen's question is testing whether Wong wants to become a Sorcerer Supreme. In fact, when Ancient One was about to leave, The Sorcerer Supreme position Ancient One was passed to him in his head. It's just that after Steven saw that the magician also betrayed, he said that on purpose for fishing. Otherwise, he has no time to wait for who is the real traitor. Wong listened to Steven's 033 question. He looked into Steven's eyes, narrowed his eyes, and asked back, "Are you doubting that I won your place? When you were learning spells, I taught you. When you sneaked into the library, I followed the Ancient One Magician's will to let you in on purpose. The departure of Ancient One Magician makes me sadder than you. Now you suspect that I want to snatch the position of Sorcerer Supreme? To be honest, Wong has been a magician beside Ancient One for so many years. That's why he could feel that Steven was testing him. Feel sorry." And Steven touched his nose in a little embarrassment after hearing Wong's words. "I've seen too many magicians betray their hearts in order to wait for power these days. So I have to be wary of everyone here. Besides, we haven't known each other for much time." Wong nodded after hearing this. "I understand you, and I would do the same. If men want to get acquainted with each other, they must rely on chatting." Now Steven and Wong came to exchange their hearts. Then the trust between the two immediately increased a lot. Wong also knew that Steven had his own plan, and he didn't need to worry about it, so he didn't ask. And Steven also had a general understanding of Wong's nature. So no more testing. That's fine. The two continued to chat like this late at night. But chatting, Wong suddenly remembered something and said seriously, "By the way, there's a person who you must treat with respect when you see him again." Steven was taken aback when he heard it. "I am Sorcerer Supreme." "Yes, I'm already a Sorcerer Supreme, so I don't need special treatment." Wong glanced at Steven, then still nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, precisely because you are Sorcerer Supreme." Steven was puzzled. "Then who are you talking about? Have you seen?" "I have seen." The more Steven listened, the more deluded he became. Looking at Steven's appearance, Wong knew that he couldn't remember. So reminded, "The man who taught you that day with the Ancient One Magician was accompanied by a little girl with green hair." That day, Steven recalled it for a while and then reacted softly. "Scared?" "Yes." Wong nodded in confirmation, then introduced it to Steven. "Don't think that being a Sorcerer Supreme means you can be unscrupulous. Godfather Su's power is above that of Ancient One Magician." After a certain day of controversy, he took the initiative to recognize the status of Su's godfather because of a law. So after this position is passed to you, you still have to admit the relationship. If you disagree, you can talk to the godfather, but I advise you not to do so. He is the last insurance of the magician holy place. When a Sorcerer Supreme is unable to protect this world, it's worth the Sorcerer Supreme Godfather's shot. Listen to what Wong said. Steven was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. His mind was muddled. In fact, it was normal for Steven to be dumbfounded. The Godfather's gold content in the West is very important. You recognize the Godfather. That is to put the position of the Godfather above you. And Godfather is a very respected position. You will have the protection and benefits of the Godfather, but you also have to serve the Godfather. Refer to the Godfather's guidelines in many places. All in all, it means respect. Steven was silent for a long time after listening. Wong looked at him and smiled. "I can see that you don't want to." "No." Steven shook his head. He objected to Wong's statement. "Oh." Wong suddenly became curious. Steven looked up. Only then did he say leisurely, "My future is given by Su. When I look at the coldness and warmth of the world, it is also the hope that Su gave me. After my accident and no one needed me anymore, Su was also the first one to come to the hospital. After I recovered, Su's attitude still didn't change, and his attitude towards me was still the same as before. So I knew it from that moment on. The warmest in the world, it's hope, and a hope. Su gave it to me. I recognize him as the Godfather." All right. When Steven finished speaking, now it was Wong's turn to start dumbfounded. Wong also really didn't expect that the two had such an innate relationship. At the same time, late at night, the top floor of the North Building, in the dark master bedroom, Su-E was resting with two Gwen on one left and one on the right. She had just been tossed until she fell asleep. But Su-E is simply reminiscing about it. "I guess I'll fall asleep later." How to say? As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 3 tigers unless there is 1 male and 2 females. So this is accommodated. The 2 Gwens of the tiger charm. One is cheerful and the other is introverted, but they all like themselves anyway. They all have the same feelings towards Sue-E. At the same time, Sue-E was also thinking, is this thing just fixed? Can Gwen distinguish a holy one from a coughing one? If only I could. Sue-E felt that this kind of playability would be higher. But he doesn't know if this is possible. Can only try another day. What if it works? But anyway, both Gwenas are sure to be good. Sue-E likes both. He can't be that scumbag who loves the new and dislikes the old. Yes, that's his bottom line. In a dark bedroom, Sue-E looked at the pitch-black roof and fell in a deep thought. I don't know why. Anyway, he usually can't sleep at this time. It needs to be chilled for a while. Crack. But suddenly, the door of the master bedroom was suddenly opened gently. First, a black ability wrapped around the lock to avoid any sound. Then a young figure floated and wrapped in darkness. Finally closed the door again. Sue-E was startled. She knew it was little Hella without even thinking about it. So Sue-E directly used ability to talk to Hella. Little Hella? What are you doing? Sure, little Hella said not to speak. Then the darkness around her disappeared. Sue-E could immediately see a large area of whiteness in the dark bedroom. At the moment, Sue-E remembered a song. He wanted to run, but he couldn't because his legs were clamped by Gwen and his hands were hugged by Gwen. Can't even move. If you say you must find someone who can move, only one can stand up. Go back, Sue-E's soul said to Hella. And Hella pouted and shook her head firmly. She covered her feet with divine power. So don't talk about walking. Even if she jumped up, there would be no sound. Then she tiptoed to the position where Sue-E had to lower his head to see and moved his hands and feet. And Sue-E froze. He couldn't remember the last thing. Only Hella's last words rang in his head. Shake, 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 shake to Bifrost. The next day, when Sue-E woke up, Gwen has gone to school alone. Sue-E released the ability induction. Hella slept by herself, wrapped in a quilt on the thick rug in the living room. Call. Sue-E let out a long breath. I don't know what to say. He was the one who took the initiative before. This time it was his turn to stop. It was quiet at first. Later Hella became more and more crazy. If I hadn't used ability to seal off all of Gwen's senses, it would be over. Never mind. Sue-E sighed, then stretched a long waist. He figured it out. Anyway, happy. No matter what he does so much. Hella leather, right? Wait for Sue-E to have time. Take a moment to kill her. Let her know who the real big brother is. Get up. Sue-E lifted the quilt. Go straight to a hot shower. Water splashed down from his head. Fog filled the air. But Sue-E was still getting more and more angry. Mainly it's a bit frustrating. Rided by a lowly maid, Sue-E couldn't get angry. So the hair dripped with hot water and came to Hella. Pick up Hella directly and go back. Get up and do morning exercises. +9:00. Sue-E sat in the office on time and drank milk tea. Suck. He reclined on the recliner to rehydrate. Then throw the milk tea you just finished into the trash can. Nice and comfortable. Sue-E stretched his waist. That is called a physical and mental pleasure. After giving little Hella a hard lesson in the morning, Sue-E felt much more comfortable. And Hella, now she's lying on the floor like a little turtle and can't get up. Her hair is all messed up. She will take a shower by herself later. Uh-huh. And Sue-E hummed happily, fishing while playing games. Then watch the news, by the way. Famous entrepreneur, philanthropist, genius scientist, Iron Man Tony, Mr. Stark officially announced that he will no longer be in charge of the Stark Group, but will be under the control of Ms. Pepper, the CEO. New York's largest city bank was robbed by unknown terrorists last night, but he did not take away any rice gold, but chose to distribute it to the citizens. MS, Spider and Scarlet, which no longer cooperate recently. Is there a conflict between the two sides? Follow the station, so stay tuned. Read the news. Sue-E said that it was really the same. There are all kinds of news. It was even said that Wanda and Gwen had a conflict. Joke. Sue-E shook his head helplessly. Why didn't I know she was having a conflict? Is everything around me fake? That's all. As the fishing time goes by quickly, the time has come to noon. Button. Enter. There was another knock on the door of his office. Sue, you let people in. Here comes the slightly different Natasha Romanoff. Her hair was dyed red, in big waves. The mouth is also painted lipstick. It looks very sexy, wearing a leather vest and blue skinny jeans. It looks very sassy. It's like a little sister who drives a Harley. Very cool. Sue looked up and down presumptuously. And Natasha Romanoff also smiled and walked around in front of Sue for Sue to appreciate. 2.5 laps later, Sue nodded appreciatively and said, Gwen will definitely like your outfit when she sees it. It's very cool. Really? That would be great. Natasha Romanoff blinked. Then next time I meet her, I can take her to choose a set. Thinking is good. If Gwen wears a suit now, his father will be suspicious. My daughter played with the bastards? So Sue shook his head and said, That'll have to wait until Gwen goes to college. She's not free to dress yet. Natasha Romanoff thought. That's right, her father is a sheriff, and the family church is stricter. That's more than strict. If it wasn't for Gwen's object, it would be Sue. His father had already brought the guy to the door. I'll give you a call when the time comes. Even if you call the police. It was Gwen's father who answered the phone. Who in the hall, and why sued this official? Finished chatting with Gwen. Natasha Romanoff pulled out a chair and sat down by herself. Then he took out his business card from the gap in front of him and put on the table, ready to say something. But Sue interrupted directly. Wait, don't you have pockets? Why do you take everything out of pockets? Are you really that big? Can it hold so many things? Natasha Romanoff, who pulled out her business card, zipped the zipper. Then winked a few times at Sue. If you have time, don't you know if you try it? Sue pursed his lips and nodded. You wait. I'll find a time to show you the original 13 do. And after hearing Sue's harsh words, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but smile and said, What are you waiting for? Or now? It's better to hit the day than to choose the day, right? Sue really thought about it. But it's not good right now. It's better if you get off work soon. It's working time. Sue knew that usually he had broken this precept. That future must be unmanageable. So Sue gritted his teeth. Just next time. Natasha Romanoff responded with a wink. All right, next, let's get down to business. Natasha Romanoff pushed the business card to Sue. Sue picked it up and took a look. Isn't this the one Tony gave you? Natasha Romanoff smiled when she heard that. You really have it. Definitely. Sue returned Natasha Romanoff's to her. Then he took it from the small safe and put it on the table and said, He came to me 2 days ago, saying he wanted to live in seclusion. 2 days ago. Hearing this time, Natasha Romanoff was taken aback. Then he reacted and smiled wryly. We Avengers only found out last night. It seems that the first person he sought after he decided to live in seclusion was you. Is that so? I'm not honored. Sue smiled, put the business card back, and asked again. What about Tony? The recluse. What do you insiders think? Natasha Romanoff recalled a bit. We just found out last night. We started discussing it last night. But most of them understood Tony. He has actually been physically and mentally exhausted for many years. We can see this. And now the Avengers Alliance. Natasha Romanoff was silent for a while, and the regiment spoke the truth. Not real Avengers. As expected, after the Sokovia Agreement, after the United Nations intervened in the Avengers Alliance, the true meaning of Avengers has changed. In the past, the Avengers Alliance was to protect the Earth, and now the Avengers Alliance is a symbol of rights and abilities, not to mention freedom or not. It is already very strange to report for good deeds. So Sue nodded, expressing his understanding. I understand, but you still have to stay in the Avengers Alliance. Because there is still a glimmer of hope, the city needs your help too. So you haven't left yet. Sue's words made Natasha Romanoff nod silently. That's exactly what happened. Did Edie? At this time, Natasha Romanoff's agent phone rings. She took it out and connected it. Then he nodded after saying a few words. I know. Hang up the agent phone. Natasha Romanoff said to Sue, Sorry, although this is not urgent. I'll be leaving later. There's still a group of weapon modification gangs hidden in New York City. What happened last night is probably what they did. So I'll have to investigate. It turned out to be that thing. Sue waved goodbye after hearing this. Then see you next time. Remember, we both pick a free time. You don't need to think too much about the matter. Maybe it will be resolved by itself the next day. After hearing this, Natasha Romanoff gave Sue a wink, then turned around and leave the office. When getting off the elevator, Natasha Romanoff recalled what Sue said just now. Suddenly, she immediately realized that there was something in the last sentence. Sue asked her to check it casually. That means the matter will be resolved. Who would it be? The Spider Lady or Scarlet Witch? Wait until Natasha Romanoff walks by. Sue lay on the armchair and stretched. Let's chat this afternoon. It's time to get off work again. Very nice. And Hella hasn't gone downstairs to play games until now. Probably afraid. Okay. Sue was happy all day today. Such a comfortable day. Wait until the time comes to 5 p.m. Sue closed the door of the office outside on time, and, at the same time, thought of clocking in. As for rewards, keep saving. But Sue just closed the door. Scarlet sparks flickered from his doorway. Sue was taken aback when he saw the color of the sparks. Isn't this camouflage magic a golden spark? How did it turn scarlet? But then Sue reacted. Wanda, as expected. Sue said so. The spark also flickered. So Sue hurriedly encouraged him. Wanda, come on, you Zhao Haoqi, opened me and went in. With Sue encouragement, the scarlet sparks gradually drew circles until the painting was full. Immediately afterwards, a portal opened in front of Sue. Sue looked inside. Wanda was standing opposite. Although tired, he showed a long-lost smile. See the portal open. Sue strode in. Plop! Wanda swooped and hugged Sue together. Congratulations, Wanda. Sue praised. And Wanda was a little silent, and then spoke. I'm sorry, Sue, I'm stupid. According to the records, my time to learn the portal is not fast, even a little slow. Heard Wanda's words. Sue calculated the time. It seems really slow. Why is that? Wanda is a genius. She is the owner of origin magic power. How could one be stupid to learn magic? Impossible. Sue firmly did not believe it. You close the portal and take another look. Good. Wanda was encouraged by Sue. She nodded and came out of Sue-Yi's embrace, and then prepared to send to the Scarlet Portal. But Wanda found out after trying twice. Why can't I close it? Wanda was stunned. According to magic, isn't it easier to close the portal than to open it? Why can't she close it? What happened? At this time, the first person who discovered that the portal was Scarlet appeared. He is the administrator of the library, Wong. After Wong came over, he found Sue here and hurriedly washed and performed a salute. Sue waved his hand and followed Song. Wong Kai looked closely at the portal and frowned. No one's portal is like this. Sue frowned when he heard that. He sensed something was wrong. So Sue said to Wanda, Wanda, go and bring the magic book you studied. Wanda went to get it after hearing it. Then Sue and Wong found the teleportation magic in this book at the same time. Wong directly yelled out, Eternal Portal! Eternal Portal! Wong was dumbfounded when he saw the magic man. Which magician started to learn from eternal magic? This is something that even Sorcerer Supreme has a hard time learning. These magicians are all recorded one by the multi-generational masters in ancient times. Eternal Portal, and Wanda was stunned when she heard the name. The Ancient One Magician told me that this is a normal spell. Ancient One Magician? After hearing this, Wong thought about it carefully. Ancient One Magician taught you personally? Wong asked. Yes. Seeing Wanda confess. Now it was the king's turn to be confused again. The king closed the spell book. Then look at the cover of the magic book. I looked at other places in the magic book. No difference. This is a normal magic book in the library. Can I see other magic? Wong asked Wanda again. Wanda looked at Sue. Sue nodded. Then she also nodded. Yes. Then Wong turned to other places. It turns out that other magic has become normal magic. It doesn't make a difference. Wong looked around. Only the frown got deeper and deeper. At last, he returned the spellbook to Wanda, then shook his head and said, It's also a special spell drawn by Ancient One Magician for you. But I don't know exactly what the Ancient One Magician thinks. As for the spell, Wong pointed to the portal Wanda opened. This is the eternal portal. Once you open it, you never have to close it. You can even leave it alone, and you can also stipulate who can enter and who can't. If only your magic was stronger. Then this portal can allow the enemy to be thrown directly into the universe when entering or thrown into the magma. And when his teammates come in, he will get where he should go. Wong said so. It was only then that Wanda realized that the portal spells she practiced were not ordinary portal spells. It is a particularly difficult eternal portal. Sui looked at Wanda and reminded, "Do you know how precious the portal you are opening now is?" Wanda thought about it and shook her head. Sui gave an example directly. There are a total of 3 holy places on Earth. There are 3 portals connected to each other in each holy place. And those 3 portals are the eternal portals. Sui reminded. Wanda didn't know what magic she was using. She has used all 3 portals. Not only that, Wong reminded from aside, the spells of these 3 portals have been difficult for anyone to reproduce. Only the ancient one magician could do it before. The current Steven can't do it. But now there's you, Wanda Magician. Wong's words completely explained the gold content of this spell. Before now, there was only Ancient One in the world. Now only Wanda can do it in the world. And the current Sorcerer Supreme, Steven, will not. That's the gold content of this spell. But his words speak for Wanda. It just means that Wanda realizes that she is not stupid. Plop. Wanda hugged Sui immediately. Immediately said excitedly, "Sui." Sui held Wanda in his arms, indicating that Wong could leave. Wong nodded to show that he knew, and then left after saluting. Sui hugged Wanda and said softly with a smile, "Well, now you're not an idiot. You're a genius, as I've always said." Wanda hugged Sui tightly and did not let go. Actually, Wanda is under a lot of pressure these days. Before practicing this portal spell, she took a look at how long it took everyone to learn it. As a result, she found it extremely difficult when she practiced by herself. So in order to see Sui immediately, Wanda practiced this portal spell almost day and night, until the last practice is successful. Wanda was a bit afraid to tell Sui about her practice time. I was afraid that Sui would think that he was a fool. But Wanda doesn't lie, so she told Sui the truth as soon as they met. "Okay, it's okay." Sui patted Wanda on the back. "I'll tell you the truth." "Truth?" Wanda came out of Sui's arms suspiciously. "What Wong said just now is almost the same. So there's truth." "Give me the magic book." Sui stretched out his hand. Wanda handed the magic book to Sui without any hesitation. After Sui got it, he flipped through it casually. Then he shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "Ancient One, you really have a lot to spare. I'm afraid I don't care about the Earth." Wanda was taken aback. Huh. She didn't understand the meaning yet. But the next moment, snap! Sui snapped his fingers. A layer of flames began to burn on the surface of this magic book. Every page of this book is included. Every word, every symbol, every spell, all burned with a layer of flames. But the flame disappeared 3 seconds later. But when Wanda looks at the spellbook again, this spellbook has been transformed. It becomes a white magic book. And wait until Sui flips through casually again. Obey. Clatter. Skip quickly with each sheet. All the writing, symbols, and spells on it have all changed. And the only constant is one. That's the eternal portal spell. Do you know what magic book this is? Sui smiled. I don't know. Wanda simply shook her head. A magic book that all magicians crave. Sui closed it with a snap, then handed it to Wanda and said, "It's called the Book of Emperor Weishan." Wanda was startled when she heard the name of the book. She knew it when she first came to Kamartaj and looked through the library. There are 2 strongest magic books in this world. One is the Dark God Book, and the other one is the Book of Emperor Weishan. They also restrain each other. Generally speaking, only the Book of Emperor Weishan can restrain the Dark Divine Book. But all the same, only the Book of the Dark God can fight against the Book of Emperor Weishan. Definitely, it's about using the magic in it, instead of the original of the book. So when he saw that Sui was going to give him the Book of Emperor Weishan, Wanda was taken aback, hastily waved and said, "Sui, You can use it, or we can watch it together. Hearing this, Sue-E smiled. He stroked Wanda's head. I don't need any spells. The Book of Wysandi is just a table mat for me. Take it. Besides, Ancient One Magician gave you this divine book in anticipation that I would see it in the end and open it for you. If you don't accept this book, Ancient One won't trust that I will protect the earth. This is not Sue-E Zhuang 13. Rather, he was telling the truth. Phoenix Force where spells are needed. With the same mind, he can do whatever he wants. Spells are really useless to him. An Ancient One is also a very strong player. She knew it was useless to talk. If I don't pay a price myself, there's no need for Sue-E to really protect you. But Ancient One saw that Sue-E was a true lover. And what if Sue-E doesn't lack anything? So she chose to give Wanda her most precious book of Wysandi as a reward. In this way, Sue-E will have a greater chance of helping the Earth when he knows about it. This is where Ancient One comes in. See, Sue-E's real. After that, I still took over the book of Emperor Wei Shan. I will definitely practice hard. Sue-E patted Wanda's head. Just work hard. Yes, you just work hard and leave the rest to ability. What is the book of Emperor Wei Shan? The ability of origin magic power grows up. It is also an ability above level single universe. Although it is not as powerful as Phoenix Force, it can be easily dealt with by the gods. So Wanda is actually the most potential of all his women. Definitely, no one is good or bad for Sue-E. Wait until later. Sue-E can make anyone strong if he wants to be strong. After Wanda put away the book of Emperor Wei Shan, she calculated the time in New York and said suddenly, "It's already night in New York. We can go back quickly and play for a while. I'm going to pack my things now." Seeing that I can play for a while when I go back, Wanda hurried back to pack her things. Watching Wanda leave, Sue-E wandered around when he had nothing to do. Then I met Steven, and when he saw Sue-E coming, Steven rolled his eyes and trotted over immediately. Steven ran to Sue-E in one breath. Taking a little breath, she hugged Sue-E and then separated. And Sue-E looked at him and smiled. "You're a sorcerer supreme now, not even willing to call me Godfather." Hear these two words. Steven touched his nose before shouting directly, "Godfather." This time he was not embarrassed. It was embarrassing for Sue-E. Okay, I will call you normally from now on." Following Sue-E, he waved his hand. Steven finally laughed. He looked at Sue-E, shook his head in disbelief, and said, "I should have known you were unusual. From the day you let my hand stop the pain, I feel that you must be full of unknowns." Speaking of hands, Sue-E looked at Steven's hands. "And ready, definitely." Steven finally returned to his previous appearance in front of Sue-E. He stretched out his hands and shook them in front of Sue-E. Then he pointed to the eye of Agamotto in front of him and said, "Rely on it. Sue-E understands. Just use the eye of Agamotto to turn back the time of your own hands back to before the car accident. In this way, the hands are equivalent to no car accident. It's just that you still have the memory." The theory and practice of this matter Steven has already experimented on Apple. Now that Steven is ready, Sue-E didn't say much, but asked curiously, "How does it feel to be Sorcerer Supreme?" Steven thought for a while before giving an answer. "It's stressful to be honest, especially when I know my job is to protect the planet. Dormammu of the Dark Dimension has been spying on Earth's spiritual resources. I even saw a body of it that day. Eyes as big as the sky." Steven made a gesture with his hand, which was probably very exaggerated. Then he continued, "I don't even know if that's its shrunken body, but that eye is really scary." Steven gestured with his hands. Sue-E probably understood what he wanted to express. It's that Dormammu that puts a lot of pressure on him. But this is also normal. There is no magician on the ground who can face Dormammu without any equipment. Ancient One can do it, but also rely on Time Gem. So Sue-E patted Steven on the shoulder. "Just do your best." Steven nodded, "Sure." At this moment, Wanda used magic to carry her luggage and came to look for Sue-E. Sue-E stretched out his hand to signal. Wanda came over when she saw it. She thought about it after seeing Steven, and then she remembered who Steven was. Sorcerer Supreme? No. Stephen waved his hands quickly after hearing this. You can just call me Stephen. Really? Wanda looked at Sue-E. Stephen also looked at Sue-E and squeezed his eyes. Anyway, he didn't dare to let Wanda salute him. Wanda is Sue's woman. Sue is his godfather. Strictly speaking, all Wanda is one level higher than him. Calling him Stephen was kind enough. So Sue-E nodded in agreement. Okay, let's call him Stephen. Very well, Master Stephen. Call. Hear this sentence. Stephen breathed a sigh of relief. Hello, Wanda Magician. Hello. And next, after seeing Wanda carry the luggage with magic, Stephen knew that Wanda was going to leave with Sue-E. So Stephen waved, said to Sue-E, then I'll go first, and I'll talk to you when I find time. Okay. After Stephen left, Sue-E looked at Wanda. Let's go. The two came to the eternal portal that Wanda opened. Wanda looked at the portal before remembering. Then how do you close the door? I'll just come and close it. Then the two entered the portal, came to the north building. Snap! Sue-E came out and snapped his fingers. The eternal portal that Wanda opened closed silently. Let's go. Go upstairs and put your luggage first. The two first went to the top floor to put their luggage. Pata. La. The door opened. Sue-E and Wanda changed into their slippers and entered the door. Sue-E looked at the carpet first. Hella leaned on the sofa and played the game mentally with both eyes. After seeing Sue-E and Wanda come back, little Hella took the initiative to pause the game and cheered. You guys are back. Wait to go out. Then take me. Without. All right. But little Hella apparently didn't care. She continued playing the game. For her now, there are two most important. One is Sue-E, and the other is a game. The essence of the former can make her stronger. The latter's pleasure can make her happy. Well, it makes sense anyway. After the two finished packing their luggage, Sue-E took Wanda out the door. Wanda looked at Hella a little bit unbearably. Just don't care about her. Not a good hammer. Sue-E shook his head helplessly. You really think she wants to go out to play? Her daughter-in-law to go shopping? If she wanted to go out to play, she would have gone out to play with her ability. After listening to Sue-Yi's words, only then did Wanda react. She is always puzzled by little Hella's lowly appearance. Always thought she was a little lowly. Okay, I remembered. The two went to the underground garage, then get on the Sky Fire and drive out of the northern building. At the moment, it was already 6 p.m. The sunset has just begun. The entire sky at sea level is reddish yellow. Ferrari drives on the road by the sea. Sue-E stretched out his hand. It also ushered in Wanda's curiosity. Question mark. Sue-E said to Wanda what he said to Gwen and little Hella without a word. Then Wanda tried it out of curiosity. In the end, Sue-E put his hand together with Wanda on her conscience and squeezed. Right? You are so bad. Uh-huh. The Ferrari was driving slowly on the seaside road like this. And Wanda is the side near the sunset. When the sun shines through her hair, you can see the flicker of light, as well as Wanda's long legs. Sue-E looked at her legs, feeling very greedy. So he asked Wanda, have you learned magic dressing, my god? Understood. Wanda nodded. Why are you asking this? Sue-E smiled happily when he heard about learning, then leaned closer to Wanda's ear and said, Make you. He listened to Sue-Yi's proposal. Wanda immediately rolled her eyes. You look dead. But she did as she was told. After an origin magic power. Originally, Wanda was wearing normal pants. But now it's a black sock with 50% gloss and 50% transmittance. And it's strapped. Definitely. Wanda can't just wear this. She also added a red knee skirt. Although it is neither long nor short, the bottom is empty. Definitely. Sue-E is not an above-board lord either. So he moved his fingers slightly. Ferrari can only look from the inside out, but not from the outside in. Ahem. After everything is ready, Sue-E coughed twice and drove the car normally. But only the left hand touches the steering wheel. The right hand is placed on the right. Then experience it up and down in silky garments. So the sound is normal. This is just a friction sound. This is how the Ferrari drives by the sea. Sue-E drove the car with one hand. He asked, Are you going to eat? Wanda pursed her lips and nodded. Sue-E continued to drive. Ferrari is driving so recklessly. After half a sound, Wanda bit the corner of her mouth and said weakly, "A little higher, I can't bear it." After Sue-Yi heard it, only then did I realize that I was driving too far. Slamming on the accelerator like this will make the car unbearable. So Sue-Yi stepped on it lightly. It also made Wanda breathe a sigh of relief. Go on like this. She's going to die before the night comes. Then tell the truth. Sue-Yi was not happy. How can it be solo fun? He respects the happiness of both parties, right? So Sue-Yi drove slowly first. After a while, the Ferrari drove up to a restaurant. Then he got out of the car first, closed the door, went to the co-pilot to help Wanda out, and finally entered the restaurant with Wanda's weak legs. The lady who just came out of the restaurant after seeing the loving Sue-Yi and Wanda. Especially after Sue-Yi personally went to help Wanda get off the car. The other ladies immediately said enviously, "Look at him, how kind he is to the lady." After Wanda heard this sentence, her calves couldn't help but tense up a little. The two entered the restaurant. Sue-Yi took Wanda to find a corner for dinner. He put Wanda on the seat first, then go back and sit down. Finally, call the waiter to order. Wait for the waiter to leave. Wanda lay down on the table and muttered, "You are so bad, Sue." No. Sue-Yi shook his head. "I didn't really move. It's because you were too weak, Wanda." Wanda blushed when she heard that. She couldn't be more angry. "Why do you say I'm weak?" So Wanda got angry and asked Sue-Yi directly if she wanted to say anything. "What about Gwen? How many times can she take it?" Sue-Yi was taken aback. He was surprised that Wanda could ask such a question. But Sue-Yi smiled. "About 3 Wandas." Wanda heard herself as a unit of measure. She suddenly became angry and kicked Sue-Yi's shoes with her shoes. "It's not easy to show your hands in the restaurant, so I had to move my feet below." The two quarreled for a while. Wanda put her hands in her arms and said angrily, "You're dead tonight." "Oh." Sue-Yi took a sip of ice water in disdain. "I'll wait. Whoever surrenders is the puppy." Wanda curled her lips. "Whoever surrenders will be a puppy." Next, the waiter brought the dishes. The two stopped arguing and started eating. Sue-Yi will feed Wanda when she eats. When Wanda eats, she also feeds Sue-Yi. In this way, the two showed their affection and settled the dinner. And with the magical energy of love, the taste of the meal changed for the better. Then Sue-Yi settled the bill. After paying tips and meals, just take Wanda and prepare to go back to the car. But Wanda rubbed her stomach and said, "I really want to eat more." Sue-Yi thought for a while and looked at the pretty goodnight scene. "Then let's go." "Well, then put your arms around me." "Okay." So Sue-Yi put Tianhua aside. Then he hugged Wanda and went to press the road. Walk on the road full of night scenes. Wanda begins to tell about her days studying magic in Kamartage. For example, she wanted to learn teleportation magic from the very beginning. But Ancient One magician let her learn other basic magic first. So Wanda learned the magic that she thought of after chatting with Sue-Yi for the first time. That is drag magic. Wanda learns this magic very quickly. She learns it in the morning and becomes it before the afternoon arrives. Ancient One was surprised, but felt it was reasonable, then start teaching others. As a result, Ancient One discovered as he taught. This Wanda should be a genius who deserves a name in the universe. Just teach well. It is not difficult to surpass Stephen. So Ancient One thought about it all night. She gave Wanda a magic book and let Wanda learn it all on her own. At the same time, it also said that teleportation magic is also in it. So Wanda looked at the whole magic system and spells. She learned a lot of magic. Then, under the guidance of Ancient One, he was fooled into practicing the magic of the Eternal Portal. When it comes to this, Wanda was obviously puzzled. So, when I first came into contact with this magic, I felt that the whole magic suddenly became difficult to understand. I thought the speed of learning magic before was fake. So, I continued to study under the encouragement of your letter and the guidance of Ancient One. I didn't see you until I learned this magic. Listen to Wanda's tragic experience. Sue-Yi couldn't help laughing out loud. "Haha, you bad guy." When Wanda heard Sue-Yi's laughter, she became angry from embarrassment. So she had no choice but to stretch out her hand to pat Sue-Yi's stomach. Okay. Sue-Yi grabbed Wanda's hand and said while holding the palm and playing with it, You have to build up your confidence. I know your ability, so I always tell you not to worry. Just work hard. But self-confidence is not pride and arrogance. One should accept every piece of knowledge humbly while being confident. Wanda nodded approvingly. If she had been confident, there would not have been that mentality in Kamartaj. Fortunately, Sue-E kept writing letters to support her. Otherwise, any other person will be mentally broken. Definitely Ancient One was not intentional. But the Book of Emperor Weishan is also very important. Then this spell is also considered a test. Ancient One is clear. Even if Wanda learned the magic of the Eternal Portal, the first thing she would look for would be Sue-E. And Sue-E knew what it was when he saw this book. So this is both a test and a gift. Can you take it all? That's up to you. And Wanda passed the level. Wanda didn't understand before, but now she does. She hugged Sue-Ye's arm. Leaning his head on Sue-Ye's shoulder, he said softly, "There is one so." Sue-Ye seemed to reply, "I am the same. But for the vibe," he still whispered softly. "Me too." The two strolled through the street, full of night scenes. If ordinary people, I guess I'm thinking about going back now. After all, you have to walk back in the car. But Sue-Ye doesn't need it. Because of coughing, Tianhua will follow. But that's not the point. In fact, in every love, vigorous is not the mainstream. Instead, it is the mainstream to walk on the street in such a leisurely and aimless manner. Definitely not the street here. Rather, the street contrasts with life. In this era, when everyone in the East thinks that pressing the road is very cheap. On the contrary, it is the pressure on the road that can make both parties open their hearts. Just calm down and chat with everyone. Only what we talk about is true and what is in our hearts. Vigorous love does not necessarily last long, but the love that crosses the road is generally longer than the vigorous one. That's why. Tighter. At this time, Sue-Ye's cell phone rang. He took it out to have a look. It's Gwen's. Sue-Ye connected in front of Wanda and turned on the loudspeaker. "Sue, I found the gang's base. I'm right outside their base right now. You bring little Hella over here to play. Come and play. You will make the villains sad when you say that." "Okay, I see. Here we come." Sue-Ye hung up the phone. "I'm going to take Wanda back and bring little Hella first." "Wait." But suddenly Wanda took out the magic book and said, "Let me try teleportation magic." Sue-Ye thought about it. "Also, but you can use ordinary ones, not eternal ones." "I tell you normal." "Say." Sue-Ye opened the book of Emperor Weishan in Wanda's hand. Then he pointed to the eternal teleportation magic and said, "Cut the head and the tail, and don't want to hear, just change it there." Wanda was a little confused when she heard that, but she tried it right away. As a result, she drew casually in the air with one hand. The Scarlet Portal came out. Ah! Wanda herself was taken aback. This ordinary portal is so simple. Sue-Ye at the moment could feel what Wanda was thinking. He nodded and confirmed, "It's that simple, let's go." So the two lost the car, directly into the teleportation. Before leaving, Sue-Ye ordered Tianhua, "You go to the destination first." Tianhua flashed the headlights twice, and then drove to Gwen's first. After Wanda opened the portal, the two walked in and came to the door of the house. Sue-Ye opened the door and shouted without going in, "Little Hella, we're going to get the laser to play. Give you 30 seconds. Little Hella is here." Sue-Ye hadn't finished speaking yet. The child rushed out with divine power, then put on the little leather shoes immediately. Another little one jumped out of the threshold and said, "Arrive." Sue-Ye gave a thumbs up. Ox. Wanda watched from his sidelines and smiled. Zero asked for flowers. After everything is ready. Snap. Sue-Ye snapped his fingers. Next moment, all three teleported to Gwen's side. Gwen from at the moment is standing on the wall in the symbiote battle suit. Yes, she stomped her feet up and down. Gwen's whole body stood on the wall as if she was wearing high heels. Then play with a pink mobile phone in both hands. After seeing Sue-Ye coming, Gwen put away her phone, jumped over directly. Sue-Ye stretched out his hand to catch Gwen, and then put her down. Little Hella immediately asked expectantly, "Where are they?" Gwen pointed to an abandoned air raid shelter and said, "It's inside, but not fully populated." "It's fine." Sue-Ye didn't care, as long as there are all the toys. Toys are definitely the weapons they make. now that we know where they are. Sue, he waved his hand. Go straight to the inside. Gwen, Wanda, and little Hella followed. Gwen asked curiously after seeing Wanda come back. Wanda, have you learned magic? Definitely. Wanda smiled at Gwen. So I'm back. That's great. Gwen looked at Wanda and said enviously, then you can live with Sue every day, but I can't. I still have to go to school, unless I go to college. Wanda was taken aback when she heard this. She had expected Gwen to say something else. But I didn't expect Gwen to be so straightforward. Nor does it mean any suggestion. So Wanda also said bluntly not to suggest. It's okay. Aren't you graduating soon? Didn't Sue say that when you get good grades and show your father a good look, you can move out? Gwen nodded affirmatively, indicating that it was so. 0. But she rubbed her face with her hand and said, but I don't want to wait a day. I just want to stay with you. Yes. It's not every day that Gwen can sleep with Sue till morning. Sometimes when the family is tight, she has to go back in the middle of the night every time, or rush back before waking up in the morning. Unless it was too much fun that day, and my legs didn't have any strength. Sue would use magic to send her back directly. And this time happens to be stressful time. The reason? That's where they come from now. This gang makes George feel that New York is not peaceful again. So when he got home at night, he would go to Gwen's place to see if Gwen was back. And Gwen was unlucky because of this gang. Now I have to go home every day. Sue walked ahead, and when he heard the conversation between the two behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But I was also secretly happy in my heart, because there is drama, but there must be no rush now. So Sue led the 3 of them straight inside, until everyone entered the air raid shelter, a very large and empty area. In this area, there are 2 corners filled with various leftovers from the Chitauri civilization. There is even a broken body of the Chitauri behemoth, while the rest of the people assemble things on the other side. It looked like a weapon on the table. What? And after the 4 came in, the people inside definitely discovered them. Someone immediately took up a weapon and pointed it at everyone. Wanda reached out with one hand and squeezed slightly. The man was immediately picked up and slammed against the wall. With the sound of silence sounded. The man was in good health and fell asleep right away. Another person sees this. He pretended to surrender with his hands behind his back. But in fact, he had a pistol strapped to his waist. Wanda can perceive these. She felt something was wrong. So he picked up that person too. Pata, asterisk. As expected, the pistol dropped. Wanda looked at Sue helplessly. Sue waved his hand, looked at the crowd and asked, who is your boss? The boss must be that vulture. But Sue didn't see it. But following Sue Yi's question, some of them said they didn't know. Some did not speak directly. Only one said it. He's outside. Okay. Sue nodded. Then he looked at Gwen and said with a smile, give your father an increase in performance. Gwen, ? Under Gwen's puzzlement, Sue asked Wanda to go directly to the person in mind control, then asked the location of their boss. Then Sue snapped his fingers. Snap! This group of people immediately forgot about Sue Yi's visit. In the end, they all passed out and piled up in the corner. Then Sue asked Tianhua to send it to George's address anonymously. Finally, he clapped his hands and said to Hella, choose all you like. Woohoo! Little Hella immediately rushed to those Chitauri garbage piles happily. Seeing helplessness, Sue pointed to the work area. I said it's over there. Go get the finished product. Oh, little Hella suddenly turned around. Sue looked around and then followed. Let's go and see what's interesting. Are we stealing this? Superhero enforces justice. How can it be regarded as robbery? It is destroying the potential risk to the city in the future. After taking everyone down, the 4 of Sue snatched and destroyed it all. Woo woo woo. Little Hella holds a small laser pistol, then happily shot towards a gun. Bayou. Immediately, a laser shot passed. There's a hole in the wall. Sue looked at it and reminded him if he was worried. Little Hella, don't shoot at people or your ass will bloom, and you didn't hit it with your hands. Not by hand. Little Hella was taken aback for a moment. Then he reacted in shock. You treat me like a child. How can I, Hella, hurt my teammates? I will apologize for accidentally injuring teammates in the game. Sue, you really didn't expect that. Hela apologizes for hurting teammates in the game. He thought Hela would kill his teammates too. Not bad though. It shows that Hela's game quality is still good. I won't open it either. And Gwen and Wanda also played with a laser weapon alone. Gwen shot at the concrete of the dugout. After a laser. The thick concrete walls were punched with black holes, and the concrete around the outside was burned into magma and crystals. The attack temperature of the laser gun is very high. Gwen looked at the muzzle and understood roughly. She disassembled the gun in her hand. Then it was discovered that there were crystals in the gun. Gwen took it out again. Then it's useless to shoot again. So it's energy. Gwen took the crystal and looked carefully, but couldn't see why. She also didn't know if it was natural or manufactured. Little Hela came over and stretched out her tail. Let me see. For you. Gwen gives the crystal to Hela. And Hela took it and bit her mouth. Hey! Gwen was terrified, but little Hela snapped. He returned the crystal to Gwen. 5-0. Natural. I guess it could be in or. Gwen looked at the crystal with tooth marks. She also admires little Hela. It can also be separated by biting the upper mouth. Then she hesitated a bit. Gabba. Gwen bit her lips too. Then take it out and have a look. It turns out that this is what it feels like to bite an energy crystal. Will I be able to use this to write a paper in the future? Gwen looked at Sue E. It turned out that both Sue E and Wanda were watching him silently. Oh, Gwen's face turned red. Then he pointed to the little Hela who was still in Bayou and said, She bit first. Yes. The key is this a matter of priority? Sue E smiled. It's nice to be young, just like a child. Wanda nodded. It's nice to be young and carefree. Gwen suddenly felt uncomfortable screaming. You're not that old. Sue E and Wanda looked at each other. It's older than you anyway. X2. Gwen, whoop whoop. Gwen looked at little Hela. Xiaohai at the moment is drawing with a laser gun on the wall. She drew several cartoon characters by connecting dots together, such as Scarlet Witch, such as Spider-Gwen. These paintings are very rough. Only the outline of the appearance can be seen. So don't worry about Gwen being recognized. Little Hela Bayou was happy. Seeing Gwen's eyes, she suddenly smiled and said with her hands on her hips, Don't look at me as small. I'm also older than you. Okay. Only now did Gwen react. She is the youngest of the 3 girls. After laughing, Wanda also tried the feel of the laser gun. After a few strokes of Bayou, Wanda mused for a moment toward the laser. Sue E saw it. Is that so? Wanda hesitated for a moment. I feel it works better than magic. Ha ha ha. Hearing this sentence, Sue E really couldn't help laughing. Wanda heard the laughter and fired a few more shots at the concrete wall. After attacking with magic a few more times, he said, Look, it's really better than magic. Gwen and Hela nodded. They looked at it and felt the same way. I know. Sue E waved his hand. Tuan explained seriously. I mean, it's actually better than magic in an emergency. But only in an emergency. Haven't you heard a word? Gwen, Wanda, and Hela shook their heads at the same time. 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Gwen immediately asked, What about within 7 steps? Accurate and fast. The 3 women thought about it, and it was really like this. So Sue E said to the 3 women, Gwen and Hela don't need it. You 2 don't need laser guns because of your physique. But if Wanda doesn't have passive defense magic, then you can prepare a laser pistol. In this way, even if you don't want to use magic, you just need to aim at the bayou. Wanda nodded after listening. That's true. Sue E looked around. Get all the guns. Hela raised her hand. It's over. Let's go. Go find Vulture. He seems to have a weapon that shoots lasers continuously. So Sue E waved his hand. Take the 3 daughters out again to rob. To eliminate harm for the people. Wait out the air raid shelter. There were already traces of police cars in the distance, and the sky fire was stopping at the door. Sue E was just about to let the car go by itself. They sent it over. As a result, Gwen said with great interest, Sue, I want to try it on the roof of the car. Little Hela also raised her hand when she heard it. Me too. Me too. That's okay. Sue E directly got into the car. Wanda gets into the co-pilot. Gwen put on the symbiote battle suit in an instant, then picked up little Hela, jumped, and squatted directly on the roof of the car. Her feet will be firmly attached to the car shop. Definitely no problem. As for little Hella, if you can't hold it, you lose it. She'll be fine anyway. The four are ready. Sue, he stepped on the gas pedal. Woo! Ferrari growled. Then it pops out instantly. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. About 30 seconds later, a bunch of police cars drove over and surrounded the air raid shelter here. Then a bunch of cops get out of the car. Among them was Gwen's father, George. After getting out of the car, George took out his phone and looked at it. The final address is here. There is still George's reply in the phone, but no news was received. Sheriff George, the technical department, said there was no way to locate it. At this time, a police officer came over to report to George Hui. George took a deep breath. Then he waved to the policeman and said, "Enter." So the police entered in groups. But after a while, several people were taken out. Take the lead police officer to report to George. As soon as we went in, they were piled together in the corner, as if they had been dealt with. George frowned. Who? The police officer showed George a photo of bullet graffiti on the wall. Superhero, Lady Spider, and Scarlet Witch. On the picture, one is a cartoon of Wanda reaching out to use magic. One is a cartoon of Gwen standing on the wall at the time. Although the two pictures are not very good, it can be seen that they are Ms. Spider and Scarlet Witch. Then the policeman asked again, "Is this going to be announced? Or is it being concealed?" George looked at the picture, thought, and sighed. Publish it. Huh? Why, Sheriff? This painting has already melted into the deepest part of the wall of the air raid shelter. Do you want someone to dig through the entire air raid shelter to deduct these two paintings? George said so. The person who took the photo reacted. The black dots in these paintings are deep pits, which almost waste a lot of manpower and material resources. It's not worth it at all. It's useless for you to hide. Might as well announce it. So the policeman nodded and could only contact the reporter. Definitely, due to the fact that there is little evidence present. The police department can also say a few more words in front of the media, like the NYPD and the superheroes mopping up here. And then what else helped? Wouldn't that have goal content? Anyway, don't say it's the credit for picking it up. The other side. Sue, he drove a Ferrari and sped along the road. Sue, E, and Wanda in the car didn't feel anything. But the roof is different. Gwen, wearing a symbiote force, was happy and cheering for nothing. This feeling is very cool. And Sui knew that Gwen would not be thrown off. So drive directly to hundreds. Physical contact at this speed is already unbearable. If you don't wear a helmet, it must be impossible to open your eyes. Fortunately, Gwen has a symbiote battle suit. She's pretty much fine with everything. But little Hella was different. Whoa. Little Hella's mouth was puffed up by the wind, and his eyes were closed tightly. The wind poured in her mouth and made a humming sound. Gwen covered her mouth when she saw it. Then he asked little Hella with a little worry, "Are you okay?" Hella's mouth couldn't speak, but she gave it a thumbs up. "BD, I can't die." Gwen was immediately relieved when she saw it. Fortunately, it is God. Otherwise, which child can bear such a toss? Especially when he reached his stomach one step at a time. The belly is bulging out an outline. Who would be able to bear it if it were an ordinary person? But little Hella can. Not only was it possible, but she also screamed excitedly. No one could change this. Gwen couldn't bear it. After more than 10 minutes, the Ferrari whimpered to the beach. Then directly non-paved off-road came to the coast. Then the four got out of the car, looking at a cruise ship on the sea together. Is that it? Gwen was a little unsure. Wanda thought about the screen to be read, then nodded for sure. This is the ship, and there are no other tourists around. It's the turn. And he picked up this cruise ship. Same as the cruise ship in Memory Zero. That's almost certain to be this one. And the little Hella beside him was rubbing his face. The wind was blowing too hard just now. It made her face sore. And he nodded after confirming that there was no problem. Then let's go play. He snapped his fingers. Snap. The four disappeared instantly. Then show up where no one is on board. Gwen's symbiote battle suit canceled. Then she looked left and right. This should be a sightseeing cruise. Yes. Wanda nodded after looking at the surrounding details. It's right here. According to their boss's plan, he plans to bring a big ticket on this boat. Let the helicopter or the later TV station come and broadcast myself live. Finally totally famous. Gwen shook her head when she heard it. It's really sick. Hella looked around. Where's the laser? He waved his hand. Freedom to move around, wander around casually. I came out to play in the first place. Okay. X3. This sightseeing cruise ship is huge. So there is no need for the four of them to get together. Everyone just comes to play, if you really want to find it. So we can find people out with just one thought. But that's not necessary. What's the point of playing then? So in the end, Gwen and Wanda hang around together. But little Hella first wanted to run out to play alone. Later, they came back and took Su Yi's hand to act together. At first, Su Yi thought her conscience had discovered it. Why? Do you need Dad to play with you? But he really didn't expect. Little Hella looked at Gwen and Wanda's back and left. She immediately nodded and said to Su Yi, "Let's go to the bathroom." I'm sorry, although this is very bad, but Su Yi really understood why she wanted to go to the bathroom with him in seconds. Su Yi hastily stretched out his hand to refuse. No, no, no. Then turn around and walk away. Little Hella immediately followed and then pestered Su Yi and said, "Go and go." Originally, Gwen was running out of time, and now Wanda is back. Can't you spare some time and give me some too? Su Yi's current expression is that of Homelander exhaling after lying. Hella is so daring. She is more daring than Su Yi. Su Yi was wondering if he was going to be spoiled by Hella. How can you do this? Anyway, not now. Su Yi directly shook his head and refused. Does that mean later? Little Hella came up and took Su Yi's hand and said, "Then it's later." After speaking, little Hella stretched out her little finger. Pull the hook. Su Yi's head got dizzy when he heard that. He didn't want to pull the hook. But he doesn't pull the hook now. And the little Hella will definitely be endless later. Well, so Su Yi sighed. He could only stretch out his little finger and Hella hook helplessly. Little Hella also said, while pulling the hook, "If you hang yourself on the hook, you will never change your life forever." Wait. After pulling the hook, Su Yi came to his senses. Isn't it 100 years? How come you are living forever? Only 100 years? Who cares? Little Hella lifted her chin. I am a god, and you are a super god. We 2.7 must watch the universe die and be born together. To be honest, Su Yi was quite moved when he heard this sentence. So don't blame little Hella's hook trap. Why didn't think about it before? Su Yi is not interested yet. See Hella now and try it out. So he wanted to try it too, coughing and coughing. Sin. Su. At this time, a voice came from beside Su Yi. Su Yi and Hella turned their heads to take a look. It turned out to be Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff, at the moment, came over with a glass of red wine. Su Yi still admired it up and down, according to the old rules. A golden champagne dress, long legs, light blue high heels, smooth shoulders and collarbones, and coiled red hair. Oh, it's the big wave lady. And Natasha Romanoff came over and asked, "What about making a promise with a child?" Forehead. Su Yi nodded. Yes, let's make a small agreement. And Hella also looked up and down. Natasha Romanoff said, "You look pretty today." Natasha Romanoff responded with a smile. "Thank you for your compliment, Miss Hella." Then Natasha Romanoff looked around. Then he said to Su Yi, "Come here to talk. There are a few people." Su Yi nodded, took little Hella, and followed Natasha Romanoff to the second deck at the bow. Everyone here went to the top floor to watch the night view. So, basically no one came to the second floor. In this way, Natasha Romanoff chatted with confidence. "Why did you come here to play?" Su Yi smiled. "What are you here for?" "That's what we are here for." Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. It turned out that everyone knew it well. So Natasha Romanoff directly announced what he knew. The target is Vulture. He has a falcon-like outfit. He's very flamboyant. He wants to be famous. So he wants to hijack this place tonight and let the whole city watch his hijacking live broadcast. The key is that he still has the technological weapons left by the Chitauri civilization a long time ago. With Natasha Romanoff sharing the news, Su Yi already knew. After he listened, he nodded, pretending to understand. "Okay, I see. Anyway, Wanda and Gwen are on this cruise ship, don't worry. Here Wanda and Gwen are there. Natasha Romanoff was indeed relieved. She definitely recognized the strength of Ms. Spider and Scarlet Witch. Besides, there's a god here from Asgard. How to say that? It's not the turn of the vulture to bark rampantly, right? At this time, little Hella has already run to play nearby because of boredom. Natasha Romanoff watched as little Hella left. She came to Sue E with red wine. The shoulders of the two were close together. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff looked and said, "Do you remember what you said that day?" "What did you say?" "Let me think about it." Sue thought about it. "It was the day when I said that I had time outside to make her look good." Sue understood, but he tilted his head to signal the people nearby and said, "Dear, can you accept?" Obviously, Sue was not good enough before, but he knows it's a mouthful now. How to do it in this kind of environment? Could it be done in water? So it doesn't matter. Say hi to your heart's content. While Natasha Romanoff was holding the red wine and deliberately looked at the surrounding environment, then he analyzed it carefully and said, "It's a bit difficult. It's right to be embarrassed. Don't say that it's not difficult for others. It's here. Even if he can shield the people around him with magic, he is embarrassed. Too much BT." But Natasha Romanoff raised her chin and gestured to the yacht on the shore. "That's where you can try it in the future." Sue looked at the yacht. Yachting is private, meaning he can directly buy a yacht. Then take Natasha Romanoff to an uninhabited sea. Then cough, cough, cough. There are quite a few rich people in the United States who do this. If they are rich, they will play tricks. Those rich people bought big yachts and called many girls. Finally drove to the sea to Carnival. Who doesn't know this? But think about buying one yourself. Natasha Romanoff is all secondary. Mainly, I can also cough, cough, cough with Wanda Gwen. For a while, Sue really had a lot of ideas in his mind. What a sin. 01 and Natasha Romanoff looked at Sue Yi's thinking and smiled slightly. She moved closer to Sue Yi's ear and said, "Buy one. I'll consecrate it for you. Only for you." Hiss. Don't say it. This is really moving. Sue stroked his chin and nodded. "I will think about it." Natasha Romanoff took a sip of her wine. Being able to consider means that there is a possibility, as long as it's not a rejection. The other side, Gwen and Wanda are wandering around the boat. The two walked arm in arm. Gwen looked at everyone around her, then asked Wanda, "With so many people, how do we know who their boss is?" Wanda reached out and touched Gwen's head when she heard it. Don't resist. Gwen definitely trusts Wanda. No matter what they say, they will be stacked together in the future. Next moment, a picture appeared in Gwen's mind. That was the picture Wanda read from someone else's mind. And the people in the picture, it's the boss of the bunch, Vulture, a mentally ill scientist. Okay, I see. Gwen closed her eyes and opened them again, making a gesture of okay. Then the two searched for it. This cruise ship is huge. There are probably 200 or 300 people sightseeing tonight. The point is they're not together, but on the upper and lower 3 or 4 floors. So if the two want to find it, they have to search for a while. But just when the two walked to the stern, puff, conk, a metallic sound came from above the cruise ship. A man wearing metal wings then landed on a large splint at the stern of the cruise ship with a gun in hand. "My name is Vulture." His opening words made Wanda and Gwen freeze. This is so embarrassing. She tried to substitute it. The result was so embarrassing that the toes were buckled up. Schwa. For a moment, Gwen's symbiote battle suit is put on instantly. She almost pulled out the Black Death sword and stabbed Vulture to death. Really embarrassed to want to kill. Not to mention Wanda. With one stroke of her hand, the tiger's mouth opened and pinched. Jaw. Vulture was directly picked up by Wanda. There's a difference of tens of meters between the two. But this distance is too simple for the current Wanda. Everyone saw that the villain fell to the ground and was subdued. They were taken aback. Then turn around and find Scarlet Witch and Miss Spider. It's Scarlet Witch and Miss Spider. The two of them cooperated again. They didn't have any conflicts. Yeah, great. My goddess. Accompanied by the cheers of the crowd. Vulture, who was originally caught in the air, became even angrier. Simply rage. Damn, this should be cheering for me. This should be cheering for me. You stole my fame. Damn you all. Damn you guys. In a hurry, Vulture directly squeezed the weapon in his hand. For a moment, a laser shot from his hand The moment Wanda saw the radiance, she was already prepared to wave her other hand. Immediately, the laser was blocked in a shield and flew around. The energy of this laser is quite large. Wanda said to the crowd, "Back to the edge." Everyone backed away after hearing it. All at once they ran to the edge of the fence. Wanda took a look, sure so everyone was gone after that. She adjusted the angle of the shield, then opened it halfway. Plus, for a moment, the laser turns at the maximum open position. In this way, even if Wanda controls the position well before releasing it. But the cruise ship is still cut off a corner of the file size of a person. Wanda looked at Gwen immediately, and Gwen had already acted. She stretched out her hands and pissed twice. Pull up the falling corner directly, then piss 2 times and tie it to the fence to fix it. In this way, the corner will not fall off for the time being. At this time, Sue E and Natasha Romanoff also came over. After seeing Sue E coming, Wanda held the vulture upside down. Vulture, head down, watched the floor shake. "What do you want to do?" I asked what you want to do. Wanda slammed on the ground. Vulture's voice stopped abruptly. Everyone in the audience shrank their necks. It seems to be all substituted. Then Wanda sent the man to Natasha Romanoff's feet, and then another. Plop. Vulture just fell to the ground and twitched. Natasha Romanoff smiled, took out the handcuffs, and handcuffed him. Sue E looked at the handcuffs and asked curiously, "You still wear handcuffs? Why didn't I see it?" Natasha Romanoff turned around. She flicked the skirt at an angle that only Sue E could see. Then Sue E saw that there were not only handcuffs on Natasha Romanoff's thighs. There are also flying darts, electric shockers, alloy wire saws, etc. agent equipment. Really varied. Ox. Sue E gave a thumbs up. Natasha Romanoff then turned around and took out the ID for everyone to see. "It probably means that this place has been taken over. Please go back to your seats and wait for the cruise ship to dock. Then you can go home after being questioned by the agent." I heard that I can go home. Everyone is safe and sound. And Vulture was handcuffed to the fence again by Natasha Romanoff. After watching everyone sit down, after Natasha Romanoff, she will be busy later. So he winked at Sue E and said, "You gave me a bonus and bought you a drink another day," and left. "Okay." Sue E nodded and said, "Wait for you." After Natasha Romanoff left, Gwen, Wanda, and little Hella rushed over. They looked at Natasha Romanoff and said, "Natasha Romanoff is actually here." "Yes." Sue E nodded again. "Hella and I met her at the bow of the boat, and the Avengers also found out about it. This is normal. They are Avengers Alliance anyway. Moreover, SHILD exists in name only, and the agent has not been disbanded. They are all there. It's just going from above to below. They still hold a lot of information in their hands." And at the moment, Hella huddled beside Sue E and said quietly, "We go home. Go home." Gwen was taken aback by the word. She quickly took out her phone to check the time. It's over. The time is 10 o'clock. Although Gwen has no curfew now, if she goes back too late, she will definitely be asked where she went. "What are you doing?" How did Gwen respond? She is not a liar, and it's mainly just that time is tight. Just wait until there are no more cases in New York. I have to go back. As a result, Gwen turned to look. Everyone is at sea. Did this spider of hers swim back? Sue E smiled when he saw it. "I'll send you back." "Great." Sue E made a gesture of snapping his fingers and then said, "If your parents ask, just say to be by my side." "Got it. Snap." "Snap your fingers." Gwen instantly turned into a phantom and disappeared. The whole process is silent. Will not be found. But Wanda said a little regretfully, "I still want to take her home. Your portal is too obvious at night." Sue E spread his hands helplessly. "It's okay where no one is." Wanda nodded in agreement. "Yes." After seeing nothing, the time also came to 10 o'clock in the evening. So Sue E also waved his hand. "Let's go home too." "Go home." Hella cheered with one hand hidden behind her back. "Snap." Snap your fingers and strike again. The 3 also disappeared. Wait until after the North Mansion home. Hella took out the things behind her and said happily, "Another laser weapon. I'm going to try it out at sea some other day." "Sue, take a look. Isn't that what Vulture left behind?" "Good guy, let you go." Little Hella smiled triumphantly. This is what everyone is aiming for. Have fun. The three enter the house. Little Hella didn't play games all night and ran to play games. So Wanda and Sue had a glass of wine and went to the balcony to chat. Holding the wine glass, Wanda breathed a sigh of relief looking at the night view of New York. So nostalgic, this is the feeling of home. Sue hugged her from behind. It will be a long time in the future. Wanda leaned her head back, rubbing against Sue Yi's ear. Yeah, but I still have to cherish every minute and every second we have. That's right, Miss Nan. Sue smelled the fragrance of Wanda's body. He held the wine glass in one hand and began to be dishonest with the other. But Wanda has nothing against it. On the contrary, the friction with Sue became more and more serious. After a while, Wanda took a deep breath and whispered in Sue Yi's ear. I want to grind with you until your head is broken. Don't forget our challenge in the afternoon. Sue smiled fiercely. Okay, remember, whoever loses is the puppy. Just wait and see. Late at night, Hella stayed up late playing games in the living room. She doesn't intend to go in tonight, because she knew it was Wanda's first night back. If she goes in tomorrow, she will definitely die. So she chose to stay up all night tonight. Then steal the chicken when you are free. What is it called? This is called timing opportunity. It's just that she doesn't know it is. While she stayed up and played all night. In a master bedroom where Sue had used the technique to isolate the sound. Someone has been wanting all night. Wanda, what's wrong with Wan Wan? The next day, when the warm sun shines on the opaque curtains, Sue woke up. He took off his thighs and arms, then went to take a hot shower. Water splashed from his hair. As for last night's record, of course, someone was busy all night, but he didn't say who it was. Anyway, there are 2073 people, and one of them is not Sue. Then who do you say? And that person is still asleep. There is still a trace of dry tears flowing from the corner of his eyes, but he didn't know whether it was tears of happiness or pain. Remember last night? Sue shook his head helplessly. Too weak. Feel sorry. This sentence does not name names. But whoever talks the most rubbish is who? Zila. At this time, the door next to him opened. A black shadow flew and engulfed in darkness. Then kneeled down on the ground. She started to get busy with her breakfast. Sue smiled. Morning exercise, right? 1900 hours. Sue appeared in the office on time again. He folded his legs together on the table and leaned on the recliner with his hands behind his head. Why? Then take a long breath. Another sinful day. Reach for another bottle of iced milk tea. Suck. After a few sips, Sue looked at the ceiling and thought about life. So happy. That's so damn happy. Okay, then don't think about it. Just be happy. Anyway, nothing to do. Sue continued fishing until noon as usual. Then turned on the news. Scarlet Witch and Ms. Spider work together again. They have no conflicts. They solve the crisis together again. Do you think the League of Goddesses only did one thing? No. There is another air raid shelter crisis. I won't allow you to not know about it. The man next to the goddess reappears. The same face. The chance of appearing is 40%. Who is he? Sue happily watched the news. Have to say, they still have a way of talking for the sake of gimmicks. And more gimmicks for their respective news. Some journalists' angles are very novel. They even found out the percentage of Sue, and Wanda or when appearing at the same time. Really awesome. This can all be analyzed statistically. If things go on like this, Sue will definitely be considered related if he appears with the two women no more than 10 times at the same time. No, it was already related. Pata. At this time, Wanda, who finally woke up, changed his clothes and went downstairs in a daze. Then she lay down in Sue Yi's arms. Also just saw the news content. Look at what kind of news on the news. Wanda said after thinking about it. Sue, after a few more times, I want to tell the news that I have a partner. Do you suggest it? Wanda means to announce that you have a partner. But don't say who. That is to say, not to expose any information about Sue E. Definitely. It is impossible for the world not to know. Because among all the people, Sue had the highest appearance rate accompanying the two girls. Only him and no one else. Then someone can figure out what Sue looks like. Besides, he's so handsome, isn't he? But Sue still asked curiously. It can be, but why? Wanda said without any hesitation. The expectations of me on the internet are too high. There are all kinds of news. I am afraid that it will affect you. So, it is better to remain unknown. It was indeed the first time Sue-E met someone who didn't want fans, but wanted to be unknown. To be honest, how many people in this world can do it? But turn around and think about it. This is Wanda's true heart. She didn't want to be famous, nor did she have any intention of being a star. That's why I told Wanda myself. Wanda also thought the same as herself. Compared with the much-anticipated stars, Wanda obviously wants to live a peaceful life with herself, especially after this purpose was achieved yesterday. Then Wanda wants to be safe even more. She didn't want anything to happen that would affect her and Sue-Yi's life. And now, news is possible, because the title on that is too messy. Wanda was afraid of being misled. It's okay, Wanda. Sue-Yi patted Wanda on the back. I can accept whether you announce it or not. It depends on your own choice. Announce it if you think it will give you direction, and vice versa. I don't care, and neither do you. Wanda nodded in Sue-Yi's arms. Yes. The two hugged for a while, then separate again. Wanda looked at Sue-Yi and said, "Didn't eat lunch." "No." Sue-Yi shook his head. He really didn't eat. And sometimes Sue-Yi doesn't eat lunch. He doesn't even eat breakfast. Only dinner will be fixed. The reason for not eating is just that he is too lazy to eat. I'm too lazy to do it in the morning, and I don't want to move at noon. And it doesn't matter to him. He could just bask in the sun. How could the multi-universe level starve to death? Then let me make it for you. Hearing that Sue-Yi didn't eat, Wanda immediately took up the task of housewife happily. She turned and walked out the door. Go happily to the nearby supermarket to buy a cart, then went upstairs to cook. As for whether it will be troublesome to carry it out, how can it be? Have you ever heard of portal-passing vegetables? About an hour or less. A red portal opened next to Sue-Yi's office. Then Wanda put the dishes on the table one by one from the other end. Finally, take the dishes, knives, forks, and drinks. The man came out wearing an apron and smiled. Dinner is ready. A warm smile appeared on Sue-Yi's face. It's a great feeling. Wanda was really different when she came back. The superhero is a housewife. But that's not the point. The key is that Sue-Yi has been taken care of in life. This feeling is really warm. So Sue-Yi smiled happily, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "Dinner," but just had 2 bites. Sue-Yi and Wanda reacted at the same time. Forgot to call Hella. Then he went to call Hella again. Hella sat on the chair and said with her mouth crooked, "I thought you had forgotten me." "Almost." Sue-Yi nodded in agreement with Hella's statement. "It's useless to tell you that you have a low sense of existence." Hella wanted to refute, but she thought about it. Her sense of existence was low. But she can work hard. Then is there anything I can do? Hella looked at Sue-Yi and Wanda and asked. Sue-Yi smiled while eating. The bad news, you need to wash the dishes. The good news is, there's nothing for you to do. Hella was taken aback. I can only bury my head and show off. At least she can do the dishes now, can't she? Sue, try this, 17. Wanda picked up a piece of meat and wanted to feed it to Sue-Yi. Sue-Yi ate it. The result was surprisingly good. Tasty. Wanda, you even have the ability to cook. After hearing this sentence, Wanda suddenly became happy. It's good to eat. I'm afraid that the cooking won't taste good, so I can't cook for you. Sue-Yi shook his head. How could it be? Those on the side also watched the two show their affection. Suddenly rolled his eyes. Half an hour later, the 3 finished their lunch. Hella took the dishes and washed them off. Sue-Yi wiped his mouth with a paper towel, took out 2 bottles of ice milk tea, and handed Wanda a bottle and said, "Today is Friday. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow I can have 2 days off. Tonight, I will take you to see some things that Gwen knows temporarily, but you don't know yet. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I plan to take you to a place, pick up a magic book, and take a tour by the way. Something you don't know?" Wanda was taken aback for a moment, but later realized that it happened after she went to Kamartage during this time. Sue-Yi didn't tell her in the letter. I was afraid that the more she knew and thought, the more she would affect her learning of magic. But one last trip to pick up a magic book. Wanda doesn't understand this. What magic book? Dark divine book. Sue-Yi said casually, and then took a sip of milk tea. Suck. Dark Divine Book. And Wanda was shocked. Isn't this the only book that can exist in opposition to the Book of Emperor Wei Shan? The Book of Darkness is very powerful. It's full of deadly magic, and there are all kinds of strange and powerful spells. But it has a side effect. That is, people who use this divine book will also suffer from the side effects of the divine book. It amplifies the dark side of the user, corrupts the spirit and soul of the user at the same time. So this divine book is powerful and dangerous at the same time. But it doesn't matter to Su Yi. He took a big sip of milk tea, then put it on the table and said easily, I can eliminate the side effects of the Dark God book. You can use the magic inside as you like. It's no big deal. Wanda, huh? Hear Su Yi's words. Then Wanda was more than shocked, but feels reasonable, because in Wanda's heart, Su Yi seems to be omnipotent. It's just that Su Yi's performance seemed too relaxed. That is the Book of Darkness. Su Yi's attitude towards it is actually just like a toy. This is too outrageous. But in fact, whether it is the hand of Waishandi or the Dark Su Yi, it is just a toy. A treasure from level God father up to level single universe. That's a tick. It was of no use to him. In the afternoon hours, Su Yi also received an ordinary customer. But under Su Yi's guidance, she recovered immediately. It doesn't work. Can my Phoenix Force help you change it? The time comes to 5 p.m. Su Yi and Wanda appeared outside the office door on time. Then he locked the door with a click. Who? Su Yi let out a long breath. The next 2 days is a small, long vacation, and we can have fun again. Let's go. I'll take you to destroy the tomb. Huh? Hearing Su Yi's words, Wanda's expression was exactly the same as Gwen's. They all agreed first instinctively. Then I reacted. Don't worry, I'll give you a buff first. Snap. Su Yi snapped his fingers. Wanda has an energy shield on her body. This shield allows Wanda to breathe normally in the universe, maintain temperature, talk normally, and so on. Su Yi snapped his fingers again. The two appeared on Mars. It is also the current Cybertron star. Wow! As expected, after Wanda came to see what Mars looked like, she was almost as surprised as Gwen. And Su Yi also looked at it. The current Cybertron star has changed a lot. Almost all of its surfaces have been constructed. A large number of ordinary intelligent robots are built and maintained on the ground. There are also many descendants of the shape-shifting King Kong patriarchs who manage on it. And there are still many veterans who have gone underground. Because after the development of the surface is completed, the shape-shifting King Kongs are ready to build the interior of Cybertron. This is too fast. And Wanda also said excitedly after reacting, is this the shape-shifting Vajra mother planet? Yes. Su Yi smiled proudly. I created them, and I am their creator. Wow. Wanda's eyes are full of stars. She stared at the mass of shapeshifters and robots beneath her in shock. So this is our planet? Su Yi nodded. Definitely. Even if we can't live on Earth, we can still live here. It's definitely not interesting to live here. I mean, even if we don't want the Earth, we may still drive this ball to travel to a planet that we can just walk away. Wanda thought about that image for a moment. Just drive Mars away. Immediately she laughed. So romantic. That is. Next, Su Yi took Wanda to visit Cybertron. This time it's not just outside. Also take a look at the interior that is under development. Wanda observes the environment. Exclaimed at last. The ecological and mechanical integration here is so beautiful. I thought the only planet with mechanical life was the Iron Forest. Sorry, the original Botan was written like this. Now Su Yi is asking for 50% each. And animals seem to be breeding too. Some ecoregions have already begun to free-range animals. Su Yi and Wanda observed together. But looking at Su Yi, I realized how many veterans of shape-shifting King Kong seem to be missing. What about people? There are a few shape-shifting King Kong veterans missing. Su Yi said, looking at the total number of Cybertron planets. Huh, then where did they go? Wanda wondered. Go and ask. Su Yi brought Wanda to the Senate. There is a patriarch living here permanently. So Su Yi asked as soon as he arrived here. A few elders are gone. Where did they go? The resident elder saw Su Yi coming. Hastily said respectfully, They're worried that the resources of the Cybertron planet will be developed sooner or later, so they built boosters in advance to scan resources on other planets. A total of 8 veterans set out together, preparing to scan the solar system data Genicky wants, and then make a joint decision after returning. This plan was voted by the Senate, and the approval ratio was 980 to 20. After listening to the old man's words, Sui can only say awesome. I have already thought of the fact that the resources have been mined. The interior of Cybertron has not yet been developed. An almost unanimous pass. Sui waved his hand. I'll look at the latest Senate vote. He waved his hand. All voted cases and pro-against ratios are presented in front of the duo. Wanda also watched curiously. Solar System Resource, scanning 980:20. Molten Core Forge, 740:360. Galactic Heavy Warship, 280:720. The first generation shape-shifting King Kong, 800 to 200. Sui and Wanda looked at the various previous voting processes. The discovery is basically for the development of the planet Cybertron, and all of them have passed. And the weapon expansion failed. Here are the reasons for the elders. Among them, the expansion of weapons is said to have no time. When the development of the Cybertron planet is completed, when will the Star Warship weapons be built? That is to say, develop first and then explode soldiers. After seeing these, Sui nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Continue to develop. Yes, creator. After Wanda read these, she just laments that her worldview has been refreshed. It turns out that there are such miraculous things. Sui smiled. The universe is very large, and the universe is not just one universe. There are many. Wanda nodded thoughtfully. What Sui taught her today really surprised her. It turns out that Wanda is just an ordinary person from a small country in Eastern Europe. See here now. Just lament the grandeur of the universe. Husband is awesome. After watching Planet Cybertron, crack, Sui snapped his fingers. The two returned to the beach in New York. Then Sui thought about it. It seems that this is the case. Now we have a group of younger brothers and a planet. Wanda hugged Sui's arm. She raised her head and searched the sky. Maybe we will have a galaxy in the future, and it will be shot down by shape-shifting King Kong. By the way, where is Botan's star? Wanda can only know where the moon is, but can't see Cybertron's star. And Sui looked toward Cybertron. Then this piece of sky said, "There, you can't see it." Wanda looked over. "I really can't see it at all." Oh well. The two walked along the beach. Sui's off-duty time is good. After 5 o'clock, the earth begins to set and set the sun. It's time to walk outside. There's a layer of red-yellow light spreading all over the sky. It looks very romantic. Sui hugged Wanda's waist. Fingers go in from the corners of the clothes and rub against the skin. He wasn't for that either. It just feels that Wanda feels good in the hand. Plump. Wanda indulged Sui's little touch, but she was also very embarrassed. So he wrapped his arms around Sui's arm with one hand and covered Sui's hand with the other, as if they were walking hand in hand. The two walked along the beach with few people. Sui squeezed it suddenly and smiled softly. Growing flesh. Zhao Lu Zhao. You. Wanda immediately glared at Sui, then stopped touching it. I don't. Sui was a little presumptuous. I just like that you're a little fleshy, but just in good shape. After speaking, Sui thought about it. It's probably like last night when the socks were strangled on the legs. There was a circle of dents. People. Beauty has no standard. But what kind of person has what standard? Little Hella must be thinner. On the other hand, Gwen is slender, but all the places that should be warped are warped. But Wanda is different. She can't be too thin, but certainly not fat. It's a kind of moisturizing feeling that can't be done with more or less. For example, Sui held the little Hella's waist with both hands, just pinched it and nothing changed. Then switched to the one holding Gwen. Gwen's vest line feels particularly good, and the elasticity of the skin is also very good. So all in all, it's the best. But Wanda is different. After you grasp her waist with both hands, you can feel the very moist texture. And sure, it feels just right. And let's talk about the front. Not to mention the little Hella, a pair of peaches. Gwen is honeydew melon or dragon fruit. And what about Wanda? After she holds it with one hand, there will be a little more in the dark. Simply not perfect, just the golden ratio. After listening to Su Yi's words, Wanda also squeezed Su Yi's face, leaned into her ear, and said, "Hello, BT." Su Yi made a nasal sound, and he asked her, "Then don't you like it?" Wanda pursed her lips. Then he whispered in Su Yi's ear, "I like what very much. That elbow go home." Snap! Su Yi snapped his fingers directly. Next moment, neither of them returned home to change their shoes outside the room. Instead, he went straight back to the master bedroom. Then Su Yi directly threw Wanda up and said, "You wicked heretic witch. Let me burn you today." The next day, Su Yi removed his hands and feet, and then went to take a hot shower as usual. He burned the heretical witch all night last night. Burn the heretic witches to death. Then I can no longer get up and bewitch myself. If you don't believe it, you are optimistic. Su Yi was washing up. The witch was still lying there. Wasn't this subdued by his baton? So all heretics should be burned fiercely. Burn until the pain is screaming. But then again, Wanda is still too weak. It can't make Su Yi happy at all. Once Su Yi is a little reckless, Wanda would collapse to the ground. What to do? Su Yi thought about it. It suddenly occurred to me that there was a taigu in the backpack. The essence of demons. This thing is both magic and a melee weapon. Just right for Wanda. And this ability should be chilling, right? Then will he be able to experience the two heavens of ice and fire? Hiss. Think about it this way. Su Yi suddenly raised his head. Isn't this too wow? This is a must-try. Not only can strengthen a little physical fitness, it can also let him experience the feeling of flying. So what else is there to say? It's over. Wow. At this time, the door was opened again. Su Yi turned his head to look. It is little Hela wrapped in darkness. Okay, another heresy death god. You have to be burned hard too. +9:00. Su Yi showed up at the office on time. He tilted his legs on the table and then suddenly realized, "Aren't I off today?" Su Yi scratched his chin, feeling a little embarrassed. Luckily, no one was around. Otherwise, it would be a bit social to carry a school bag to school early on Saturday morning and be seen by classmates and teachers. But well, classmate, guess why I can see you at school early on Saturday morning? But then again, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Wanda and Hela are both asleep. It's okay to go back. It is estimated that the two girls have to rest at noon to go to Shijing Town. Otherwise, I can't even stand up now. Button. Enter. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Su Yi was still wondering who would come here at this hour, and it was still Saturday. As soon as the door opened, it was Gwen. She tilted her head at the door, only poking out one head, looked at Su Yi and asked suspiciously, "Su, why are you here? I went to the roof and didn't find you." Cough, cough, cough. Su Yi pretended to tidy up the table, wiped it again, and explained, "I'm fine in the morning. I'm going downstairs to clean up, and then I'm ready to go for a run." Sports. Gwen's eyes lit up when he heard the movement. She opened the door fully, and the body came out 190 said, "I happen to be running here. Let's exercise together." Su Yi looked up and down at Gwen. Very good. Gwen is topped by a slim fit t-shirt. Underneath are stretchy pants like yoga pants. And then put on a pair of sports shorts. This is a set of two pants. It doesn't feel too wavy, nor does it feel ugly. On the contrary, I feel pure and full of vitality. She is a beautiful sports girl. Su Yi appreciated it for a while and said with a thumbs up, "Excellent," Gwen suddenly smiled happily. "Then let's go." 9:20 a.m. Su Yi also went to change into a sportswear. The two jogged out of the northern building, then run towards the beach first. Waited until the beach. Su Yi and Gwen ran side by side. Su Yi looked at Gwen's inhalation method and asked, "You won't get angry when you talk while running?" "Definitely not." Gwen waved her hands, turned to look at Su Yi and said, "My physical fitness is definitely fine." "That's good. Let's talk while running." People who don't run often will feel that running is more painful or uncomfortable. But people with good physical fitness will prefer to run, because when running, the whole body blood is flowing. And it also promotes the release of happy dopamine. So when you're in good physical condition, running before the limit will always bring you happiness. The two just ran and chatted sideways to the sun. Sue, you reminded Gwen. After the meeting is over, you go back and put on a set and bring a change of clothes, and we will go on a 2-day, 1-night trip. Really? Gwen immediately jumped up and twirled in the air, cheering. That's great. Gwen jumped up like an elf. Her turning body is very graceful. But Gwen looked back. But I'm about to take an exam. How can George persuade me? Ah, yes. People have fathers. My daughter went out to play for 2 days and 1 night. There has to be a reason, right? And it's not good to use yourself for this reason. That's not the same as telling George, hey, you old man, I took your daughter to spend the night, goodbye. So why can't people bring all the police in New York to block their own doors? At that time, it would be considered calm to bomb directly without using RPG. It's outrageous when you think about it. So Sui thought about it carefully. Then what's the good reason? But he thought about it for a long time. I really didn't expect. Gwen also panicked. Then what should I do? The thought of not being able to walk. Then Sui and Wanda went on their honeymoon. Then Gwen was uncomfortable. Not jealous of Wanda, but I can't enjoy it myself. Suddenly, Gwen tilted her head and thought about it. Should I leave home and forget it and then go back after the exam? And the results will tell? Suyi's mouth twitched after hearing this method. You think well. You were away from home for more than 1 night. George will definitely use the power of the police department to find you. Then it will be more troublesome. Those who love their daughters are very spoiled. George was clearly doting on his daughter. Gwen really wanted to run away from home. George must turn New York upside down. If it was Sue E., he would do the same. Otherwise, Gwen's tutoring would not be so strict. Then what should I do? Gwen stretched out her hands in despair as she ran. It seemed to be in too much pain. But Sui thought about it. There's an idea. It really doesn't work. You can go to Wanda and ask Wanda to give your parents hypnotic ability. Just 2 days. As soon as this statement came out, Gwen turned her head suddenly. Her eyes lit up, then said in surprise, this method is good. Wanda's magic is powerful. She's sure to pull it off seamlessly. Sui nodded. Can be. Wanda's current level of magic manipulation has long been different from what it used to be. Hypnotic ability is not simple for 2 people. But the point is, this matter cannot be brought up by him. Cough, cough, cough. So Sue whispered to Gwen, you go tell Wanda. Remember, it cannot be said that I proposed it. Otherwise you will sell me. Then I will definitely not let you go. Gwen nodded. Then he made several okay gestures. It's hard to tell if anyone else. But Gwen still understands what Wanda said. Yes. What is the relationship between us? They will be stacked together in the future. Do me a favor. The two ran and chatted like this. Then it ran until 11 o'clock noon, when Sue and Gwen stopped to buy some water to drink. He wasn't breathing. Gwen only panted slightly. Look, this stamina. Invincible. So this was the reason why Gwen was able to fight with Sue overnight. None of the others. Not even a certain goddess of death. Tun. After buying water, Sue and Gwen walked back while walking. Gwen wanted to wrap her arms around Sue, etc. Sue stretched out his hand to signal to stop. Then he snapped his fingers again. Snap. Next moment, a golden light shone on Gwen and Suyi's body. Then Gwen found that all the sweat on her body was gone, and it smells like after a shower. Bring it on. Then Sue stretched out his hand to give Gwen a hug. Gwen hugged Suyi's arm. Hold Suyi's elbow with the peach in front of him. Then he said viciously on purpose, do you dislike me? It's not disgusting. Sue stretched out his other hand and touched her head. If you have ability to make it more comfortable, why make it uncomfortable? At that time, my sweat will be too sticky. In fact, the two didn't sweat much, but it's a lot more comfortable. But Sue thought about it and added another sentence. Definitely, an exception can be made at night. Cough, cough. It was casual at that time. It doesn't matter if you sweat or not. Gwen blushed when she heard this and stopped talking. No doubt, con is not the key, because basically no, the key is too wet. Yes, the stream, abs, is too much ahem. Until noon, Gwen and Suyi returned to the northern mansion. After the two went to the top floor, Wanda has already made lunch. When Suyi saw it, he exchanged glances with Gwen, who was seen by his colleagues. Then both of them nodded in unison. What's the meaning? This bitch can do it. Not only Sue-E is satisfied, but Gwen is also satisfied. Come back. Just right, I still want to call you. Wanda said together after seeing Sue-E and Gwen come back. It just so happens that Gwen is here too, so let's eat together. I'm coming. Sue-E and Gwen quickly changed their shoes and went in. Come to the table. The two looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table, and their stomachs growled immediately. Wanda cooks a lot of dishes now. Her cooking style is different from Sue-Yi's. The number of people Sue-Yi likes is almost perfect, and then he would do a little more. But Wanda is different. She sees the dishes she wants to cook, and when she gets inspired, she cooks more. Then I like it when I look at the sumptuous Chinese dinner. And no matter what kind of food can be eaten, if it doesn't work, there is little Hella. Her body, it is the body of a god, and it digests quickly. If you don't eat it, just let the little Hella be wiped out. Hella trash cans. Little Hella, dinner is ready. Following Sue-Yi's shout, little Hella slid over at a level that floated across the tiles. It went to the table with a plop. Dinner. For people came to the table for dinner. Everyone ate very happily. You eat yours, I eat mine. It was only after Wanda took the first bite for Sue-E. Gwen was about to take a second bite. Then Wanda took the third bite. Gwen again. God, it's over. Sue-E quickly stopped this behavior. Eat your own, don't feed it. How can we still eat like this? At that time, Sue-E didn't move a single bite. Finish Wanda and Gwen's first. Then eat a hammer. After being stopped by Sue-E, everyone ate normally. After more than half an hour. After eating, Sue-E stretched comfortably on the sofa. Wanda and Gwen leaned in his arms, one from the other. As for Hella, doing the dishes in the kitchen. Originally, she wanted a brush at night. But Sue-E severely stopped this behavior. It must be wiped off immediately. There can be no procrastination. So little Hella could only cry and wash the dishes. Definitely crying is fake. But it was true that Sue-E hugged the two of them happily watching TV. A few minutes later, little Hella cleaned the dishes with divine power. Then clean up the water on your hands with divine power. Finally came out and cheered. I'm brushing. Sue-E nodded and praised. Good job. As for whether to check like a normal parent, Sue-Yi's answer is that it is not necessary. If you see dirty plates before eating next time, then he promises little Hella's ass is going to bloom. Open a flower that cannot be closed. And the little Hella, who likes dishes, also huddled between Sue-Yi's legs to watch TV. The four of them looked at each other. Gwen suddenly remembered something about herself. So he pulled Wanda and whispered. After Wanda heard Gwen's plan, immediately looked at Sue-E and smiled. Sue, cough, cough, cough. As soon as this word came out, Sue-E knew that he had revealed his secrets. He can probably guess why. Because this trick was the trick Wanda used to pull him to watch the Ferris wheel secretly. And he just told Gwen a method. Gwen, win this. Okay, no problem. Sue-E hadn't finished speaking yet. Wanda took Gwen's hand and agreed. What is our relationship, right? Good sister. Gwen smashed her eyes and didn't even react. Just now I felt like I had to question Sue-E. Why are you so active now? Never mind. Why think so much? Let's talk about the parents first. Gwen happily took Wanda's hand. Then hurry up, you open the portal, and we go together. And then I'll come over after I get my clothes. No problem. Wanda stretched out her index and middle fingers together and drew in the air. A scarlet portal then appeared. Then Wanda and Gwen waved to Sue-E. Then they entered the portal together. Wait until the portal hour. Little Hella sat on Sue-Yi's lap and touched it directly with her hand. Sue-E. Snap! Sue-E grabbed little Hella's hand. Are you sick again? Hurry up. Nobody. Little Hella pulled Sue-Yi's clothes. No, I found that you look down on me too much. Sue-E immediately lifted up the little Hella, then put it on the ground and said, They go to hypnotic ability to pick up the clothes, and it will take no more than half an hour. Who do you look down on for half an hour? Only half an hour to hear. Little Hella tilted her head and thought for a while. It seems to be the same. Forget about it. But little Hella asked with a waist. What about traveling? I must have free time then. Don't forget to pull the hook. Hiss. Hear the pull of the hook. Sue-E gasped. He could only nod his head and said with difficulty, "Let's see when the time comes. This thing is uncertain." "Fine." Then little Hella also went to get her little skirt. Half an hour later, as Wanda's portal opens, sure enough, she and Gwen, who was carrying the bag, came back. "I'm going to get my clothes and yours." Then Wanda turned around to get her own clothes and Su-Yi's clothes too. After a while, after the three girls are all ready, Su-Yi asked with a gesture of snapping his fingers, "Everyone checks to see if there is anything missing, and if there is nothing, we will leave." The three women looked at it salty. "There is none left." "Okay, let's go." "Snap. Snap your fingers." The four disappeared in place. Next moment, New Jersey, the outskirts of a town called Westview. For people appeared with big bags and small bags. Su-Yi looked at the small town billboard in front of him. Then he nodded firmly and said, "It's here, let's go in." "Let's go." Little Hella and Gwen walked in happily, and Wanda walked slowly while holding Su-Yi's arm. Westview Town is no ordinary town. In this small town, there are not only dark books, but also black magic witches and agents of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Heavenly Sword Bureau. The full name is Intellectual World Observation and Response Bureau. It exists for a simple purpose. If SHIELD is to solve the conflicts of the Earth and protect the safety of the Earth, then the Tianjin Bureau is to solve the conflict between the Earth and aliens and prevent the invasion of alien civilizations. Definitely, this game is useless right now. His main mission, all outside the Earth, and its first occurrence, still in one of Thor's cut animations. Someone took out the Tianjin Bureau's investigation data on Thor. It shows cross-reference with Tianjin Bureau database. Therefore, the presence of Tianjin Bureau is very low. There are even fewer agents on the bright side, and Su-Yi is not interested in their existence. The four entered Shijing Town. Wanda looked at the surrounding scenery, including buildings, grasslands, people, and so on. In the end, she kind of liked it. It seems to be okay here, not so many people, but everyone is doing their own thing. Su-Yi nodded. Looks like Wanda likes idyllic towns. She loves having a home with her own farm, garden, and backyard. And Gwen looked at the surrounding scenery and said, "There is no building, cobweb can't fly." Su-Yi. Okay, the angle is novel. Good for you. But compared to Gwen and Wanda, who have their own ideas, little Hella's heart is much simpler. Where to sleep? Where to play? Are you free? Can it be my turn? Cough, cough, cough. The four walked for a meeting in the small town. On the way, there was no phenomenon of soliciting customers in other places. We are all residents here, so it's normal life. Where do you want to live? Su-Yi looked at everyone and asked, "Anyway, I only plan to stay for 2 days and 1 night. The three girls thought about it. Wanda was the first to feel it. Then point in one direction. "Let's go there and see. It feels better there." Wanda said. No one else had an opinion, so everyone went there. What happened next was exactly what Wanda felt. Everyone is going here. The scenery here is also a little more natural. Also, the plants are better. The neighborhood is also quieter. Obviously, this is a better residential area. Su-Yi nodded after looking at the scenery. Then take a look around here. The four turned around, eventually found a decent vacant house, and it happened to have a rental sign posted on the door. There are not many houses here, so the rental is entrusted to one place. So Su-Yi rented out the house. Then he moved in with the 3 daughters. Su-Yi went in and looked at the bed first. The bed was found to be fairly large. There are 1 big and 1 small too. Su-Yi nodded in satisfaction and said, "Now we have 2 choices. 1, let's sleep together tonight. 2, let's sleep together tonight. Which one do you choose?" Wanda and Gwen immediately rolled their eyes at Su-Yi when they heard it. Wanda didn't speak, just put the luggage in and wanted to clean up. Gwen didn't speak and wanted to help Wanda. Hella doesn't care about her. Su-Yi saw that the 2 wanted to clean up. "Please, we are here to play, not to do housework." Su-Yi snapped his fingers. Snap! The room was instantly clean, spotless. Wanda and Gwen looked at the floor, which was cleaner than a dog's lick. The 2 of them could only put down the tools in their hands. "Let's go. Let's try the delicious food in this small town. Is there something to eat?" Little Hella heard that there was something to eat. Then she immediately wanted to. What can I say if I have something to eat? Elbow. So we put down our luggage, opened the door, and walked out together. Boom. Then it happened that the neighbor next door came out at the same time. The two sides looked at each other. There are 4 people on Su Yi's side, and she's the only one on her side. It's a black woman with a fluffy afro. He is not short, even taller than Gwen, but looks young. No, black people don't look very old. And the people over there saw Su Yi and a group of people. She silently put the phone away. Then he nodded to Su Yi. Hi, my name is Grady, and I'm your neighbor. Su Yi also nodded and also reported his famous minister. But Gwen and Wanda and Hela did not report, especially Wanda. She half hid behind Su Yi, not wanting others to recognize her as Scarlet Witch. Otherwise, the 2-day outing will be uneasy. After reporting each other's names, Su Yi sensed Wanda's thoughts, so he waved and said, "Then I'll go first." Grady also waved and said, "Goodbye, I hope you have a good time." After the two parties separated, Wanda came out of Su Yi's arms holding Su Yi's hand, and Su Yi had a smile on the corner of his mouth. After seeing it, Wanda reached out and asked curiously, "What's the matter? I've been laughing all the time." Hearing this sentence, Luan also looked over curiously. Su Yi smiled. "You say it's a coincidence. The person you met just now has a background." X2. Hear this sentence. The first to suffer was Wanda. She was the first to ask, "Is she here for us?" "No way." Gwen shook her head against the idea. "We teleported here. It is impossible to be discovered. Who in this world can know where we want to go in advance?" "You are right." Su Yi couldn't have been squatted in the grass. So Su Yi shook his head and explained, "You're thinking too much, Wanda. Don't forget that there is a dark book in this small town. So there have always been magicians in this small town who were attracted by the intentionally released news and finally disappeared mysteriously. And she is one of the agents who came to investigate the disappearance of this group of demon magicians." Agent. Hear the word agent. Wanda still frowned and said, "The agent has a lot of news, so she must have recognized us." No wonder her expression didn't move much, but her pupils shrank twice. "So they recognized us." Gwen recalled what Wanda had said, and then found out it was. The female agent's expression didn't change much, but when they saw them, people didn't react for a moment. Normal people don't do this. What did she discover? But Gwen remembered one more thing. Isn't SHIELD disbanded? Where's her agent? Heaven's Sword Bureau. Heavenly Sword Game? X2. Gwen and Wanda froze for a moment. What game is this again? Never heard of it. It's just a non-existent game, mainly to deal with aliens. Su Yi waved his hand indifferently. Then I found that everyone came to a bakery. So he said as he led people in, "Heavenly Sword Bureau is something that can be ignored. It doesn't matter. They know you're Ms. Spider, Gwen, and Wanda isn't officially out of the Avengers Alliance. So they won't come to make trouble, just chat at most." That's what I heard. Wanda breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine, as long as it doesn't disturb the outing time of the 4 of them. It must be inevitable to have a chat. I understand. Then the 4 entered the bakery. It turned out that things here are surprisingly good. The toast looked pure, burnt yellow. There is no mix and match of cream and peanuts in the supermarket. The panels here are simple. It's whole wheat toast. On the side, there are toppings like jam, pate, and pickles. All in all, it looks pretty good. Su Yi took a look. Let the 3 girls buy it directly. Choose one, buy more, and I'll follow suit. Then Hela jumped over and pointed to the bread and jam in the bar and said, "This and this and this." The boss was happy to take it out when he heard the little girl snapping. But Hela's next sentence stunned him. "I don't want what I said just now, but I will give you a copy of everything else." The boss was stunned. Gwen and Wanda looked at Hella at the same time. Definitely, it's not too much to eat either. It's just the way Hella talks a little bit. What do you mean this, and this? Don't want them all? And get a copy of everything else. I knew you were going to say something like this. Then Sui thought I could say it myself, cough, cough, cough. But because it is a child's words. So the boss looked at Sui, the only man here, waiting for Sui's reply. And Sui definitely waved his hand. Then he took Wanda and Gwen to the chair and said, "Do as she says. Thank you very much for the meal, sir and girl." That's what Sui heard. The boss must have had a good laugh. I hurried to prepare, and the bread had to be cut and brought up. As for Sui, brought people to the table and sat down. Gwen and Wanda sat across from each other. Sui and Hella are sitting here. Very reasonable. And the outside seats of this restaurant are all wooden. You can lean on the wooden fence and watch the birds and flowers outside. This New York City feels completely different. Wanda took a deep breath and sighed. It's really nice here. I kind of like it here. Wanda, which one do you like? Gwen asked curiously. I think, generally up. Wanda looked around, then raised her chin as a gesture. I like the natural atmosphere here. Gwen looked at the natural atmosphere around her. Then he leaned his hands back on the wooden chair and said, in this kind of place, I am afraid that the wooden house will collapse when I stand on the roof. Only now did Wanda react. Gwen is like a straight-up nerf here. That's too bad. And Hella was playing with Sui's big hand. It is these hands, especially warm. And Sui also rubbed Hella's head. Anyway, he also likes Hella now. Although a bit naughty and juicy, it is much better than mature Hella. That Hella is not easy to deal with. It is too ambitious. And Hella also played with Sui's hand on her head. She didn't care that Sui's hands would mess up her hair. Instead, turn and play in reverse. But turn and turn. Hella's head paused, then turned to look outside. Zero, asked for flowers. Sui put his hand on her head. Superior. Hella looks back. Sui also looked back. Then he saw the slightly fat ant with the oval face. Her hair is brown, with a purple-black coat. And while passing the bakery, she also looked here a few times. Chief among them was a few glances at Wanda. Finally walked away as if nothing had happened. After watching people go away, Hella turned her head and said directly to Sui, "That fat woman has thoughts about us. I'll go and kill her." Huh, X2. Gwen and Wanda are still chatting. As a result, she suddenly heard that Hella wanted to kill someone, which shocked her too. They all looked at Hella at the same time. And Sui smiled and straightened Hella's hair. Why do you want to kill people? Because she has malice towards us, really. Hella looked at Sui and said seriously, I am the goddess of death, and I clearly feel that she has very serious spying ideas on me and Wanda. Oh, Sui made an understanding expression. It turns out that Hella still has this ability. And Hella also thought of something to explain. When I was fighting, I felt that Odin didn't want me to fight more and more, so he wanted to cut my rights. So I definitely rose up and wanted to get rid of him first, and then I was sealed. Oh, Sui made another expression of understanding. It turned out to be like this. Is there such a secret in this story? When he was reading the Chronicles, he just wrote that Hella was too ambitious, and Odin sealed her for Ade. It turns out that there is such a thing. But think about it. How powerful Hela was at that time depended entirely on Asgard's territory. As long as Asgard is bigger, Hela is stronger, can even surpass Odin. No wonder neither Wanda nor Gwen commented on this. After all, it's someone else's business. And it was many, many years ago. They don't understand either. Sui looked back, but he had long since disappeared. As for who she is, Sui almost guessed it. That black magic witch Agatha. She's just an old witch who uses black magic to absorb other people's mana to delay her own aging. The old hag had lived a long time. She was also the one who, release the news about the Dark God book, then trick other magicians into being assassinated by her. I can say that it is very bad, and it's delicious. But now that everyone is gone, Sue E is too lazy to let Hella chase him, because the boss has already served up the sliced bread. Kill it next time you see it, Hella. I heard that I can kill next time. Hella nodded happily. That's fine. Anyway, I love her death. For Hella, how dare you spy on my ability? I fucking kill you. And Sui also agreed with Hella's decision. You can picture my body, but you can't picture my ability. It's like you can lie to me about feelings, but you can't lie to me about money. Because the ammunition of the body can be replenished and saved, but if the ability is gone, it will not come back. The same is true for feelings. If they are gone, they will be gone, but if the money is gone, it is really gone. So you hit my ability's attention. I have to kill you? The two hit it off. Wanda and Gwen looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Now that Sue E has decided, then they would definitely not refute what Sue E said. And Hella had eaten the bread with jam. Well, not bad, seeing that Hella gave a good review. Sue E picked up a piece of bread and dipped in the sauce and said, "Let's start eating. We still have to go out to play in the afternoon, and we'll get down to business tomorrow." Everyone nodded and began to eat bread. At the same time, Grady, the black female neighbor, just now, found Jimmy, another Tianjin Bureau agent in Westview Town. Grady said with a nervous expression, "Scarlet Witch, Ms. Spider, and an Asgard girl all showed up in West Island this afternoon. They live with a man who is now my neighbor. What are they doing here? Are they also investigating the disappearance of the magician? But what does this have to do with them?" To be honest, Grady is really nervous right now, because the 3 women she reported were all very strong. None are weak, especially Scarlet Witch. She thinks she can crush herself to death in the air. And Jimmy opposite her is also very nervous. He is a former SHILD agent. Then SHILD went bankrupt, and he came to Tianjin Bureau. As a result, now meet the people of Avengers. It's not that he's guilty. Rather, he knew where the Avengers would pop up. That would definitely not be safe. So Jimmy thought about it, and without any hesitation, he took out the agent phone and said, "This matter must be reported to the captain and let them handle it." Gladys agrees with this. Treat superhero this kind of super combat power. Beggars must be treated with care and rigor. In the face of the cautious treatment of the agents of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. After Sue E finished eating the bread and paid the bill, Sue E stretched out his hand to signal Wanda to lead the way. "Wanda, I'll let you lead the tour this afternoon." Wanda hesitated a bit, but she was afraid that the road she led would not be good. Then everyone gets bored. But Sue E knew what she wanted to say, so he said it a step ahead. "We don't know the town either, so you can take us anywhere. It's okay. So what if this afternoon is wasted and there is a whole day tomorrow? Even if we don't have enough fun tomorrow, we can come back next week." Wanda thought about it. Having said that, she nodded in agreement. "Okay, leave it to me." To this, neither Gwen nor Hella had a problem. Both of them don't like it very much. One learned to be indifferent to Sue E. So the 3 started walking with Wanda, who is interested in nature. And Wanda also leads the way by feeling. The 4 first came to the center of the intersection in the town. Then Wanda looked at the signs for the town. With her feelings, Wanda pointed to a place near the slope and said, "Let's go here. Walk." Sue E waved his hand. The 4 walked over while chatting. I saw a fruit stand on the road. Everyone also bought a little and took it in their hands to eat while walking. Everyone walked towards the edge of the town. But the edge is farther away from when you came. That is, it is opposite. Everyone was walking. 2 people just came in from the edge of town. Sue took a look. Roar. It was the black female neighbor again, and another male agent, Jimmy. I have to say that the town is really small. People you've met just walk around and run into them again. Sue saw them. They also saw Sue. Glady looked at the crowd and could only smile at the country's 3. "Hey, what a coincidence. Where are you going?" After Wanda knows their agent. "It doesn't matter. Go to the hillside outside the town and have a look." "Oh, there's a beautiful view there." Glady suddenly reacted and pointed to where Wanda was going. "There's a flower forest there. It is the season of blooming. You can go and see it. but it is beautiful. Here, there's a beautiful view. Wanda thanked with a smile. Thanks, we'll be there. So under normal communication, everyone left the town and walked out. And after watching Sue, E, and the others leave, Gladys let out a long sigh of relief. And Jimmy Agent asked a little strangely, "Are they here to see the beauty?" Jimmy was very surprised. Such a group of powerful people, just to see the scenery? It can't be scary. Scarlet Witch plus Asgard plus Ms. Spider. Only the Avengers Alliance can beat them together. But running so far to see the scenery now? Glady saw Jimmy's concern. Then what should we do? Grady is also very hesitation. But how can we get to know each other? Jimmy thought about it. I think we need to talk to them. Strictly speaking, we are friends. We are all for the safety of the city, and the same goes for the small town. Gladys thought for a moment. She felt the same way. It's okay not to talk. Otherwise, it's nothing to be on guard. Okay, then I will talk to them later. The other side. Sue, E, and the others have already arrived at the Sea of Flowers. Wow, X3, Gwen, Wanda, and little Hella were all in awe of the beauty here. The beauty of hundreds of trees here is really beautiful. And after the petals fell on the ground, it will also give you a view that only exists in fluffy dreams. Little Hella rushed into the Sea of Flowers. The depth of the flowers and plants went directly past her knees, all the way to her thighs. The Lolita skirt on her body is also covered with flowers and plants. It really looks like a princess from a distance. A living princess. And Gwen also picked up a handful of petals and smelled them. It smells so good. Juan also picked up a handful and smelled it. Then he came to Sue E very much. Give it to Sue E to hear about it. Suck. Sue E sniffed it. Really good. The taste is relatively mild, but that's just fine. You will neither be absolutely overly scented nor feel unscented. So it smells like a light fragrance. And Gwen became more and more familiar with it. It looks like a bottle of perfume my mother used to wear. It seems to be from Chanel, which is very expensive, and she is reluctant to use it, but the taste is similar. After hearing this, Sue E grabbed a handful and smelled it again. Then the raw material of this perfume is very likely to be made from this flower. The essence of many expensive perfumes is really extracted from flower petals. This process is time-consuming and expensive. So perfume is also very expensive. Only luxury perfumes will use ancient craftsmanship as a gimmick, then deliberately sell it very expensive to make a lot of money. At the moment, Wanda has already magically brought out a relatively large thin blanket, then spread under a beautiful tree and said, "Let's sit here and rest and talk." Sue Yi's eyes lit up, thumbs up and praised. "Very nice, Wanda, really thoughtful." So the three went to rest under the tree. Wanda tidied up her clothes and sat aside. Sue E took a look, sat directly not far from Wanda, and then lay down with his head facing Wanda's legs. Wait until the back of the head rests on the plump legs. Sue E let out a sound. So comfortable. Wanda didn't have the slightest suggestion. Instead, he stretched out his hand to brush the hair on Sue Yi's forehead. Then he took a sip on his forehead. Gwen envied immediately after seeing it. "I also want." This sentence made Sue E and Wanda laugh. Sue E opened his eyes and looked at Gwen. "You want a hammer?" Wanda has only one pair of legs, and they're all mine. Gwen folded her arms. He watched the two of them think for a while. "Then I'll sleep on your lap." So Gwen lay down and leaned on Sue Yi's lap. Little Hella was originally lying on her stomach, but when she saw the three of them crowded together, she wanted to come over and squeeze. So he just laid it on Sue Yi's stomach. So the rest posture of the four of them became dry. The bar above is Wanda. The vertical in the middle is Sue E. On either side are Gwen and Hella. Well, it's perfect. Sue E lay comfortably on Wanda's lap, enjoying the cool knee pillow. He closed his eyes and felt the comfort of the breeze blowing across his cheeks. Nobody chatted. All are enjoying nature. Wanda looked at everyone and closed their eyes. She lowered her head and found that the face she belonged to was right in front of her. So she also bowed her head. The moment when the hair falls. It was Sue E who felt a chill. He knew right away that this was Wanda's. So he also recalled it. The two became so selfless and passionate. TSK. Lying Sue E was taken aback when he heard the sound. She raised her head and looked towards the source of the sound. Good guy. Wanda's hair just blocked the contact between the two of them. But could Gwen not know what that was doing? Ahem. So Gwen coughed lightly. After hearing the sound, Wanda took the initiative to separate from Sue. She brushed her long hair behind her ears. Then he looked at Gwen and smiled, especially when she scraped the corners of her mouth mischievously. This Gwen is angry. She glared at Wanda, then turned around and was about to have a warm relationship with Sue in Wanda's arms. Wanda was taken aback. He quickly held Gwen's head with both hands. You take it away. No. Why you can do it, and I can't. You. If you don't let me go, I will face you tonight. This time, Wanda is neither letting go nor not letting go. Do you really want to watch it at night? Put in my arms like this. Wanda is in a dilemma now, but at the moment, from the corner of her eyes, she saw the two people walking towards her just now. So Wanda said hastily, the two agents come here. I don't believe it. Gwen was really pissed off, so she refused to let go. Really, I'm not kidding you. Wanda broke Gwen's head. Look, it's really here. Gwen took a look. All right, it's really those two agents. You're lucky. Gwen sat up obediently. But Sue, he didn't intend to get up. He continued to lie down. After a while, Gladys and Jimmy walked nearby. Then he directly took out the certificate and said, We are the agents of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. We kept it secret before, so I'm really sorry. Say so. But he was dumbfounded when he looked at Sue, who was lying on Wanda's lap. The pillow is Scarlet Witch. Such a powerful superhero is like serving others. This is real, and Wanda doesn't seem to care. She nodded, hello. Then he stretched out his hand to press Sue-Yi's shoulder and said, This is my partner. Gwen stared at this. She immediately looked back and said to the two of them, My partner too. This is the end. The words of the two directly froze the brains of the people in the Tianjin Bureau. If it is the high level of Tianjin Bureau, they should be able to sense that Sue has something to do with these two women. But these two are just ordinary small employees. They know a hammer. Whether it is Tianjin Bureau or SHILDS data, they all pay attention to the agent level. And there are speculations about Sue, Scarlet Witch, and Gwen. Then they're definitely not qualified to check. Definitely. Even if the Tianjin Bureau has information. Now Gwen and Wanda's love affair is the top of the list for them. Two superheroes fall in love with one man. And they are two top superheroes. A special hair. This news will definitely blow up inside. And the two of them were dumbfounded for a long time before they could react. But Sue, he didn't want to be bothered by this kind of problem. So he lay on Wanda's lap and waved. If you have anything to say, you can say it directly and then go back and do your own thing. Glady and Jimmy looked at each other and nodded. Then asked by Grady, We just want to inquire about the purpose of your coming here. After she finished speaking, she immediately explained, Because it's a bit strange here, we are also investigating. Jimmy nodded in confirmation. There are magicians disappearing here from time to time. So we were ordered to come over and look into it. Sue knew all this. Definitely has nothing to do with him. Sue, he didn't want to care about it either. So he waved his hand and said directly, Then you can go back. We're here for tourism, and we're here to get something which has nothing to do with you. As for whether it is possible to help you, it depends on your luck. After Sue finished speaking, both Wanda and Gwen nodded at the same time. It means that Sue-Yi's words are also their words. Glady knew the chat was over when he saw this. She quickly thanked Sue, and everyone. He quickly pulled Jimmy away. After walking away, Grady patted his chest and said with a long breath, I can't believe that such a powerful Avenger and superhero can fall in love with the same person. This thing is really amazing. Although it doesn't have any practical effect, the information center's jaws will drop when we upload it back. Jimmy nodded in agreement, but he meant more than that. He thought about it, sighed, and said, I must ask that gentleman for advice when I have time. He must be a god. Being male, when you see an ugly wife who is more beautiful than she can hug her left and right, you will definitely lament the injustice of the world. But after you know that he is a very hanging hidden boss, and you see him hugging left and right, you will feel that this is a male fortress. He must be super powerful and masculine. And there are many charms in men. For example, money, power, face, temperament, body, conversation, ability, and so on. But what a coincidence. Jimmy thinks that Sue-E, the boss, should take all of it. Otherwise, how could he embrace the two superheroes left and right? Moreover, he is also the superhero of the Battle Echelon TO. And Sue-E is here. After seeing these two agents leave, Gwen turned her head to look at Wanda. But Wanda stretched out his hand to cover Sue-Ye's mouth. It means that it doesn't work when it's in my arms anyway. Okay, Gwen nodded angrily. Then turn your head away from Wanda. Suddenly, Wanda panicked. She had a feeling that the night was going to be bad. But Sue-E was curious as to why the little Hella was silent until now. He turned to look. It turned out that Hella had already gone to play elsewhere. When Sue-E looked at her, little Hella is like an elf running around in the flowers chasing butterflies. Sue-E saw that she couldn't catch it no matter what. So laugh at her. It's fine if you use your powers, little Hella. Little Hella gritted her teeth and looked at the butterfly. If I catch it with divine power, I will lose. I must grab it with my bare hands. It sounded nice. But everyone chatted for another afternoon in the flower forest. I also didn't see Hella returning with the butterfly. 0.2. So to the end. Sue-E turned his head when he heard Hella's angry voice. Hella uses divine power to live in a butterfly, then grab and throw it and say, I got you, get out. Sue-E couldn't help laughing. And Hella came back tired after playing. Sue-E watched the sky around him slowly getting dark. So he stood up and patted his body and said, Go back first. Our plan tomorrow is to get the Dark God book. Then if it goes well, play for a while. And how about going home tomorrow night? Of course. Definitely no problem. Wanda put away the thin blanket and then dragged the slightly tired Hella home. Sue-E and Gwen walked slowly behind. Anyway, there is no rush. But Gwen pulled Rizui's sleeve suddenly. Sue-E turned his head and snorted. And Gwen leaned closer to Sue-Ye's ear and said, Tonight, I take Wanda. Sue-Ye's eyes widened after hearing this. Eyes also become more wonderful. You sure? Gwen raised her eyebrows. Sure. Let's get her out of the way first and let her rest on the sidelines. When it comes to the 4 words of taking a good rest, Gwen said it word for word. That's really cruel. As for Sue-Ye's words, he could be so happy, and it was organized by Gwen. Why didn't he do it? No problem. Sue-E stretched out his hand. Gwen reached out to clap too. Crack. Wanda looked back when she heard the clapping and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. X2. Sue-E and Gwen answered in unison. Wanda looked left and right at the two of them, feeling something was wrong. But I didn't find anything wrong. Forget it. Let's go home first. She was a little sleepy after walking all day. After returning to the rented house, when the 4 of them went in, Sue-E first covered the house with a layer of soundproofing. That way there won't be any sound coming out of the house. And here are 2 beds, because of a small 2 rooms. It must have been Hella who slept little. Sue-E slept with the 2 girls. Okay, deal. And Hella is tired from running today. When she got back to her room, she fell asleep. It's already night now, and there are not so many people in Shijing Town at night. Everyone is at home. In the bedroom, Wanda made the bed with magic, and put on her own cushions and coats. And Gwen saw this. She stretched out her shoe and kicked Su-Yi's shoe. Then he gestured to Su-Yi to start the plan. Su-Yi nodded expectantly. Then Gwen said, "Wanda, I'm going to take a shower first, and I'll change you later." Wanda made the bed and nodded in answer. "Okay, you go first." So Gwen blinked at Su-Yi and left. And what's the plan for the two of them? Step 1. Gwen says to go out to take a shower by herself. The second step, Su-Yi looks for opportunities to take advantage of the witch. Step 3. Gwen washes up and comes back. Step 4. Torturing witches together. Step 5. Be a spider jockey again. How to say? Plan to pass. So follow the plan. The first step has already begun. Su-Yi began to execute the second step. He stepped forward and put his arms around Wanda, who had just made the bed sheet. "Thanks for your hard work." Wanda smiled. "How can it be hard to be lazy with magic? You taught me before." Su-Yi held Wanda's hand. "You're right. Obviously, this is not the key." Su-Yi hugged Wanda's waist with his left hand and held Wanda's hand with his right hand while stroking. Gwen told me it would take a long time, and she would come over after soaking for a while. Wanda was taken aback. "Did she say that?" "Yes." Su-Yi nodded. It was just added by him. But Wanda obviously feels that time is not enough. She leaned on Su-Yi and said, "You've had too much time, and Gwen will definitely be back." "Not coming back." Su-Yi whispered in Wanda's ear. "Just the two of us, once in a while." Hearing that Su-Yi can do it once, Wanda was stunned for a moment. Every time, Su-Yi had to wait until she couldn't take it anymore. "It's okay this time?" To be honest, that would be if Gwen was soaking. 01. Wanda was moved, and Gwen was nearby. She doesn't know yet. Wanda thought for a while, but didn't speak. Then Su-Yi will try it out. Wanda hasn't refused yet. That's it. The second step is successful. Then, since the second step is successful, Su-Yi secretly sent a signal to Gwen. Third step. Gwen, who had been waiting for a long time, showed a cruel smile. If you want to eat secretly by yourself, you will be punished. The fourth step. You. Don't care, don't stop. Etc. Still the same. Don't care, don't stop. Then it was the same. No matter what Wanda says, no matter how much she begs for mercy, the two pretended not to hear. "I'm blind, I'm deaf, I don't know. Don't ask me, don't want to hear, don't accept surrender." In short, it is cultivation. That's all. Wait until the fourth step is successful. At the moment, it's already late at night. Wanda has passed out. Then comes step 5. Sleep at last. Dawn. The next day. Today is the happiest day Su-Yi has ever had. He got up, humming a song and taking a shower. Even rubbing your hair has a rhythm. No way. It was such a great time last night. His first dream came true. That's Jenga. You know how difficult it is in general. And what about him? He grasped every reality, from the meeting of two women, to the confession of the two women in exchange for sincerity, then the grudge between the two women, finally Gwen's revenge. It was a God help me too. Su-Yi knew that if he could succeed in stacking this time, it must be due to the right time, place, and people. If it's at home, it probably won't work. But after I came out, I had this vindictiveness instead. You say this, you say this. Isn't this wow? This is so cruel. Su-Yi was overjoyed. Take a good shower. Crack. Su-Yi snapped his fingers. Then the body is completely dry. Then she looked at the two rooms where both were sleeping. So he went out to buy some breakfast first. No, Wanda and Gwen estimated that they would not get up until noon. So go ahead and buy some Chinese food. Yesterday's bread, jam, salad, and some garden are almost enough. If it doesn't work, he also has fried rice with eggs. This has to make up for the two girls. Because I played too much last night. Didn't I say it before? Now use the metaphor again. Su-Yi is, Wanda is 1, Gwen is 2. At the beginning. That's 2 crazy targets 1. Put 1 to even cry and turn white. Then wait until 1 exits. It's him and 2 solo. The result is definitely beyond doubt. 1. Big win. How could Su-Yi, who is getting more and more courageous, lose? That's it? How do you let me lose? That's at least 11 and 22. 1 and 2 are not enough. That's all. Su-Yi went out to buy a lot of vegetables and food. But what a coincidence. During this time, he met Gladys again. This town is really not big. It is easy to run into familiar people. Just like go to a rural market. Hi. Seeing Sue E coming to buy food for the family. Grady was shocked, but still respectfully say hello first. Sue E looked at Grady and nodded. Good morning. How is the investigation going? Sue E was just talking politely, but Grady thought it was true, so she looked left and right to see if anyone was there. Then he said to Sue E, we can probably learn that the culprit behind the magician's disappearance is a dark female magician. I don't know about the rest for now. Sue E nodded. It's none of his business. So Sue E took a few more dishes, asked the waiter to wrap them up, and said, not bad. Then I wish you success. Then Sue E took the food and gave it to Yuan, watching the waiter ask for change for his rice cents. Sue E had no place to put it and didn't bother to ask for it. So he waved his hand and said, keep the change, please. Finally left. Glady looked at Sue Yi's leisurely and unrestrained back and fell in a deep thought. This is the real God. Grady thinks about those bosses with suits, ties, and leather boots. What kind of introverted aura do those people seem to have? It just looks awesome. But in fact, it is nothing in the eyes of superhero. But what about the man that the two female superheroes fell in love with just now? Cool. Okay. Whether it's temperament, appearance, conversation, figure, etc., it's all wow level for women. Yes, men rate women. Women will also mark men with grades which are average, which are good, which are excellent, and which must be 1. And Sue E is obviously the highest priority in their eyes. But when I think of this male god's object is two female superheroes, Gladys breathed a sigh of relief immediately. Oh, good men are only worthy of pushing women to own them. Wait for Sue E to return home with the food. It turned out that Gwen had woken up and was taking a shower. Wow. Sue E put the dishes on the table. It so happened that Gwen also liked coming out wrapped in a towel. Huh. Gwen yawned. After seeing Sue E, he became much more energetic. Then immediately come over and give the ball a hug. Hug. Sue E definitely chose to hug Gwen. Then he carried her to sit on the sofa. Gwen sat sideways on Sue E. Then he rested his head on Sue Yi's shoulder and closed his eyes. Sleepy, so tired. It was crazy last night. Sue E smiled after hearing this. Sleep if you are tired. I don't. Gwen closed her eyes and snorted against Sue Yi's neck. Let's rest while chatting. If I fall asleep, I will sleep on you. It doesn't matter to Sue E. Anyway, he won't feel tired due to his physique. Okay, let's rest. Gwen made a nasal sound, then leaned against Sue Yi's arms and began to rest. And Sue E leaned on the sofa and took out his mobile phone to play. Wouldn't it be nice to hold Gwen in your arms while playing with your phone like this? Can this be called torture? This is joy. Sue E played with the phone for a while. Gwen did not fall asleep. She didn't know what to think of, suddenly smiled and said, Wanda is still asleep. She had such a funny expression last night. Sue E recalled Wanda's expression. He and Gwen torture Wanda together. Almost drove Wanda crazy. The most basic cooperation between the two is Gwen grabbed Wanda's hands, yet squeezed her big ears. Finally passed out directly. Wanda, a magician. How could it be possible to resist Gwen's capture? Also resist Sue Yi's recklessness. That expression is really cough. It can only be understood, but cannot be expressed in words. Forget it next time. Let's treat it as a special case this time. I think Wanda will cry in the end. To be on the safe side, Sue E still kept his words calm. Gwen nodded after listening. I know, it was a bit hard to bully her yesterday, but she will definitely hold a grudge against me, and then find time to change it back. Change back. How to change? Or the same routine as Gwen. Isn't that good? It's exactly what Sue E wants. You're not fighting. How can I steal fish? Cough, cough, cough. It's okay. Sue E patted Gwen's chest. I will help you. Us. Gwen was taken aback. Cough, 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 help you. I was wrong. Yes. Gwen helps Gwen when she has an idea. Wanda helps Wanda when she has an idea. Today, Sue Yi's real name is Making Wallgrass. And Gwen didn't care what Sue E said. Help who? Anyway, she was very happy. So she rubbed back and forth on Sue Yi's collarbone. Muttered in his mouth. Love you so much, Mua. Sue E pushed Gwen's head. Don't suck. How can you meet people if you leave a mark when you go out? Gwen smiled. Mr. Tony Stark got marks on his neck when he gave a press conference. He's a playboy, and he doesn't care about these things. He wiped his saliva helplessly. That's his character design, not mine. And that was the old Tony. Now Tony has changed his ways. He was already only good to Pepper. Aren't you sleepy anymore? After talking so much, Gwen didn't sleep anymore. So Sui picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Then watched TV and cook at noon. Okay. Gwen still hugged. The TV turns on. The two were stacked together, chatting while watching TV. Until noon. Pata. The door opened. But not the master bedroom, but Hellas. Little Hella came out barefoot. Then he yelled at Sui, I want to play a game. Yep, the internet addiction of the internet-addicted girl has come up. Sui picked it up in the void. He directly took out a handheld and a tablet and said, one can play various handheld games. One can play the original. Forget it. You can play with the handheld. Sui put the tablet back. Then he threw the handheld to Little Hella. Little Hella took over the handheld. Then when I opened it, I found that there were many games in it, such as Zelda, Pokemon, Mario Land, and so on. Little Hella flew up with joy. She thought that she would not be able to play games when she came to this place. But I didn't expect there to be such an artifact as a handheld. Doesn't this smell better than Tesseract? That's great. So Little Hella flew back to her bed to play video games. But then again, Gwen looked at the door of the master bedroom and was a little panicked. Did we be too ruthless last night? Sui looked towards the room that hadn't responded yet. I also think it might be a bit harsh. The most powerful level last night. There's almost water on the ceiling. Let me go take a look at 177. Sui put Gwen down, then got up and went to have a look. Opened the door. Sui walked in. Wanda was still sleeping under a thin blanket. Just look at the ups and downs of the even breathing, and you know it's nothing. Probably just too tired. Sui came to Wanda's side. There were still tears in the corners of her eyes, and she was so uncomfortable last night that she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It's really too ruthless. Thinking of this, Sui also felt that it was time to help Wanda improve her physical fitness. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to follow her. Recovery speed. But Sui still helped her recover first. Otherwise, Wanda probably would have slept through the night. Sui stretched out his hand to put on Wanda's heart and pinched it by the way. Then Phoenix Force entered her body. Help her regain her strength and spirit. And Sui only needs to input a little bit of energy. That's enough. Next moment, Wanda opened her eyes as if waking up from sleep. She was in a daze for a while. Wait until after the brain is rewired. Wanda only looked at Sui. Sui put away the hand that held his conscience. Then asked gently, do you feel better? In fact, it must be fine. He has used Phoenix Force. Wanda is now full, but he was there to care. Do you understand? Wanda looked at Sui, then spread her body into a big character, stretched her waist, and took a long, deep breath. Then he jumped up and pressed Sui to the ground. Then he said angrily, you bullied me with Gwen. No matter what I say, you don't stop until you pass out. I really misjudge you too. You are too bad. Wanda waved her small fist while talking. Sui stretched out his hand to give her a high five. Wanda's small fist swung slowly, and he slapped it away lightly. At the same time, he comforted her softly. Ahem, that's Gwendy's opinion. When I came back yesterday afternoon, it was Gwen who told me from behind. No, you find time to get revenge on her. Sui, will definitely help you. Hearing that Sui must help him, Wanda stopped and asked, real? Very steamy. Anyway, cheap yourself. I will help whoever has a plan. Well, Wanda put away her hands and also got off Su-Yi's body. But she thought about it and said in distress, "Even if you help me, I still can't last long. What should I do?" Right. With the experience of last night, Wanda also admits how weak she is. So she was worried too. Fine. But Su-Yi waved his hand. "I have a treasure that can help you. I will give it to you tonight." Really? Great. Wanda cheered and hugged Su-Yi. Su-Yi patted her on the back. "Let's go. Gwen is still waiting for us outside. Let's cook." The two came out of the master bedroom. Gwen looked at Wanda, who was not at all angry, a little strange, especially after seeing Wanda quietly enter the kitchen to cook. As soon as Gwen was excited, she told her that there must be a plan behind this matter. Until noon, Su-Yi and Wanda made lunch together in the kitchen, then call Hella and Gwen to have dinner together. When everyone shows off the meal together, Gwen sighed looking at Wanda's rosy and pink cheeks. "You look better and better, Wanda." Wanda was taken aback for a moment, then elated. "Really? Don't wait for others to answer." Wanda conjures a mirror with magic. Then I looked in the mirror. It turned out to be true. As the saying goes, there are no bad fields, only exhausted cattle. No matter how hard it is, the complexion will be much better. Plus, Su-Yi used Phoenix Force to restore Wanda. So the current Wanda can be described as more beautiful than beautiful. And what girl doesn't like beauty? Wanda looked at herself in the mirror. She thought it might be Su-Yi's contribution last night. Bitter is bitter. Beauty is also really beautiful. Then don't care. Anyway, Su-Yi also said to find ways to improve her physique and recovery. It won't be so hard after that. Wanda put away the mirror. I happily ate again. During the period, she sweetly picked up vegetables for Su-Yi and then fed him. Definitely. She usually does that too. After a while, everyone finished their meal. Little Hella silently wanted to wash the dishes. Su-Yi smiled when he saw it. "You don't need to swipe today. If you come out to play and do some housework, just use magic to hurry up." Little Hella paused, then immediately cheered. "That's great. See, nobody likes washing dishes. Nobody. We finished our meal." Su-Yi suggested, Let's go out for a walk. Digest food. If we don't go for a walk, today will be gone." Everyone looked at the time. It was past 12 noon. If you don't turn around, is this still a game? Here's to Gwen and Wanda him. Let's go. Time is limited. So everyone went for a stroll outside without taking a break at noon. But the four of them walked the country streets, still very much watched. First of all, the three girls are all beauties. All of them are so beautiful. Special is little Hella in the most gorgeous costume. Her Lolita and little leather boots are just too revealing. That's okay in the super city of New York. But in the small town of Westview, that's just a lot of attention. Wanda looked at everyone and thought about it, then suggested, "Should we use magic to change clothes? We seem to be wearing too conspicuously, which is a bit troublesome." Su-Yi looked at it and shook his head. "No need to change clothes." He stretched out his hand and slapped it. Snap! After one sound, no one looked at them anymore. "Are we invisible?" Gwen looked at himself curiously. But discovery should not be stealth. Wanda could sense that it was a shielding magic, but she didn't know exactly what it was. I lowered our presence and perception too. Unless you meet acquaintances or stare at each other, people will only think you are a passerby. So they just walk by as if they weren't paying attention. Wanda suddenly realized. She knew that the level of this magic should be very high. It must be complicated too. Definitely. If you insist on examples for reference. The male protagonists of some series of movies in the Little Days country have this kind of ability. Well, I really can't eat it. But it's much more comfortable to walk around like this. Wanda held Su-Yi's arm, and no one would watch. It wouldn't be strange for Gwen to look left and right nearby. Not to mention little Hella's dress. Finally, no one was staring at him. It's all BT. Well, he doesn't count himself. That's all. The four of them walked and played. And delicious things such as fruits can also be bought normally. When they left, the boss will not notice them. Just be a passerby. Wanda took Su-Yi's arm and then took a deep breath. The smell here is much better than in the city, much fresher and cleaner. Yes, Su-Yi agreed. He lived for a day and found out too. The air here is fresher, and there's a faint scent of flowers. Definitely the main reason is that there is no industry here. There are no car emissions either. Instead, there are trees and flowers. So it can make the air very good. He also kind of likes this kind of atmosphere. So he thought about it. If there's a chance, I will let our home have this kind of environment. Wanda was taken aback for a moment. Then she leaned her head on Su-Yi's shoulder with a smile. Because Su-Yi's words are not purely literal. It was Wanda who knew that Su-Yi cared about her. So make her feel very happy. Gwen looked not far away at the two who showed their affection all the time. After thinking about it, she decided to forget it. I was bullied so hard yesterday, I just pretended I didn't see it these 2 days. Look for opportunities to continue later. And Hella was playing with the handheld while following behind Su-Yi and Wanda. Su-Yi turned around. She was in my Zelda, and then word there. As for the princess? What princess? Zelda has a princess? But after Su-Yi turned around, little Hella suddenly paused and then looked to the side. Su-Yi followed. It turned out that Hella felt the old woman Agatha, who was malicious yesterday. Agatha from at the moment is walking home. Hella glanced at Su-Yi first. Then he raised his hand, ready to shoot out the night sky sword and directly nail her to death. Su-Yi temporarily stopped Hella. If the previous Hella might have done it without saying a word. But the current Hella still listens to Su-Yi. So listen to hands. Don't kill. No. Su-Yi turned around, waved his hand, and said, follow her and see. What we want is also at her house. If she goes home, it will save us the trouble of finding it. Hear this sentence. Wanda reacted first. Is the Book of Darkness in her place? Yes. Su-Yi waved his hand, and everyone's sense of presence dropped again and again. Then followed. But Wanda thought about it. If the Dark God Book is with her, isn't she very dangerous? Let's do it directly. Wanda knew from Hella that Agatha would have bad intentions for her group. This is one of the major features of the Dark Divine Book of Cultivation. So Wanda suggested to let her die directly. Then look for it slowly. But Su-Yi smiled and shook his head. Need not. You think everyone is a genius like you? This black magic book is nothing but an idiot compared to you. The Dark God Book has trained her for so long. She may not be able to beat the weakest little Hella. Wanda listened to Su-Yi's praise a little shyly. But little Hella, huh? I asked what you talking about. Little Hella glared at Su-Yi angrily. Su-Yi rubbed her head. Originally, when you are the weakest, you should be the weakest here. Originally, Gwen should be the weakest, because she just relied on mutant spiders. But Su-Yi gave her the original symbiote battlesuit. He gave her the Black Death sword that could kill gods. So Gwen's current combat power standard is at the sub-level, but he can kill even when he meets a level godfather. At that time, 12 more spells will be added. Do you understand what leapfrog fighting is? These are all piled up by Su-Yi directly for her. Haha. Gwen stood aside with her hips akimbo. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Gwen can beat Hella completely. And if Wanda can't catch Gwen and gets close, that too would be instant by Gwen. The first Gwen is the complete body of warrior plus assassin. But little Hella folded her arms. He thought about squeezing Su-Yi like this when he went back. As long as she squeezes enough, divine power will naturally go up. Everyone chatted and followed Agatha like this. And Agatha didn't feel that there were 4 people following her in a fair way behind her. Then after going round and round, everyone came to the backyard on the edge of the town. Agatha was standing outside in the backyard. Then reach out and use magic. A layer of black mist filled the air. The backyard changes, revealing its original look. It's Agatha's black magic basement. It is embedded in the mountain. There's a tunnel going down. See here. Su-Yi tilted his head to signal that he could do it. Wanda stretched out one hand, schedule. Agatha in the distance was directly caught by the air. Agatha was taken aback when she found herself held firmly by a wave of energy. Her husband screamed in horror. Then he looked at the scarlet energy around him. Then he looked back at the Su-Yi people who appeared. It's you. How could you know this place? Hear this sentence. Hella pouted and said, I knew you were calling our attention. Gwen nodded in agreement. Agatha's words were equivalent to directly stating that she passed by Sue E. yesterday on purpose. Sue E. nodded and said to Wanda, "Hypnotic ability," she asked clearly. Wanda nodded. She pulled back with one hand. Agatha was quickly pulled back in the air. Agatha writhed frantically, but it was hardly of any use. After struggling for a while, seeing the scarlet magic used by Wanda, Agatha immediately reacted. "This is origin magic power. You are Scarlet Witch." Wanda smiled. "Definitely. Agatha is still normal. But Wanda is no longer Sokovia's Wanda. Now her magical power is much stronger than before. Even the Book of Emperor Waishan she is practicing. And just a black magic witch with little ability? With her ability alone, she can defeat them without doing anything." Wanda no longer gave Agatha a chance to waste time. She holds out her hand, moved in front of Agatha. Immediately, origin magic power began to drill into Agatha's brain, and Agatha cried out in horror. "No, you can't do that. You." Agatha didn't finish her sentence. Wanda's hypnotic ability magic is already in effect. Agatha's expression was dull, totally lost self-awareness. Sue raised his hand to signal everyone. "You can ask whatever you want to know." The little hello was the first to jump out and asked, "Why did you call our attention?" Agatha looked dull, but still said the answer. "Because you and Scarlet, which have magic and spirit in your body, as long as I absorb it with black magic, I can strengthen myself and live longer." The answer is really simple and clear. Gwen came to the side and asked, "How many bad things you have done? The motivation process can tell you." Agatha continued to answer, "I deliberately spread the news of the Dark Divine Book and let the greedy magician enter Westview Town, and then I used black magic to absorb it, and finally destroyed the corpse." Heard such an answer, Gwen nodded and made a comment. "Then you are damned." After the two asked, Sue has nothing to ask, so let Wanda ask directly. Wanda held Agatha up with magic and asked directly, "Where is the Book of Darkness?" "Basement. Is there any danger?" "No." "How far has your black magic practice?" "Have no idea." Wanda asked a lot, but it's all for magic and safety considerations. "Wait until after asking." Wanda looked back at Sue E, asking what else to do. Sue E waved his hand, motioning for her to disappear. Agatha is just an insignificant existence to them. As for letting her go, sorry, he's really not the virgin. After Wanda received the message, she waved open a scarlet portal. On the other side of the portal is the universe. The moment the portal appeared, under atmospheric pressure, a lot of air began to pour in. Wanda let go of that hand. Dash. Agatha was sucked in instantly. Wanda then closes the portal instantly. That's all. Another piece of frozen meat in the universe. But it's okay. Sue was also afraid that Wanda would crush him directly, because that's what I taught others before, and it's a bit too bloody and violent to pinch it now. Instead, throw it into the universe. More ladies. And Hela opened his mouth when he saw it. "Didn't you kill me?" Sue rubbed her head after hearing this. "You're hungry for a bloody loli. But I haven't killed anyone for a long time. Then let you kill the bad guys later." #7. Between the words of the two, normal people will be scared out of urine when they hear it. What murder? I haven't killed for a long time. Ordinary people are afraid to run away when they hear this. And after solving Agatha, her basement is also left wide open here. Sue took the lead and walked in directly. "Go in and have a look." Wanda, Gwen, and little Hela followed. "Look at the environment in the basement." Little Hela suddenly said interestingly, "It seems that I'm playing the secret room in the game. Are there any traps?" Wang Leheo, "There should be no in." Everyone entered the basement. The environment here is dark and dilapidated. Tree roots, dead leaves, stone walls. These elements make it look run down. But none of that matters. The important thing is Book of Darkness. The basement is not too big. Everyone walked around and saw the place where Agatha usually learned magic. There's a table next to it, and one book looks more than 10 inches in size. But a black book with only the thickness of a coin standing up is placed on it. After seeing it, Sue raised his chin as a gesture. Everyone looked. Is this the Dark Divine Book? Wanda walked to the dark scripture. She looks quite ordinary looking at the dark god book. And how tattered. Hela tiptoed to look. It won't be bad. Gwen came to watch with Wanda. To be honest, at first glance, this book is really not very good. Because there are no special effects. Cough, cough, cough. And Su-Yi came to the dark divine book. Then he picked up the dark god book and casually flipped through it. For a moment, a wave like a black soul emerged from the divine book. Wanda and Gwen immediately stared closely at the divine book. And Su-Yi smiled. I also took this opportunity to explain to them. The history of the dark god book comes from billions of years ago. The fallen demon, the old god, Sithorn. And the origin of the book was written on indestructible parchment before it was forced into exile in other dimensions. It was later revised into a book of darkness. But its main purpose in writing the book was not to spread its own dark spells. It's about corrupting the spirit and soul of the user, allowing them to open the channel between their own dimension and the earth. After hearing Su-Yi's introduction, everyone understood the reason for the dark god book. But Hela asked curiously, then how will Wanda use this dark book? Isn't that simple? Su-Yi smiled. It's okay to delete Sithorn's hands and feet left on it. Said to delete hands and feet. In fact, it is to cut off the connection between this book and Sithorn. Said to cut off contact. In fact, it is purifying. But Wanda and Gwen and Hela all open their mouths. Can it still be like this? In their impression, the side effects described in the Dark God book are extremely strong. You just use it. There is almost no way to avoid its side effects. Not even the Sorcerer Supreme is an exception. Whether it is Stephen or Ancient One Magician, the spirit will be polluted after using black magic. So its side effects are still strong. It's a pity that I met Su-Yi. No matter how strong the Dark Divine book is, it is definitely not as good as a piece of Phoenix Force. And the intensity of the purification is not something that the Dark God book can resist. Su-Yi held the Dark Divine book. Then under the gaze of the three women, Su-Yi said silently in his heart, purification. Next moment, a holy flame ignited in Su-Yi's hand. Under the gaze of the three women, the Dark Divine book clicked with a wow. It's like being baptized. Its appearance flickered. It seems like something has been removed. Then Su-Yi flipped through the Dark Divine book, handed it to Wanda, and said, okay, Sithorn is now completely exiled, and there is no way for it to return to Earth. Wanda took the Dark book in a daze, then turned over. Gwen and Hela both looked, and Hela, as a god, said even more surprised, an old god, is that all? Su-Yi made a nasal sound, but still added, it's just a desolate god who was thrown into another dimension. It's not much different from your current state, but it's much stronger than you. Hela, Yuan, it hurts so much. Hela has been exemplified too many times today. Every time it is worse for myself. While Wanda and Gwen were still looking at the Dark book, Wanda can understand. Gwen just can't read and join the fun. But Wanda looked at it and said, there's a lot of evil magic in here. Yes, Su-Yi nodded. So you don't have to practice these spells. Otherwise, even if the spirit and soul are not corrupted, your will still be corrupted. After Wanda heard it, she closed the Book of Darkness. He assured Su-Yi very seriously, I will never practice those spells. I know. Su-Yi pinched Wanda at the moment's serious cheek. If I don't believe you, the Dark God book won't be thrown to you directly. Hear this sentence. A smile crept across Wanda's face. This is the joy of being trusted. So far, the trip to Westview Town is over. Their purpose is to pick up the Dark God book while traveling. The book is here now. 543. Still short of the last tour. Let's go. Su-Yi clapped his hands and said, we won't be here anymore, and we'll be heading back to New York after we enjoy our last afternoon here. Su-Yi walked out of the basement with his head. Gwen looked at the sun in the sky and sighed. It's so fast, 2 days have passed, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Don't worry. Su-Yi held her hand. You are about to graduate, and you will have a vacation soon. And don't forget that the university can build a team by itself. As long as you can get results, the school's graduation certificate can't wait to stuff it in your school bag. Gwen thought about it, and it really was Then I'll go to college quickly. Hurry up, don't worry. Sui also wanted Gwen to go to college. Little Hella has tried everything in this elementary school. Then Gwen was middle school to college. So does he count as having played everything? Cough, cough, cough. The crowd passed through the town again. Then they walked to the sea of flowers again by coincidence. It's still beautiful here. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wanda took out the blanket again and spread it out. Gwen sat up quickly when she saw it. Then he patted his thigh and said to Sue, Sue, come and sleep with me. Okay. Sue looked at Wanda helplessly and smiled slightly. Then Sue lay on Gwen's lap. Ah, here's Gwen's lap pillow. Well, so to speak of leg feeling. Wanda's knee pillow feels soft, like sleeping on a very soft pillow. And Gwen's knee pillow is very elastic, and those two elastic thighs look like they want to be bitten. So it was like sleeping on a latex pillow. This is the difference between the two. Hee. And Sue slept on Gwen's lap. Gwen helped Sue to cut his hair, sweep away the dust that didn't exist on his body, and touch his face. She had a smile on her face the whole time. Then he looked at Wanda from time to time. Smug, but Wanda has nothing to deal with. She walked to Sue and sat down. He just sat quietly next to Sue then enjoy the spring breeze together. And Hella kills butterflies not far away. Really killing butterflies. It's just that you don't use divine power. You only use physical strength to kill. But Sue is still reminded. Don't kill too many, Hella. A few more will be terrible. I want to kill 10. Hella's voice echoed from a distance. Fine. 10 is 10. Hella didn't tell me to kill all the butterflies here. That's how lucky the butterflies are. A day, that's it. The forest here created a beautiful scenery. Don't say anything else. Mentally really comfortable a lot. It was as if the mind had been purified. Gwen looked at Sue Yi's eyes closed and enjoying. She looked again at Wanda, who was also resting. So she did the same as Wanda. Repeated the same operation as Wanda that day. It's exactly how she does it, and Gwen does it the same way. Nothing has changed. Wanda listened to the voice behind her. She pursed her lips, but in the end it didn't matter. She was like this yesterday. Isn't this allowed today? And she experienced the punishment of secretly eating alone last night. If you stop now, wouldn't that be another severe lesson? Rolling your eyes isn't all about happiness. It was a real feeling of dying. Thinking of last night's tragic experience. Wanda's body trembled involuntarily, but after a while by default, Gwen seemed to be getting bolder and bolder. Not only did she push harder, but her voice was also louder. It's like a force wave. In the end, Wanda couldn't take it anymore. She closed her eyes and coughed lightly. Huh. After hearing Wanda's light cough, Gwen stopped and hummed softly. This seems to be telling Wanda, see if you dare in the future. It's okay to eat, but know how to share. You can't eat it without giving it to others. Mainly, this is a cake for 2 people. Yes or no? Wanda was silent. Card is known. After a while like this. Pata pata. There is the sound of running in the distance. Wanda and Gwen sat up at the same time and looked around. It turned out to be the 2 Heavenly Sword Bureau agents Grady and Jimmy. After the 2 of them ran over, asked out of breath. Sorry to bother you. May I ask if you felt that there was a battle in Westview Town today? Fighting? Gwen and Wanda thought about it. Wanda's words. Throwing away a person shouldn't count as a fight, right? After all, the other side didn't do anything. Then it was directly thrown into the universe. Agatha didn't even fight back. And other things. Neither woman felt the battle. So the two thought about it and shook their heads. No. After getting confirmed, Gladys and Jimmy obviously frowned even more. But they thought about it. Still said, sorry to bother you. Let's go first. Then the two left in a hurry. No doubt, the most important thing for them is to find out that Agatha is a black magic witch. The main situation is probably the basement that appears after a sudden change of terrain. But it doesn't matter. Once the Dark God book is in hand, who could get it back? And now no one knows where the Dark God book is. But the reality is, not only the Dark God book, even the Book of Wyshandy is in Wanda's hands. This would be unthinkable for an ordinary magician. And it's not just luck. And it was torture, let alone 2 books for ordinary magicians. A piece of paper in any book is enough for them to study for who knows how long. So if there is no ability. So what about the gem-laden infinity gauntlet for you? Did you snap your fingers? Take it and die. Say no to snapping your fingers. In the following afternoon, no one else will bother you anymore. Little Hella kills butterflies not far away. Gwen pulled out her phone and plugged in her headphones to listen to music. She put the right earphone on herself, then put the left earphone into Su-Yi's left ear, so the two can listen to music together. And Wanda is reading the Book of Wyshandy. She sat cross-legged beside Su-Yi's waist, then put the Book of Emperor Waishan on his lap. At the same time, he raised his hands, practicing the spells in Emperor Waishan's book, all for resting or studying. No one disturbed anyone, but they are all doing one thing together. That is to enjoy life. This is the life Su-Yi yearns for. Don't be surprised by favor or disgrace. Just watch the flowers bloom and fall in front of the court. No intention of going or staying, looking at the clouds in the sky. The time comes to 4 p.m. The four are still resting. Wanda went from practicing sitting cross-legged to leaning on Su-Yi's body to practice immortality. Then Gwen took the time to babble again in front of Wanda. Wanda dared not speak out. TF6:00. Wanda changed from practicing spells relying on Su-Yi to practicing spells lying on the blanket with her calves up. Gwen is fine again, Bobo Su-Yi. Her mouth is going to be swollen today, but Gwen still enjoys it. I'm just happy. 7:15 p.m. At the moment, it's getting dark. The surroundings became hazy. It's time to go home. Su-Yi opened his eyes and stretched his waist. Then he stood up and patted his body and said, "Go home. I've had enough rest today." Wanda closed the Book of Wyshandy and put it into the magic space together with the carpet. Gwen stood up and stretched. Then he put his calf on Su-Yi's shoulder and pressed his leg. It's amazing flexibility. Su-Yi touched her calf, turned her a little bit, and said quietly, "Try this another day." Gwen looked at Wanda and whispered on purpose, "I can't, but I can learn, and you can teach me a lot." Su-Yi's eyes lit up. "Then I must be your gesture teacher." Gwen blinked immediately after hearing this. "Good teacher." Hiss. Su-Yi almost didn't hold down the gun when he heard it. When Gwen called you teacher in a playful and slightly greasy tone, Su-Yi's blood rushed to his head in an instant. I almost couldn't resist. But this is the outside. Su-Yi hurriedly put down Gwen's long legs, then called Hella and said, "Little Hella, go home." Su-Yi looked around for 10 weeks. Little Hella is gone. Then her voice was heard in the distance. "I'm here." Su-Yi couldn't see her, so snapped her fingers to teleport her back. Snap. After snapping his fingers, Hella returned with a handful of black twigs. "Su-Yi, what are you doing with a branch?" Little Hella held up the branch in his hand, then swish a few times in the air. "How about it? Does it look like my night sky sword?" Su-Yi. Wanda and Gwen burst out laughing at this. Su-Yi also thought she was naive. "How old are you still playing this? Children can't play this." "You show me." Su-Yi stretched out his hand. Hella does. After taking Hella's night sky sword twig version, Su-Yi waved in the air. Swish, swish. The branches are stiff. There is a convulsive, whirring sound when it is waved. The black is also very deep. It doesn't look like gray like other blacks, or not completely black. Looks good too. To sum it up, it really looks like it. Nice. That's right. Hella put her arms around her hips, smiling all over her face. But now it's mine. Question mark. Hella's smile froze. But her smile didn't disappear. It just turned to Su-Yi's face. You pay me back. You bastard woo-woo-woo. You lied to the little girl twig. Su-Yi saw little Hella who was about to cry. He coughed twice. Immediately put the branch. No. Return the night sky sword to others. Here you are. I lied to you. Little Hella took the night sky sword. Immediately poked Su-Yi twice. Supervillain. Cough, cough, cough. Isn't that fun? Besides, this branch is really good. Su-Yi had the idea of wanting to take it for himself. If you do it yourself, then it doesn't feel interesting. But if it's natural, you pick it up, then this is a priceless treasure. The picture is a joy. Ahem. Let's go. Get your things. We're going back to New York. Let's go. Little Hella took her night sky sword and slashed forward. It looks like he is going to take this branch home. But take it with you. Well, traveling, how can it be interesting if you don't bring something back home? The four returned to the rented house first, then pack everything up, finally came to the living room together. And Hella is still holding her night sky sword, as expected. Su-Yi raised his finger. All the belts. Then go home. Snap. Snap your fingers. The four disappeared in an instant. Next moment, again at the upstate building in New York, Gwen was carrying something, waved to Su-Yi and Wanda, and said, I have to go back first. I won't have dinner here. Goodbye. Su-Yi and Wanda waved their hands. See you tomorrow. After watching Gwen leave, the three of them opened the door, put on slippers, and went home. Pata. The door opened. Su-Yi and Hella walked toward the sofa at the same time. But Hella is sitting on a thick carpet and playing games. But Su-Yi went to the sofa for a while. Wanda was a little puzzled. What's wrong with you? It's okay. Su-Yi waved his hand. I'm a little tired after being away from home for too long. Wanda. She doesn't understand. Why is she tired? Didn't you take a long break in the afternoon? But she didn't understand Su-Yi's family-loving character. Or home. You can go out, but not for too long. Otherwise, I feel that my mind is wandering outside. Only when you get home will you replenish your energy. As the saying goes, the golden nest and the silver nest are not as good as the dog kennel at home. Su-Yi also felt that he was right. Wanda doesn't understand, but that's okay. She put away all the things she had taken, and then went to the bathroom while combing her hair. I'll go soak for a while. Soak for a while? Then there must be me. Su-Yi waved his hand first. Go ahead. Then wait 5 minutes. He followed. As soon as he got home, Su-Yi started the Ferrari. Wanda was taken aback, a bit overwhelmed. You slowed down. It's too fast. Is it fast? Su-Yi stepped on the accelerator, looked at the stopwatch, and it was only 50. Where is this going? But Wanda still couldn't bear it. She can't do it this speed. So Su-Yi could only drive the Ferrari slower. Till the end. Wanda went to bed early today. They got home around 7 o'clock. Wanda went to bed around 9 o'clock. Motion sickness, maybe? Su-Yi didn't drive very fast either. She herself was tired, and still fell asleep with a smile on his face. So it shows that Su-Yi took good care of her this time. But Wanda just fell asleep. Then there was another person clamoring for a ride. Who is it? Who else could it be? That lowly. You lied to me. There is no time to go out and play. Then make up all the previous ones. I'm afraid of you. Oh, you said so. I'm your head. Facing this arrogant attribute. If you want her to be honest for a few days, you have to teach her a lesson. And Hella is still a god. Then Su-Yi felt as relieved about her body as he did for Gwen. As long as you don't die, go to death. Didn't you say you don't have time? Fine. I will give you everything I saved up front. See how much you can ask for. So after 9 o'clock, Su-Yi didn't even know what time he went to bed. Anyway, time is forgotten. He couldn't remember either. I only know that the last Hella can only shake but not move. So he went to sleep. The next day, Sue, he went to work slowly. I was really almost late this morning. When he woke up, it was already 8:49 in the morning. Sue, he took 7 minutes to take a shower, for minutes to hurry, and finally sent himself into the office with a snap of his fingers. Then checking successfully. Who? A few seconds after seeing him sit in the chair, the time jumped to 9 o'clock. Sue, he let out a long breath. Then I drank iced milk tea, as usual. Then I saw that there was not enough milk tea in the refrigerator. Sue, he waved his hand and filled it up again. Say it again. He has check-in rewards. It's never drinking milk tea. This is inherently infinite. At the same time, he also has a milk tea that is also unlimited. You have to ask who shows off the most. That might be Hella. One she can fight best. Two she likes to eat most. Almost every bit is not wasted. Definitely. Sue, he can tell the difference between milk tea or normal milk tea. Ton. After taking a big sip of milk tea, Sue, he put Erlang's legs up on the table, as usual, and began to fish. Then turn on the TV and watch the news. According to the report of the New York Police Department, the crime rate in New York is decreasing month by month, and this month has become the lowest crime rate in history. Citizens cheer that the League of Goddesses should be a superhero. They are not so terrifyingly destructive, but they can fight criminals more effectively. Want to know about the past cooperation between Scarlet Witch and Miss Spider? Please search Sonda Bulliu, Goddess Alliance, and com. Sue, he looked at the news. It can only be said that the public will play, and the NYPD knows how to play. Originally, Scarlet Witch and Gwen's support rate was very high, and it soared up from a 45-degree line at a position and never lowered. At this time, the New York Police Department will report the minimum crime rate again. Most citizens will feel that way. I buy karma. It must be the Goddess Alliance's credit. My God, I love the League of Goddesses. Support the League of Goddesses. Vote for the police station. Under this virtuous circle, it is impossible for the League of Goddesses not to be popular. Definitely. The month-to-month reduction in New York's crime rate does have Gwen's credit. And not small. Gwen has nothing to do when she goes to school and after school, and she will shoot if she sees a crime. And she's like a catalyst for crime when she goes solo. What's the meaning? She can always meet crime when alone, then solve it. But throughout the sprawling city of New York, the amount of Gwen's help compared to the amount accumulated by the city police, maybe only a little bit. But Gwen's deterrence is much more effective than the New York police. So this is the root cause of the decrease in crime rate. Deterrence. The NYPD probably found out as well. That's why I secretly favored the League of Goddesses. Then this situation was created. All the citizens love League of Goddesses. But I don't like male superheroes. It also said that the female superhero has low destructive power. But it's actually a sign. You said Wanda has low destructive power? Are you capable of letting the Chitauri civilization come back again? Then Wanda can solve it by himself. No one else is needed at all. So if the destructive power is low, in fact, it is the same as when you see a panda and think it is not a bear, but a cat. So beautiful. Photographed appearance. As for the rest, Sue is really interested in one thing. allianceofgoddess.com. Is there really such a website? After Sue, he looked at the website. He turned around and typed in the web page on the computer beside him. Then clicked the enter key. Next moment. Really, once the web page opens, directly 2 pictures occupy the entire web page. And very well made. Scarlet Witch on the left and Ms. Spider on the right. Then slide down to the timeline. And all praises to Scarlet Witch and Ms. Spider. Such as Scarlet Witch, how many years, what happened, pictures or videos. So we took a look. One first thing is Sokovia. Most of the photos are the ruins of Sokovia. For videos, there are Wanda videos captured by citizens. Click to see it. The content is that Wanda tore his hands apart. Ultron's robot soldiers were instantly torn apart. Then Wanda saves a lot of people. Sue, you look down again. And Gwen's. But in reality, ordinary people only know Ms. Spider. Didn't know Lady Spider was Gwen. There are few snap pictures, even blurry. And there are very few stories. The only one that was shot clearly. That's when she shows up with Wanda. Interesting. Sue smiled and closed the webpage. This page is definitely not made by ordinary people. or the public, because he only saw positive events on it, and he kept praising the two women. But there is absolutely no such thing as Wanda causing accidental injury in order to save Captain America. Then this website is very likely to be made by an organization hidden underground. This will not be an organization that is not good for the two women. This can only be an organization that is beneficial to the two women. Who? SHIELD. Tighter. At this time, a text message came from Su Yi's cell phone. He picked it up and took a look. Or anonymous text messages. Hi. Have you read the website of the League of Goddesses? You will definitely like it. I made it by working overtime these days. Fury said that the hope of stabilizing people's hearts can only be placed on Wanda and Gwen. So he made his own claims. Also, if you want to reward me, hurry up and buy a yacht. See the last sentence. Su Yi's hand that was about to use ability to search just now was also put down. Natasha Romanoff, the speaker. Yes, this site is made by Natasha Romanoff. No wonder the data is so comprehensive and only good things are said about Wanda and Gwen. It turned out that Fury wanted to re-establish the pillars in the townspeople's hearts. And now with this condition and ability, only Su Yi's women, Wanda and Gwen, so Fury could only ask Natasha Romanoff to make this website. He looked at it and shook his head helplessly. Wanda got up and saw that she was going to be pissed. Yes, someone wanted to make Wanda a household name, but Wanda just wants to be a housewife. This is too funny. And Gwen is indifferent because she didn't reveal her true identity. Then it's definitely fine for her to continue being a superhero out of interest. So fun. He shook his head. Then raise your legs again and start touching the fish. At the same time, the void of the universe. It's a gray area here. Its body is the head of an ancient group of gods. And there are many high-value treasures in the head, even though it has been under constant development for an unknown number of years. But using the power of ordinary creatures in the universe to develop the head of the Tiantian group is obviously a manifestation of overreaching. So there are still plenty of high-value resources here. This is one of the reasons Collector has been here. High-value items will be produced constantly here. But today, there are 10 terrifying mechanical behemoths descending on the outskirts of the void. Their 10 single eyes gaze out into nothingness. The mechanical parts that are constantly running inside seem to be scanning the void. Come out. Come out. There are 10 more big eyes in the sky. What kind of monsters are they? Scary. Creatures of the void start to panic when they see them. Allows you to look up and see 10 huge amounts of mechanical eyes. And it's one-eyed. Are you panicking? Every eye here has at least a few hundred meters file size. You get a sense of giant fear just by looking at it. But between them, these 10,000-meter mechanical titans are also communicating. Arsenal, what is the capital here? The value is huge. Transporting it back can make all the veterans of the planet Cybertron upgrade their bodies again. Then why is hesitation? For the Creator. What about life on the planet? The Creator does not allow us to kill as usual. Build a big spaceship on the spot, stuff it all in, and throw it away. This is our Cybertron. Agreed, for the Creator for Cybertron. Agreed, for the Creator for Lien Botan. So with the unanimous consent of the 10 elders, the elders began to open their own. In stock, 0, asking for flowers. Then countless robots and their descendants, shape-shifting King Kong, flew towards a void. At the same time, a partial production model originally started rubbing the spaceship by hand. It eats the metal accumulated in its body and then smelts it. Then the mechanical arm in the body starts to build. After a while, I don't know how long it has been, after splicing piece by piece, a spherical spaceship is created. At the same time, on the land of nothingness, masses of robots with offspring shape-shifting King Kong have landed. They hold heavy artillery and laser weapons in their hands, then walk down the street and use all the information terminals that occupy here. Finally started to announce, Cybertron civilization will recycle all the resources here, and the Creator allows you to leave this place safely and find a new home together. Then repeat it 2, 3, 4 times. At the moment, the people of the void are terrified. Someone is hiding here and looking out. And the 30-50 meter high robot and the 15-20 meter high shape-shifting King Kong are really scary. The talent here is less than 2 meters, and the machinery outside is more than 10 times that of them, even if you are on the 10th floor. But when some robots walk by you and they actually look at each other, can you imagine this kind of picture? Are you touched? And after seeing these, the people here also started discussing immediately. What should we do? Should we go out? Will we die? The kiosk said it would let us leave safely. The outside is full of robots. They are not living things. They are all machines. What kind of creatures are they? Their weapons are so big. The diameter of the muzzle is almost half a meter. 0. The crowd had a great discussion, and their discussion also attracted passing shape-shifting King Kong. A black shape-shifting King Kong offspring stopped at the hearing. Then come to the outside of this house. The people who discussed at the moment are all on the 5th floor. And it goes there. The humanized mechanical face and eyes just happen to be seen from the window on the 5th floor. At the same time, it also began to speak. I am Patian, the 4th descendant of a shape-shifting King Kong molten fire veteran. You can rest assured to come out and board the boat. As long as you don't resist, the Creator does not allow us to take the initiative to kill. Its mechanical sound scared the people inside to pee. The people inside were still discussing it just now. As a result, as soon as he turned his head, a 2-meter large mechanical face appeared nearby, probably equivalent to a mechanical face the size of a large iron door. Then you say that whoever sees it is not afraid. And the shape-shifting King Kong is right here waiting for their answer. After half a sound, a more courageous one finally began to answer. Who is your Creator that really does no harm to us? After hearing a reply, the shape-shifting of King Kong's humanized face also began to speak. The Creator is the absolute Lord of all shape-shifting Vajras, and any shape-shifting Kong must be absolutely loyal to the Creator. Insufficient loyalty is absolute disloyalty. So we will strictly implement the Creator's instructions. And on the premise that you don't resist, the Creator does not allow the shape-shifting King Kong to kill. But the premise is that there is no resistance. This time, shape-shifting King Kong answered a lot. But the meaning is clear. What I say is true. Don't force me to do it. As soon as these words came out, the people inside look at me, and I look at you. Finally, someone tried to speak. Okay, let's go out, but we have to bring some things from home. Here. Shape-shifting King Kong steps back. The face also left the window and said, whatever, the spaceship is very big, but it is not allowed to carry more than twice its own file size. After saying this last sentence, the offspring of shape-shifting King Kong left in the sky. Anyway, the report has been completed. If not come out, the intelligent robots behind will force these people out. If you encounter resistance, then it will be eliminated directly. But the good news is, after the first group of people left with valuables, those waiting in the house watched the group board the spaceship and leave. So more and more people came out one after another and left by spaceship. After about a few hours, most of the ordinary creatures in the void have been transferred successfully. But some groups don't do that. Although they are few in number, they occupy most of the property here. So you want them to go? You are impossible. And at the moment, the shape-shifting King Kong broke the sky just now and brought dozens of shape-shifting Jinhao group's outskirts to make the final announcement. I am. The sky-shattering words are not finished yet. The group territory launched an attack directly, but this attack has yet to hit the shape-shifting King Kong. Boom! Immediately, he was stopped by a nearby shape-shifting King Kong with an eye attachment mechanism with a weapon in his hand. Clang! For other shape-shifting King Kong see here, their faces open and close, all turned into armor. Vigorous resistance detected. All shape-shifting King Kong. Wait until the smoke clears. The territory of the M Grand Group has been pacified. Dozens of 15-meter-high shape-shifting King Kong descendants are looking for other armed rebels in the territory. Once found, it will be eliminated immediately. But if you hand over your gun, you don't have to kill. After a while, all armed forces in the territory of the M. Grand Group were surrendered. The leader of the territory was taken to the square where many shape-shifting King Kongs were, and knelt down. After a plop, a leader with a group as a backer is domineering. He directly asked the shape-shifting King Kongs, "Who is behind you?" There are countless galaxies in the mineral business division of the M. Grand Group. If you occupy this place, you're declaring war on all mining groups. Aren't you afraid of group wars? Hear the leader's words. Some shape-shifting King Kongs laughed. Also, some shape-shifting King Kong came over and explained. "We come from the planet Cybertron created by the Creator. We are called shape-shifting King Kong, and we are not afraid of war. The resources of the universe have no owner, and whoever is strong will own it." Finished. What else does the leader of the territory want to say? But the shape-shifting King Kong waved. "Take away. Just let the robot come in and take him away. The elders just sent people away. Whether you're good or bad, whether you want to or not. Anyway, put it in the spaceship. Then just throw it into the universe. It's that simple." 2 hours later, almost all creatures in the void have been transferred. But there is one exception. That is Collector. He hid in his own room with space folding and did not go out. He can't go out either. His babies are all here. How could he be powerful? And among these treasures, there is a Collector's most precious treasure. That is, reality gem. So he can't run with these. He can only hide and wait for the opportunity. But May 17th made him immediately dumbfounded. After basically everyone was sent away, the 10 elders outside the void looked at it and issued the last order. Ship back to Cybertron. So in the blinded eyes of Collector, the void was dragged away. Oh, the shape-shifting King Kong veterans capture the void directly with a gravitational repulsion controller. Then drag it all away in one go. Pack it up and go back to Cybertron. So Collector watched himself and the void gradually leave in an unscientific stability. Then speed away. His only point of reference is the elders who haven't left yet, because some veterans are going to other places to continue looking for resources, and the land of nothingness will be packed and taken away first. But Collector didn't react until now. "I'm going to planet Cybertron." Collector was desperate at first. Then look at the Taishan-like, shape-shifting Vajra veteran on the outskirts of the void. He is another kind of huge amounts of surprises filled his heart. The planet Cybertron is the home of the shape-shifting King Kong. "I'm going there for collectors." Maybe death is terrible, but being able to see the things you cherish the most is just as important. And a shape-shifting King Kong that has never appeared in the universe. And the legendary Cybertron is definitely one of them. What kind of environment is it that the group line came into existence like this? This question is always on the mind of Collector. At the same time, the time on Earth has come to 5 p.m. Sui appeared outside the door on time. At the same time, I said silently in my heart, "Punch in." Ding! Open successfully. Check out last week's check-in rewards. From last Monday, I haven't looked at the check-in rewards behind Sui. That is to say, there are exactly 7 rewards from last Monday to this Monday. Now Sui watches for a whole week at once. Acquire. Is there still room available? Full set of comics X1. Obtain. Small universe home X1. Get. U-Ball cosplay full set photo X1. Get. Cyberpunk 2077 Super Yacht X1. Get crit. Silver Superman template X1. Obtain critical strike. Huang Di Naging X1. Obtain. Thought stamp love version X1. Hiss. Regardless of what is opened. Sui glanced at the reward and took a breath before speaking. Then he snapped his fingers. Snap. Next moment, Sui appeared on a deserted beach. Then check out the rewards. But before checking it out, Sui was also a little fascinated by this critical attack. So lucky today? He looked at all his reward panels. Then he saw a place that he had forgotten to pay attention to before. Achievement, Goddess Knight. Sui understood now. It turned out that this thing added a week check-in reward to him. Don't underestimate this slight improvement. This is very noticeable over time. And now he has more than one achievement. He now has 3 achievements. Spider Night Witch Night plus the recently acquired Goddess Night. 3 faint levels were added. How can I say that there is a slight improvement? And this is probably the reason for the 2 critical strikes. The next thing to do is to look at the bonus time. Old rules. Or look in order first. First, the manga. He took out a comic and scanned it. Well, it's not bad. The style of painting is very astringent. But comics don't matter right now. So Sui took it back. Then check out the second reward. He looked at the introduction of Small Universe Home. This is a bit interesting. Small Universe Home. This is the entrance to a small universe as beautiful as an idyllic poem. You can freely control the location, file size, and shape of the small universe entrance. You can also put the whole home or half of the home in it, and you can take it away at any time and carry it with you. But the appearance does not change at all. See this introduction. You remembered a hidden function of Soul Gem. Yes, Soul Gem also has a hidden function. That is, the Soul Gem is also the key to a small universe entrance. When you hold the Soul Gem, and very proficient in space magic words, then you can open this portal. But now he doesn't need this. He was originally bound to himself. In a moment, he can do whatever he wants with this entrance. Seeing is worse than doing. He snapped his fingers. Snap! Next moment, a crack appeared in front of Sui. He went in and took a look. It's too big inside. There are mountains, grasslands, green plants, rivers, waterfalls, flowers, and trees. Really idyllic beauty. Very good. He is very satisfied with this place. And the main reason is, you can be home here. He can expand the entrance. Then put half of your own house into this miniature universe. After you open the door, half of the living room to the master bedroom are normal homes. No changes. But the other half of the living room is this natural place outside, the dividing line of the entrance of the small universe. It's the other wall of the living room. He walked out very satisfied. Then wave. The entrance to the small universe is then closed. Nice one. After putting away the small universe, he then checked the third check-in reward. Full set photo of Yuba cosplay. He took it out and looked through it. This is actually a cozer with a full posture. Not bad, but it doesn't matter either. He put away the photos. Check out the fourth reward now. Cyberpunk 2077 Super Yacht. 188 meters in total length, extremely sci-fi shape, extremely avant-garde appearance, full set of living facilities inside, and ocean travel around the world. This is just a basic introduction. Following Su Yi's introduction of the yacht, he scrolled down. He also saw yacht power, battery life, installations, facilities, technology, and so on. There are 3 floors in this yacht. The uppermost level near the bow is the intelligent wheelhouse. Near the stern are the 3 master bedrooms. There are generally many guest rooms on the second floor. The other half is the fitness area and rest area, and so on. And the first floor is almost all entertainment circles. This yacht is very large, nearly the length of 2 football fields. And the total internal square meter is bigger. It's a super yacht. That's right. Then we can take Gwen, Wanda, little Hella, and the others out to sea. With this yacht, one of Su Yi's men coughed, and coughed a lot. Forget it. It's just a special party where he is the only man. Cough, cough, cough. So the yacht is also good, very good. But the yacht Su Yi was not released. Because it's too big. Take Wanda and Gwen to see it then. Then came the 5th reward. Silver Superman template. Ignore the law of cause and effect. Treat kryptonite as a snack. Have unlimited power. Pull the galaxy with bare hands. Blow out fixed star with exhalation. Ignore most physical and magical attacks. Silver Superman. Many people will call him Bain Da Chao. His overall power has reached multiple and beyond, but it depends on how you want to use it. In ignoring the laws of cause and effect. Once Su Yi has this template, he will become an unchanging core law alone. What's the meaning? It means that even if someone traveled to more than 10 years ago, he even wanted to kill Su Yi a year ago. Feel sorry. That didn't work either. Once there is a silver super template, no matter when Su Yi is at his strongest state at the moment, let alone whether you can beat it. Even if you beat it, then kill Su Yi at that time. but the current Sui will still not be affected in any way. This is ignoring the law of cause and effect. Really not bad. Sui felt the changes in his body. The Silver Super Template can be said to complement all of Sui's shortcomings. This template is a set. Sui is really about to become an omnipotent existence. Then he turned around. Face yourself to the sun. Sui could also feel it. As long as yourself, under the sun's rays. He will never die. There will be no day when the power runs out. This coupled with Phoenix Force's regeneration ability. How did you let Sui die? In previous comics, there are times when Superman is locked into a universe without fixed star and nearly starves to death. But this will not happen to Sui. He has almost no shortcomings. The law of cause and effect has been completed. Very good. Sui stretched himself. Move on to the 6th reward. Huang Di Neijing. Huang Di Yu. Hiss. After reading the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, Sui is a little happier than getting the Silver Superman template, because it is written in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Practicing this will benefit both parties, and both will grow. At the same time, it will make the other party more loyal to you. Subtly make the object more dependent on you. These are all okay for Sui, but the best of them all, both parties will be happier. He can also unlock more tricks. That's great too. Sui closed his eyes and absorbed all the knowledge in the Yellow Emperor's canon of internal medicine. For now, Sui had already put it at the same value as the Silver Superman. These are all good things. Then comes the last reward. Thought Stamp Love Version. Sui referred to the introduction of this thing. Its explanation is, after using it on a creature, she will be subtly affected in spirit, body, and soul, and gradually become forever, absolutely, and infinitely loyal to you. This is kind of interesting. Sui looked at this thing. It directly changes the whole of the target. Let the absoluteness of the goal slowly change towards the stamped content through time. And the content of this steel seal is the love version. Absolute loyalty. Die Hard. Although this thing is a bit too forced, but I have to say, it works. If you have a goal, you don't want to waste time cultivating it, and you don't want to work hard to maintain it. Then you use this stencil. Nothing to worry about. Good. Sui put away the stencil. This thing is definitely not necessary for Wanda, Gwen, and little Hela. It's a waste to use them. Unnecessary. Who is it for? Sui thought for a while, and then gave an uncertain answer. But save that for now, after viewing the rewards. Sui let out a long breath. Then he snapped his fingers. Snap. Teleport back to your own northern mansion. As soon as you enter the door, he just bumped into Wanda, who was about to go out. You're back? Then let's go shopping and cook dinner together. Wanda invited Sui to go grocery shopping together. But Sui thought about it and smiled slightly. Go tonight. I'll wait for you at home. Wanda's expression suddenly became puzzled. But seeing Sui smile, she knew that Sui should have something to do. Immediately, Wanda was a little scared. I haven't had dinner yet. It can be seen from this. Wanda is terrified. Sui smiled helplessly, then pushed Wanda into the elevator and said, You'll know when you come back. Let's go. Wong 1.8 entered the elevator. She could only watch as the elevator closed, and she went to buy groceries first. There's a shopping mall near the North Building. It takes Wanda no more than 30 minutes to buy a dish. But this is for Sui. Definitely enough to remodel a room. Pata. Sui entered the door and exited the entrance. I saw Hela playing games on the carpet. Seeing Sui come back, Hela's body trembled uncontrollably. She remembered the flowering experience last night. I seem to have become a milk bottle, specially packed with pure milk. And when Sui came to little Hela's side, he pushed little Hela's crotch with his foot. Give up some position, and the oblique pattern of your left capsule and your back will change in the future. Change? Hela didn't understand. Are you going to fill in the furniture? When thinking of furniture, Hela thought of game consoles. Then she immediately excitedly said, Or add a computer. I still want to play PC games. I'll talk about that later. Sui waved his hand. He let little Hela move a little bit first, then put away all the furniture against the wall. Then, under the watchful eye of Hela, snap your fingers. Snap. The crack at the entrance of the small universe suddenly opened in front of Sue E. Wow, see here. Little Hella immediately threw away the game arm and ran over. She looked at the crack beside Sue E. and asked in surprise, "What's this?" Entranced to the small universe. Small universe entrance. Little Hella raised her eyebrows in shock. She thought about what the concept of a small universe might be. It means you have an independent space of the 9 realms? Sui thought about it. It was a bit similar, but not the same. But then he wants the small universe entrance to be a wall. So Sui waved his hand and said, "Just watch from the side, and you'll know later."